Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Tune into nostalgia.
Yes,
Tune
you
into
do go
now.
farther
Golden
with
Radio
Signal.
Hour.
The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Summer Thunder.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. There is a curious connection between an entry in the records of the British Weather Bureau and a corresponding item in the annals of the Police Department of Plymouth. The first indicates that at 9 p.m. on the night of August 18th, 1937, tourists and vacationers on the southern Channel coast of England were disturbed by a radio warning.
Attention, all vessels in Channel waters between Land's End, Cornwall and Beachy Head, Sussex. Low pressure area approaching rapidly from the southwest. Violent storm in prospect. Put into the nearest port immediately. I'll repeat that. Attention, all vessels in Channel waters between Land's End.
The heat was oppressive, deadly. The atmosphere was so heavy and damp that breathing was an achievement. People at the watering places of Torquay and Brixham couldn't sleep and tried to pass the night over tall drinks and sodden bridge games on their verandas. So much for the weather report. The police records indicate that on the same night, a night when the heat had put everyone in southern England on edge, murder was taking shape in the mind of at least one human being. It began in Plymouth, in the second-floor apartment of Perry Elliott.
Claudia, for heaven's sake, where have you been? I've been calling all over town for you.
I'm sorry, Perry.
It's 9 o'clock.
I know it's 9 o'clock.
Well, why didn't you call?
I thought I'd better wait.
Will you come to the point?
Perry.
I'm sorry, dear. This blasted heat's getting on my nerves, I suppose.
I know. Now, come on. Let's sit down here and I'll explain. Now, I know this is going to be difficult for you, dear. I want you to try and understand.
What are you getting at, Claudia?
I've been up to Ivy Bridge.
What do you mean?
I've just had a talk with your Uncle Rodney.
Claudia, you had no
please,
right to...
Perry, let me finish. He realizes now how very foolish it was to disinherit you.
I think it was a good idea. For the first time in my life, I'm free. Well, listen, Claudia. I know him like a book. He's frustrated. He doesn't know which way to turn. He's discovered for once that there's something his filthy money won't buy for him. He can't pull strings anymore and watch me jump about like a marionette.
Perry, you don't understand.
I'm afraid I do. Did he call you?
No, it was your aunt.
Agatha? She knows better than that.
She's only trying to make peace in the family, Perry.
I tell you, I don't want his money. Is that clear? He changed his will. Let him leave it that way.
I said he's sorry about it. He wants to apologize.
Apologize? Wait a minute. Do you know why it all happened? He didn't approve of you. He'd said I'd married a social climber, that I was dragging the noble name of Elliot in the mud. Claudia, I can't understand how you could fall for it.
I've said I'll forgive him, Perry.
I see. He's bought you off like the rest of them.
Perry, you're not being fair.
And you're not very perceptive.
Don't shout at me.
Very well. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Do you have a match? I don't know what's become of my lighter.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Well, Perry?
Claudia, darling, tonight, for the first time in my life, I feel quite capable of killing a man.
Perry!
I'm rather pleased about it. It'll put me on equal terms with Uncle Rodney.
What do you mean?
I'm going to see him, dear.
When?
Now.
2 hours later, an unreal calm settled around Plymouth. Nothing stirred. Crickets stopped chirping. Trees suddenly became very still. And the bridge players paused to note there was an electric feeling in the air. The mind of the murderer was tense, too, like the atmosphere. Then it hit. Bridges washed out. Roads became bogs. And shortly after midnight, the telephone rang in Claudia Elliott's apartment.
Yes?
Claudia,
Oh, yes, Aunt Agatha. What is it?
something terrible has happened. Rodney is dead.
Where's Perry?
I don't know. He and Rodney had a terrible scene about money or something.
Did you notify the police?
The inspector will be here directly.
I'd better come out right away.
Here's something for you drivers to think about. Do all Chevrolets get the same number of miles per gallon of gas? Do all Fords? Of course not. For it's an established fact that the mileage you get depends on 3 things: the condition of your car, the way you drive, and the kind of gasoline you use. Well, those first 2 factors, they're up to you. But when it comes to gasoline, that's where I come in. For the same company that sponsors the Whistler, Signal Oil Company, also makes the gasoline that's become famous throughout the West as the Go Farther gasoline. Yes, for years, wise Western drivers who kept careful record of mileage found you do go farther with Signal gasoline. But what's most important is that even today, you still go as far as before the war with Signal, and I'll tell you why. You see, although certain high-octane anti-knock ingredients are reserved for war, the mileage ingredients which made pre-war Signal famous are still in today's Signal formula. And what's more, new hydrocarbons rich in mileage have even been added. Oh, but you're not interested in chemical formulas. You're interested in miles. And there's an easy way to prove that for yourself. Invest your next gas stamps at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign. Let your own car prove that it's as true today as before the war. You do go farther with Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
You're stunned, Claudia, as you hang up the phone. You aren't conscious of the storm raging outside. All you can hear is Perry's voice over and over saying, "Tonight I feel quite capable of killing a man." He should be home in a while, Claudia. What can you do? What can you say to him now? No, he couldn't have done it. You mustn't even think of it. Go out to Ivy Bridge and see the inspector. Find out for yourself. Better take a coat. Perry's raincoat hanging on the rack near the door. Yes, it's going to be a rough trip, but you arrive safely.
Evening, madam.
Hello, Edmund. Is the inspector here yet?
Not yet, madam. I expect the storm will delay him considerably.
Where's Aunt Agatha?
Upstairs, madam. Be down directly.
Edmund, tell me what happened. Where is the body.
In his room, on the floor. Exactly where I found him.
You found him?
Yes, madam. I found him.
You don't seem very disturbed, Edmund.
I'm not, madam.
I see.
For 20 years I served him. Now I'm through. No, madam. I'm not disturbed.
Oh,
What are you looking for?
I had some cigarettes somewhere.
There's some on the table.
Oh, thank you.
Matches there, too.
Oh, thanks. I've got a lighter.
Could I take your coat, madam?
Thank you.
Get a soaking, madam.
Edmund, may I see the body?
Well, I don't know, madam. The inspector said to leave everything as it was.
Oh, please, it's very important. I won't touch anything.
Very well. This way. In here, madam.
Oh.
He was strangled with a chain. The marks are still in his throat.
A chain. Oh, but his head, all bloody.
He was struck first, madam.
Oh, no. No, he couldn't have done it. Not Perry. Not Perry.
Come along, madam.
Claudia, dear, where are you?
Oh, Aunt Agnes.
Claudia, darling. Why did you take her in there, Edmund?
She asked me to, madam.
You should have known better. There, dear. You may go, Edmund.
Oh, it wasn't Perry, Aunt Agnes. Really, it wasn't. He said some awful things, but really...
Just a minute, dear.
Oh, no.
I said you may go, Edmund. We won't need you anymore tonight.
Very well, madam.
Aunt Agnes, I must try and call Perry. He may be home by now.
You can't, dear. The lines are down. I just tried.
Oh, what can I do? I'm sure he didn't do it.
Of course he didn't.
I'd better go back.
The roads are impossible, dear. You'd be taking an awful chance.
I know it, but I...
Now suppose you get some rest. The storm will very likely blow itself out before morning, and you can go back to town with the inspector.
Yes, Claudia, you could use some rest, but you lie awake until 3 a.m, telling yourself over and over that Perry had nothing to do with it, never quite believing yourself. You finally drop off to sleep, only to find Perry smiling at you from 100 angles as he toys with a short length of chain. You're trying to tell him, trying to explain, but he continues to smile and tie loops and knots in the chain, until finally... It's morning. 6 o'clock by your watch. All you can think of now is finding him. You dress hurriedly and leave while the others are still asleep. The storm has passed, the sky is blue, and the morning air is cool in your face as you drive back to town to your apartment. The bed's been slept in, and piled in a heap on the closet floor are the clothes Perry wore last night. The navy blue jacket and white linen pants, sodden and muddy. You lay them out on the floor, and then there's a suspicious-looking stain on the left leg of the white trousers. Quickly, go through the pockets. A card with a red smear on it, a fingerprint in blood. Now the coat. In the right outside pocket, a short length of chain.
Oh, no, Perry. No. Yes?
Inspector Dutton, City Police calling. Is this Mrs. Elliot?
Yes?
We're detaining your husband here at headquarters, Mrs. Elliot.
Oh, could I speak to him?
He's being questioned at the moment. If you don't mind, I'd like to come out and have a look at your apartment.
Oh, of course.
Righto. I'll be out in 20 minutes.
Very well.
Well, Claudia, that puts it up to you, doesn't it? You can go one way or the other. You can produce the piece of chain and the blood-stained linen trousers and see Perry safely off to the gallows. Or you can do what you really want to. After all, does it matter what he's done if you love him? You'd better decide, Claudia. There isn't much time. First you burn the card. Then connect the electric iron, get out soap and warm water and a bottle of benzene. Blood is nasty stuff to get out, isn't it? It takes a lot of scrubbing, but finally it's gone, no trace. You iron it partly dry and rumple it up. There, a little dust from the floor and you can't tell it's been touched. But what can you do with the chain? There's the inspector. Quickly, Claudia, put it anywhere. In your purse, that's it.
Good morning, Inspector.
How do you do, Mrs. Elliot? You returned rather early from Ivy Bridge, didn't you?
I was quite concerned about Perry. We couldn't get through on the telephone.
Did you think of calling at headquarters?
Why, I just arrived when you telephoned.
I see. Now, let's take a look, eh? Mr. Elliot presumably slept in this room last night?
Yes.
You haven't disturbed anything?
No.
Yeah. Now, here we are. These are the clothes that he wore last night?
Yes.
Blue jacket and white linen trousers. I'll take these along if you don't mind. Let me see.
What is it?
Nothing in the pockets, eh?
Well, I suppose he emptied them when he changed clothes.
I'm afraid your husband is getting into this thing rather deeply, Mrs. Elliot.
What do you mean?
I think you'd better come along.
Oh, couldn't I drop down later, perhaps a half hour? I'd like to clean up and...
It's rather a peculiar position to take, Mrs. Elliot. Perhaps you aren't aware of the fact that your husband's life is at stake.
I realize that, Inspector. I'll get my purse.
Yes, Claudia, your husband's life is at stake. And you realize as you ride to headquarters with Inspector Dutton that his fate may depend on what you do with that short piece of chain in your purse.
Oh, Inspector.
Hey?
I've got a frightful headache. Would you mind stopping for a minute at that chemist's? I'd like to get an aspirin.
Of course. I'll get it for you.
Oh, no, please.
Well, I insist. It'll only take a
Oh,
moment.
but I'd rather.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
You can still get rid of it, Claudia. Look, here comes a dump truck. It's filled with dirt. Throw it in the back. Ready? Now!
Missed it.
You'll see it, Claudia, lying there in the street next to the car. Pick it up. Hurry. Here he comes. The sewer right next to the car. He's coming around the other side. He can't see you. Throw it.
Oh, here we are. Well, they didn't have any aspirin. Will a bromide do?
Oh, yes. Yes. That will be splendid.
Reeves.
Yes, Inspector?
Mr. Reeves, this is Mrs. Elliot.
How do you do, ma'am?
Would you get Mr. Elliot, please?
Yes, sir. He's right here in the next room.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Elliot.
Hello, Claudia.
Perry.
Sit down, Elliot. Now, I want the complete story this time. I must warn you that anything that you say may be used in evidence against you. Take it down, Reeves.
Yes, sir.
I've said it so often, I know it by heart.
I'll say it again.
I left Uncle Rodney's at 11:15. At 11:30, the storm broke, and I got stuck in the mud about halfway home. I was there for 3 hours and all.
That's a deucey poor alibi.
I told you I can prove it. The chap who stopped to help with...
Well, what about him?
I asked him for his card. I was going to try to find him and reciprocate.
What's his name?
I didn't even read it. The card's in the pocket of my blue jacket, though. You can call him.
The card isn't in the pocket, Mr. Elliot. You can see for yourself. Here.
Why, I don't know how... Why, it was there last night. All right. Where's the chain?
What chain?
Perry.
Wait a minute, Claudia. I told you, Inspector, the man tried to pull me out of the ditch with a chain, but the chain broke. I remember putting the odd piece in my pocket. Now, what have you done with it?
I haven't done anything with it. That jacket's exactly the way I found it on the floor of your closet.
You're lying, Inspector. It's got to be there.
It's not there. You can see for yourself.
All right. When the motor went dead, he thought it might be a clogged petrol line, so he drained a quart or so of ethyl from his petrol tank to fill the carburetor. I spilled some on my trousers. I remember there was a red stain on them when I got in this morning. I never use ethyl petrol, do I, Claudia? Do I?
Oh, Perry,
Here are the trousers, Elliot. Look at them.
Why, what?
You see, Elliot? You don't have much of an alibi.
Why, I don't know.
And furthermore, can you explain the cut on your hands? They look very much as if you took too tight a grip on a chain. They did quite a bit, didn't they?
I was holding on to the shackle when he pulled me out. It was a chain.
Oh, of course.
It's a frame-up, Inspector. Someone's been in my apartment.
No one's been in your apartment. Except your wife.
Claudia. You.
Oh, I don't know what...
Take him back,
Oh,
Reeves.
Perry.
That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to assist there, Reeves, thank you. I can make it alone.
I know it's difficult, Mrs. Elliot.
Oh, they can't convict him on that kind of evidence. Just because he can't prove he was somewhere else.
It'll go a long way. We have more positive evidence, of course.
What?
We know, for example, that he was in the bedroom of the deceased about the time he was killed.
Oh, you're wrong. Oh, listen, Inspector, you've got to believe me. This may sound fantastic, but it's true. I destroyed that evidence. I burned the card. I cleaned the red spot in the trousers.
What are you talking about?
I tell you I did.
Why?
Because I thought Perry had done it. The card had a bloody thumbprint on it. I thought the pig stain in the trousers was blood. I thought I was protecting him.
What about the chain?
I thought that was what he killed Uncle Rodney with.
What did you do with that?
I threw it in the sewer by the chemist when you went in for the aspirin. That's why I wanted you to stop.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Elliot.
You don't believe me?
No. Of course, we'll check, but, Reeves,
Yes, sir.
take the lady home.
Oh, Inspector, please.
I said I'm sorry, Mrs. Elliot. Good day.
Well, Claudia, you're finally beginning to grasp the horror of the thing you've done. You couldn't have made a smoother job of it if you'd tried to frame your husband. There's no way out. Or is there? You do believe Perry, don't you? He didn't do it. But if he didn't, who did? Rodney wasn't what you'd call a model of popularity. He had enemies, plenty of them. Some, perhaps, with motive enough to kill him. Who would know? Aunt Agatha. As soon as you can get a call through to Ivy Bridge, you telephone her. Perhaps she can help. You feel better when she arrives at the apartment late in the afternoon.
I'm so glad you've come, Aunt Agatha. I've made a terrible muddle of things.
I wish there was some way I could help, dear.
You believe Perry, don't you?
Believe what?
He's getting stuck in the ditch and having the man help him.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
He acted so strangely with Rodney last night. I tried to make him understand, but first thing I knew, Rodney said some things he shouldn't have said, and there was a horrible scene. Perry went into a blue rage and threatened Rodney. I had to leave Claudia. I was afraid of him. What's that?
Oh, the back door blew open.
Oh, I'll get it.
Oh, leave it. It's so hot. Aunt Agatha, he couldn't. I know Perry has a temper, but he's kind and good. Oh, don't you see? It must have been someone else.
But who, dear?
Oh, I don't know. But Uncle Rodney had lots of enemies. There must have been someone who would gain something by his death. Don't you see? Perry had nothing to gain and everything to lose.
But he wasn't thinking clearly, dear.
Oh, you must know of someone else. That's really why I asked you to come here. There must be someone.
Why, I don't know.
Agatha, they can't convict him just because he can't prove an alibi, can they?
Well, I think that's pretty important.
The inspector said something about more positive evidence. What did he mean?
Why, I don't know. The lighter, perhaps.
The what?
His cigarette lighter. They found it next to the body.
Next to the... Well, that's impossible.
What do you mean?
He didn't have it last night. He left it in the pocket of his raincoat. I had it. I used it right there in the house. And when I came back this morning, I left the coat. Agatha, somebody took that lighter out of the coat and put it near the body before the police arrived.
Afternoon, madam.
Edmund, what are you doing here?
I've been listening at the door, Miss Agatha.
Eavesdropping.
So, that's it. You, Edmund.
Better take it easy, madam. I've got a gun.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I'd like to tell you about two live-wire young Californians who typify the more conscientious, more thorough service your car gets from a privately owned signal station. I'm talking about Bud Morley and Frank Sager, who just a year ago took over their own signal station in Burbank, California. Both, of course, had years of experience servicing cars. Well, before long, Bud Morley and Frank Sager had more than doubled their business. Now, there must be good reasons for such success, and there are. Those boys are friendly, courteous, eager to please. They not only give service with a smile, but include many little unasked-for extras. For after all, being in business for themselves, they have a personal reason for keeping customers so well pleased they'll come back again and again. And there, friends, you have the important difference in signal service, a difference in thoroughness and conscientiousness that can add so much to the life of your car. What's more, it costs nothing extra. It's ready for your car at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealers. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Claudia, it came to you in a flash the minute Agatha mentioned the lighter. Edmund. The peculiar remarks he made when you arrived at the house last night. "I'm not disturbed," he said. And then something about being free after 20 years. Yes, it all fits together now, Claudia. Too bad he's standing in front of you with a gun in his hand.
You're being very foolish, Edmund. You think you can get away with this?
As a matter of fact, madam, that's precisely what I was going to ask you.
What do you mean?
Edmund, you took the lighter, didn't you? You put it in the bedroom next to the body before the police arrived.
Begging your pardon, Mrs. Elliot, but if I may say so, you're underestimating my intelligence. Do you think I'd be so foolish as to plant a piece of evidence which I knew wasn't there at the time of the killing? I saw you use the lighter, you know. I took your coat.
Edmund, I refuse to listen.
That'll be enough from you, Miss Agatha. You'll have your chance to talk directly. Inspector Dutton is on his way.
What do you mean?
I heard you saying that Mr. Perry had nothing to gain, Mrs. Elliot. That perhaps there was someone with a bit more of a payoff, you might say.
Don't listen to him, Claudia.
Edmund, what are you trying to say?
Mr. Rodney was determined to change the will in Mr. Perry's favor, madam.
But he didn't.
He'd planned to call the lawyer this morning. He told me to remind him just before the unfortunate incident. So you see, there was someone who stood to lose everything if he'd lived. If you hadn't tried to make it too perfect, Miss Agatha.
Agatha!
He's lying. The monster's making this up.
The small matter of the cigarette lighter, you see. Only you could have made the mistake of thinking Mr. Perry had left his raincoat at the house with the lighter in the pocket.
You beast. You can't prove it, you can't.
You'll have a chance to talk, madam, and you'd better be working on your speech. Inspector Dutton is a mighty critical listener.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Danger is a beautiful blonde.
Like anyone else, Van Barclay gave little thought to the precarious nature of everyday living. Had he had occasion to probe the fact, he might have acknowledged that danger is always present and that it can strike quite suddenly. Only Van Barclay wasn't thinking about such things. Perhaps he was too restless to care. A young engineer, unmarried, can get restless. Working in a new, strange city, he can get lonesome, too. Van Barclay was one or the other, or both of these things, on a Saturday night that he came out of a movie and went for a stroll along the Santa Monica Palisades in preference to going back to his hotel room. On a corner, he stopped to light a cigarette. That's when he first noticed her. The car was big, a Nash convertible. It cruised by him, came back around the block, moving slow. The third time around, he was standing on the curb, staring openly at the girl behind the wheel. She was very nice. Young, blonde, considerably more than attractive. And she was looking at him just as obviously.
Hello.
Hello.
You've opened a door before, no doubt.
In other words, isn't it a beautiful night for a drive?
Well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I said.
You weren't going somewhere important.
No, not at the moment. In fact, I was faced with a rather gloomy prospect of an evening at a hotel alone. And it is a beautiful night for a drive. I suppose it was on the golf course at Biarritz,
What?
where we met.
That's as good a place as any.
Yes, only I've never been there. But I have a good imagination. And then, I remember so well those evenings at Monte Carlo when you'd say to me, Van, you must sit beside me at the casino tonight. You bring me luck. You called me Van in those days, remember? Never Mr. Barclay. And I used to call you, what was it I used to call you?
It might have been darling, mightn't it?
Yes, might have been at that. Or maybe the mystery woman, huh? Beautiful, fascinating, and unpredictable. Especially unpredictable.
Oh, that's not very flattering, Mr. Barclay. You might have said, especially beautiful.
Yeah, I might have, and meant it. Okay, you win. You're not only beautiful and fascinating and unpredictable, but you're too fast a worker for me. How come?
How come what?
All this.
You're not happy about taking a drive with me, Mr. Barclay?
I'm delirious. But why me? What have I got?
Well, you're not unattractive, you know.
Yeah, but baby, you never saw me before. How do you know what I'm like?
Perhaps I like to take chances.
Didn't your mother ever warn you about picking up strange men on the street?
My mother was rather unusual, Mr. Barclay. She taught me that when I wanted something, there was only one thing to do. Get out and find it.
Uh-huh. Okay, who's kicking? You'll pardon me if I pinch myself. This is something I wouldn't have believed. Sort of like an angel from heaven dropping in your lap.
Oh, Oh, I'm no angel, Mr. Barkley.
Well, Van, interesting girl, isn't she? Anything can happen on a quiet Saturday night. As you look over at her, the motion of the car moving her hair excitingly, you ask yourself if you might not be dreaming. And the dream gets a little better, doesn't it? As she swings into a long, curving driveway and stops before a big, sprawling house on a cliff above the ocean and smiles over at you.
Would you like a drink?
You're driving.
Then come on, we'll go in.
Well, this is the swankiest roadhouse I ever saw.
Oh, it's not a roadhouse. I live here. Come on.
Inside, it's even more unbelievable, isn't it? The big hall, lush carpets, and on the walls, a treasure in fine art.
Not a bad little place to hang your hat.
Hang it, then. We like it here.
Probably have 2 or 3 scattered around the country.
Oh, no. Just a cabin at Lake Anderson.
Mm-hmm. Well, I gather you're not worrying much about any wolves howling at your door.
Not that kind, anyway.
The guy that owns this place must be a movie producer. Your father?
My father. And he's not a movie producer, just an art collector. Perhaps you'd like to take a look around. We have some very nice paintings scattered all over the house.
You think we can find our way without a guide?
There's no one else here, if that's what you mean. We only have one servant now. This is her night off.
Cozy, isn't it? The whole place to ourselves, all 50 rooms.
Oh, it's not that bad. We'll take a look as soon as we have that drink I promised you.
You feel like pinching yourself, don't you, Van? This is the kind of thing that just doesn't happen. But it's real. She's real. And she's even more attractive than she looked in the car. And it isn't the cocktails you've had. Finally, she leads you into the library.
Like this room, Van?
Very much. Always wanted something like this.
The right sort of library is good for a man. I designed this myself.
Mm-hmm. Even no interior decorating, huh? You're, pretty complete.
Thank you. Van, fix yourself another drink. The decanter is over there. I'll be right back.
Well, take your time. This is all very pleasant.
Yes, Van. Time means nothing to you right now. You fix another drink, sink into a big leather chair, and relax. When you open your eyes a few minutes later, she's back, smiling down at you.
Hello.
Hello again. Oh, I see your glass is empty. Well, that's easily remedied. I'll pour you another one.
Yeah, this is nice work, if you can get it.
Here you are.
Thank you. Nice perfume you're wearing.
Like it?
I like everything about you.
Good. Then you won't mind doing something for me, will you?
Anything, short of murder.
Walk over here.
To the closet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, open the door. There's something I want you to see.
Okay, I'll play games with you. Hey, I thought you said we were alone.
We are, Mr. Barkley. Because, you see, the gentleman in the closet is quite dead.
With the prologue of Danger is a Beautiful Blonde, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. When you Whistler fans are on a trip some distance from home, have you found yourself wondering at what other points on your car's radio dial you can tune in The Whistler and your other favorite network programs? You'll know if you have one of the handy radio logs for travelers, which is included in Signal's brand new road maps, just off the press. Or on weekend drives, have you tired of the same old scenery and wish there were some different places to go? Just consult the guide to interesting places to visit, which is another extra feature of Signal's new maps. Their large size makes these colorful new Signal maps easier to read. But because of their improved type accordion fold, they're also easier to handle. Obviously, Signal went all out to make these free maps the very finest obtainable. And I might add, this insistence on top quality is typical of all the products and services you'll find at those friendly independent dealers throughout the Pacific Coast states who feature Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's a great deal more than you bargained for, isn't it, Van? Yes. When you stepped into the car at the invitation of the beautiful blonde, you didn't realize what kind of a ride was ahead. It was like a dream, wasn't it? Going to her home, having cocktails, and relaxing. And then in the library, you looked into the closet. It's fantastic, Van. Your mind spins, almost unable to cope with the situation, as you stare down at the quiet figure of a dead man on the floor of the closet. You scarcely hear the girl beside you.
You'll help me, won't you?
Huh? What'd you say?
All you have to do is help me hide him permanently.
Now, wait a minute.
There's a place out in the garden where some newly turned earth wouldn't be noticed, but I'm not much good at digging graves.
Baby. You can count me out. I don't know how this guy happens to have a hole in his head, and I'm not asking any questions, but just count me out on any part of this
You
deal.
said you'd do anything for me.
Yeah, but I don't go off the deep end for anybody, especially for a girl who's in the habit of keeping dead bodies lying around. No, lady. Pardon me. Well, I'll be seeing you.
I think you'd better wait, Mr. Barkley.
Oh. Yeah. I see what you mean. I see you're wearing a gun, too.
Uh-huh. And I assure you I know how to use it.
How can I doubt that, with the evidence staring me in the face?
Good. Then if you'll just pick up our late departed friend and come with me, I'll show you the place.
You know that business about your being no angel? I'm just about convinced.
Well, Van, you're in deep, and there's nothing you can do about it, not with a gun in your back. You carry the body downstairs as she demands and go out into the garden.
There's a shovel. Start digging. Like I said, dig it big.
Sounds like a beach near here.
The back of the yard drops off to the beach. But never mind, you've got other things to do. Dig deep and wide.
Yeah. Okay.
You dig, Van. But with each shovelful, you tell yourself over and over that you're next. Dig deep, she said. Big. And you know it so there'll be a grave for two unless you do something fast. Fast and sudden.
Sorry, baby.
A heavy shovelful of dirt in her face knocks her off her feet. At the same time, you're leaping clear, racing for the drop-off at the back of the property. It's a wild, frightening scramble down through the rock and brush until you hit the beach, running hard. There are no shots, no footsteps. You're away, Van. Free. Far down the beach, you work your way back up to the highway, catch the bus for town in the safety of your hotel room. You're too upset to decide what to do that night. You want to call the police, but the memory of that blonde hair and those pale blue eyes stops you. You want to be sure before doing anything that will send her to the gas chamber. You turn in without deciding. Next morning, when you go downstairs, the desk clerk hands you something.
Good morning, Mr. Barkley.
Morning. What's this?
A young lady left it late last night.
Well, there's nothing written on the envelope.
She just told me to put it in your box.
Oh. Well, thanks.
That looks awful green.
Yeah. $100 bill.
And no note, no nothing?
No.
I wish I knew your secret, Mr. Barkley.
You'd like to know that secret yourself, wouldn't you, Van? Now more than ever. $100 to pay for your silence, and probably a chance at more if you live up to the bargain. But there's also a chance to play it smart, isn't there? If you can find out more about this girl, her name, what's behind it all. You catch the bus again, and as you approach the big house, there seems to be quite a few people around. At the gas station on the corner, you find out why.
All set, Mr. Armstrong. Anything else?
That's all, Joe. Thanks.
Hi there. What can I do for you, mister? Run out of gas or something?
No, I was just walking and I saw there was some kind of excitement around here.
Yeah, more than we've had in a long time. They found a body down on the beach this morning.
Oh? Somebody drowned?
Maybe so. But he got a bullet hole through his forehead first.
Oh, murder, huh?
Yeah, looks that way. Guy named Alfred Hamilton. Lived right up the street.
Over in that house?
Ridgely's? Oh, no. He used to be over there a lot, but he didn't live there.
Well, I noticed that there was a police car out in front.
Now, that's part of the excitement. Not only is this friend of the Ridgely's bumped off, but Doris is missing.
Doris?
Yeah, Doris Ridgely. Mr. Ridgely's daughter.
Well, that's, Ridgely, the art collector?
Sure, you know. He's about the richest person in the neighborhood. Nice man, too.
Mm-hmm. And Doris, his daughter. I remember. I've seen her. She's a blonde, isn't she? Good looking?
That isn't the word for that girl. She's a peach, and she's beautiful.
Yes, but rather hard and spoiled.
Doris? No. Why, there isn't a nicer girl in town. And I ought to know. I've been taking care of her car ever since she started to drive. I sure hate to see her mixed up in anything like this. And missing, too. Why, she might be in the ocean herself, only her car's gone, too.
Oh. They think she murdered this guy, Hamilton?
I don't know. But if you ask me, she couldn't have. She's too regular. And if she did, she had a good reason. Hamilton was no good. I never could understand why Doris and old man Ridgely put up with him.
There's just the two of them live there, huh?
Yeah, Mrs. Ridgely died a while back. Gosh, I hope they find the girl okay. He'd just about kill the old man if anything happened to her.
Yeah. When was this guy murdered?
Last night. And I can tell you exactly when. 10 minutes to 8 on the nose.
Oh? How can you be sure?
Because I heard the shot. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but I did notice what time it was, because I was just getting ready to close up.
Did you tell the police that?
Sure.
Where did the shot come from?
How should I know? It was just a noise. Maybe from the house over there, maybe from the beach where they found him.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Hey, say, who are you anyway?
Nobody important. So long.
As you walk away, you feel sure about one thing. That Doris didn't murder Hamilton at all. She was covering for somebody else, wasn't she, Van? And you've got to find her and bring her back. But where is she? Suddenly it hits you. The cabin she mentioned. Yes, at Anderson Lake. You decide quickly, Van. Next stop, Anderson Lake.
Hello there, young fella. What can I do for you? Got everything here a body needs. Groceries, notions, drugs, fishing, tackle.
Oh, no, I was looking for somebody, Pop. Thought maybe you could give me directions.
Well, I'm the person to come to. Can tell you about anybody in Anderson Lake. Who you looking for?
Doris Ridgely. She's got a cabin up here, hasn't she?
Yep.
Well, how do I get there?
You don't.
Huh? Why not?
Wouldn't do you no good.
Why not?
Nobody there.
But I'm sure Doris is up here, and I've got to find her.
Well, if you got eyes in your head, you wouldn't have to go to no cabin.
Huh?
If you look across the street over there, you'll see her car in front of Jake's Cafe. She's eating inside.
Okay. Thanks, Pop.
Yes, she's in Jake's Cafe. And you wait outside until she comes out. As she gets into the convertible, you slip around the other side and open the door.
Hello, baby. It's a nice day for a drive, isn't it?
Mr. Barkley.
Don't reach for your bag. I'll take it instead. I'll take a look inside, too. Yeah, just as I thought, the gun. You still got it. Well, I'll just keep it this time, if you don't mind.
Look, Mr. Barkley...
Now, just a minute. I'll do the talking this time. First, I'll give this back to you. Even if I had a price for this sort of thing, it wouldn't be $100.
It's all I had last night.
I said even if I had a price. I don't. I'll keep my mouth shut until I'm ready to talk. Or you are.
What makes you think I have anything to talk about?
Now, look, I think I know a good kid when I see one. If you're really in trouble, I'm sorry. But I don't think you are. I don't think you killed this heel, Hamilton. I think you're covering up for somebody.
No, I'm not. I killed him. He was threatening me. Threatening to tell something about me, and I killed him.
I don't believe you. All you did was try to get me to help cover up somebody else's work.
No, that's not true.
Okay, so you're not ready to talk yet. Come on, let's go for a drive.
Well...
You know, I'm sorry I had to smother you with that shovel full of dirt last night. But I didn't like the prospect of sharing that hole in the ground with Hamilton.
You mean you thought I'd... Oh, no, I never intended to do that.
Well, how'd you think you'd get away with it then? Just let me walk away to tell the cops?
I don't know.
Okay, baby, keep your chin up. Of course you don't know. You were mixed up in something you knew nothing about. Well, you couldn't have killed this guy, Hamilton, any more than you could have killed me. So, come on. Come clean.
No, I can't.
All right, now look, whoever this is you're covering up for, they'll be found out eventually. Probably they had a good reason for doing this, from what I hear about Hamilton. But now you've got to get yourself off the spot, and me too. We're accessories to the murder.
Yes, I know. Look, why are you doing this? Why did you come here?
I'll show you why. Does that answer your question? No talking now. Come on, start driving. We got to have a little talk with the police.
Well, Van, you found her, and she's grateful. You can see that. The way she smiles at you weakly, wonderingly. And perhaps later, when it's all over, you can pick up the dream where it left off. You think about it as you drive back to the city with her. Then, as she swings the big convertible into San Vicente Boulevard, she suddenly slams on the brakes and pulls up beside a police squad car.
Hey, what's the idea, baby? We don't want a squad car. We want to go to police headquarters.
Officer! Arrest this man. He's wanted for murder. And be careful. He's got a gun.
You can't believe it's happening, can you, Van? But it is. And later at police headquarters, your dream is turned into a nightmare as Doris pours out a wild story to the chief of the Homicide Bureau.
Yes, they were both at my house last night. They left together. Then I heard a shot. When I went out looking, I found Mr. Barkley standing over Hamilton's body down on the beach. He'd taken his wallet.
What?
You'll find it in his pocket right now. The officer here already has the murder gun.
Are you kidding? Why, I haven't any wallet. I don't have a...
Easy now. Well, seems you do have a wallet, Mr.
You
Barkley.
see, Sergeant?
Yeah, but she put it there. She slipped it in my pocket while we were driving.
This is Hamilton's wallet, and this is the same caliber gun that killed him, Barkley.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. It's all a lie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Ridgely. Thanks for coming right over.
The lad's right, Sergeant. He didn't kill him.
Dad.
It's no use, Doris. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you can't protect me.
Dad, please don't say anything.
I said it's no use, dear. You can release them, Sergeant. This young man and my daughter. I killed Hamilton. He was no good. I shot and killed him.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Some drivers prefer to learn things the hard way, such as the condition of their fan belt or radiator hose. They never give these items a thought until one day, and it usually happens when they're miles from nowhere, zowie! A steaming radiator tells them their fan belt has broken or their radiator hose has sprung a leak. Well, really, a much more convenient solution to this situation is to have your signal dealer inspect your fan belt and radiator hose periodically. And right now, before the summer driving season, is a mighty good time. The inspection is free. And if your signal dealer finds that your fan belt or radiator hose are the worse for wear, he has fine quality new ones that he can install while you wait. These, incidentally, are just 2 items from your signal dealer's complete line of recognized quality accessories that include Lee tires, Champion spark plugs, Rainmaster windshield wiper blades, and Purolator oil filters. Like Signal gasoline, you'll find that all Signal products and services are designed to help your car run better and go farther.
The surprises are hitting you like punches from a fighter, aren't they, Van? The attempted frame against you by Doris. And now, out of the blue, her father, facing the police, admitting that he killed Hamilton. You stare from one to the other, wondering and waiting. And then Doris breaks the silence.
But, Dad, you couldn't have killed Hamilton.
Why couldn't he? He just confessed. That's good enough for me.
He confessed to protect me. Dad had no reason
He
to...
could have had the best reason in the world, blackmail. That was Hamilton's racket.
Blackmail?
That's the answer, Doris. Hamilton had been bleeding me for a long time. But a few days ago, I got the evidence to clear myself and expose him.
So you sent for him and told him. He got tough and...
I shot him. I had to, in self-defense.
Oh, look, officer, you found the gun in Hamilton's wallet on this man right here. What more do you want?
I tell you, I never saw this girl in my life until last night.
It's no use, Doris. It happened exactly as I said.
No, Dad, I know you didn't do it.
There's only one way you could know, Miss Ridgely.
Yes, Sergeant. There's only one way I could know.
I tell you, my daughter is lying.
Mr. Ridgely is right, Sergeant.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Find anything?
Plenty. His daughter's lying to protect him. We know from the gas station attendant's testimony that the shot that killed Hamilton was fired last night at 10 minutes to 8. We've checked every move of Miss Ridgely's, and at 10 minutes of 8, she was seen buying a pack of cigarettes at the corner drugstore.
Then it was Mr. Ridgely.
Mr. Ridgely left Hamilton in his living room last night somewhere around 7 o'clock, probably after telling him he was going to expose him to the police. At 10 minutes to 8, Mr. Ridgely was seen having a drink at the Sea House.
So, Barkley, you did take Hamilton's wallet. It was your gun.
I tell you, I never even heard of any of these people.
It wasn't young Romeo here either.
Then who?
Alfred Hamilton committed suicide.
Suicide?
That's right. There's no doubt about it. Powder burns on his face. He was left-handed. The angle of the bullet in the left temple shows the wound was self-inflicted. Hand tests prove beyond a doubt that Hamilton fired a shot a few seconds before his death. I guess when he realized Mr. Ridgely was going to expose him to the police, he just couldn't take it. And now, Mr. Ridgely, if you'll come into my office a minute, I'll show you the reports.
Dad, we'll wait in the car.
I'll be along in a minute, Doris.
Well, baby, you gave me a nice ride. A very nice ride.
Oh, honestly, Van, I'm terribly sorry, but I was worried crazy about Dad. Van, do you think we could have that drink again sometime, maybe?
Oh, look, you're a nice kid. You're beautiful, fascinating, all those things, especially beautiful. But, baby, if you ever see me walking down the street again, just go on by. Please.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Jack Webb and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Hazel Lytle and John Dunkel, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story. by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Double Exposure.
It was a summer's evening, quiet, calm, matching the gentle atmosphere of the quaint artist town of Cypress Point on the California coast. Clint Harwell was calm, too, as he walked down the street, heading toward the drugstore. He was calm. His mind was undisturbed, at ease. Clint Harwell was all of these things before he entered the drugstore. Yes, he could even take pleasure from the fact that the local newspaper was to run his picture in an early issue, under the heading, Famed Architect to Wed Local Novelist. There would be a story about the homes Clint had built, too, the pertinent facts about his background. And there would probably be little, if any, mention of the tragedy that had touched his life early last year. The accidental drowning of his wife, Corinne. In the drugstore, Clint waited with his back to the proprietor and customer that he was waiting on.
That'd be all, Mr. Willis?
I think so, Doc.
No razor blades, toothpaste, anything like that?
Got 'em all, Doc.
Well, I'll just wrap up these things for you. Be right there.
Oh, no hurry, Doc.
Any more trouble with those protection racketeers, Mr. Willis?
Oh, I keep hearing from them. It's a dreadful thing, you know.
Terrible. I certainly wouldn't give in to them. Yeah, there you are, Mr. Willis. Drop in again.
Sure thing. Good night, Doc.
Good night. Well, I believe I know what you want, Mr. Harwell. Yes, sir, your pictures.
Oh, got 'em developed, Doc?
Oh, certainly. I do all that work myself, you know. Have the lab in the back.
Really? I didn't know.
Oh, really? With all the seasons you've been coming down here? Well, anyway, they're ready. And believe me, they turned out fine. Let's see now. Check the file. C.D.E. Fraser Harris Harwell. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, thanks, Doc. How much is that?
$1.39.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Oh, here you're settling down here now. For good.
That's right.
Retiring?
No, not exactly. I'll build a few houses. You know, new types. Give me a chance to experiment.
Uh-huh. Hey, by the way, Mr. Harwell, perhaps this isn't the time to mention it, but this is the first time I've had a chance to. I'm awfully sorry about Mrs. Harwell. She was such a wonderful person.
Yes. Well, good evening, Doc.
Good evening, Mr. Harwell. Drop in again.
And that was all, wasn't it, Clint? So it seemed, anyway. Half a block from the drugstore, in the bright glare of a store window, you pause, take out the photographs, and glance through them. Interesting snapshots, all taken on a recent cruise along the coast. Yes, interesting, each of them. Until the last one, a shot of the sea. The sea, that was all when you took the shot. But now, Clint...
What the devil?
Something else, Clint. A woman's face. A woman's face staring, almost as if she's smiling up at you from the sea. And it's the face of your late wife, Corinne. It seems impossible, doesn't it, Clint, that the pharmacist or anyone could know that your wife's drowning wasn't really accidental, that you were directly responsible. But you must look into it further, you know that. You must learn what's behind the picture of your wife. You're certain it's a double print. But why? You know where to find that answer. You hurry back to the drugstore. It's almost closing time. Doc is back toward you, is talking on the phone. You watch your opportunity, slip inside, and hide in the phone booth.
Yes, Mrs. Williams. The boy should be there any minute now with your medicine. No, not at all. Glad to. Oh, it's been a busy day, all right, but I'm closing up now. Yeah. Take care of yourself. Good night.
The minutes seem years as you wait, don't they, Clint? Then finally, Doc Ainsley's gone. You hurry from the phone booth to the dark room in the back of the drugstore. You close the door, snap on the light, and gasp at what you see.
Good Lord.
Surprised, Mr. Harwell?
What?
Thought you'd have my dark room all to yourself, huh?
Yes, I guess I did. How did you know I was here?
Saw you when I left. Phone booths don't make very good hiding places, you know. Anyway, I sort of figured you might have something on your mind, something to do with pictures.
Yes. These pictures on the wall. I'm afraid I don't understand them, Doc. Not at all.
Is it so hard to understand, Mr. Harwell, that I'd want to surround myself with beauty? Your wife was beautiful, you know. I made all these pictures of her myself. Covered my walls with them.
You were in love with Corian? Why, I had no idea.
Yes, I was in love with her. I don't believe even she knew that, though. I never told her. I didn't want to spoil the friendship we had.
You and Corinne? But when? I mean, how could you have known her?
You left her alone a great deal of the time, Mr. Harwell, remember? The last few years, especially. She needed someone just to talk to. She used to come here to the drugstore. We became good friends. She told me lots of things.
Oh, all right. So you and Corinne were good friends. Then I assume this snapshot, her face looking at me from the sea, that's all your idea, huh, Doc?
Just a simple double print, Mr. Harwell. Call it bait if you want to. The point is you rose to the bait.
Why? Why did you do it?
When your wife drowned last season, Mr. Harwell, I went along with the accidental verdict the sheriff handed down. I was too shocked then to remember so many things she told me. Too shocked even to think about Louise Phillips, your present fiancée.
Oh, what's Louise got to do with this?
You were seeing her then. Everyone knew, even Corinne. When I heard just recently that you and Louise planned to marry, I began to remember things Corinne said to me. She was afraid of you, you know, afraid. And yet she'd have loved you.
I don't believe I'd say any more, Doc.
She was afraid of the ocean, too. Loved to look at it, but deadly frightened to be on it, especially with you. She told me so herself.
I've heard all of this. I intend to.
You don't have to hear any more of it, Mr. Harwell. I think the sheriff might be interested in what I have to say, though.
Oh, no, Doc. No, you're not going to the sheriff.
Yes, I am, Mr.
No,
Harwell.
you're not, Doc. You're not going to say a word to the sheriff or anybody else to arouse suspicion against me.
You can't stop me, Harwell. There's no way.
There's one way, Doc. I'll stop you if I have to kill you.
It seems minutes later, doesn't it, Clint? Minutes that are actually seconds when you stare at your hand, at the heavy piece of photographic equipment that it holds. And then you glance down at the floor of Doc's darkroom. React again, shocked clean through at what you see.
I did it. I did what I said. I have killed him.
If you expect to be getting a new car soon, or if you'd like to keep that new car pep in your present car, here's an important point to remember. Just any motor oil won't do for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal Oil Company brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, an improved type lubricant especially engineered to give modern motors this extra protection. I emphasize the word compounded because in addition to its 100% pure paraffin base, Signal Premium contains scientific compounds specifically created to put an end to those enemies of engine life, carbon, gum, varnish, and corrosion. Thus, by keeping wear down, Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil keeps performance up. So if you want to keep your motor young, make your next oil change a change to this extra-duty Signal oil
that does so much more than just lubricate. Change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil at the same station where you fill up with the famous Go Farther gasoline. Signal, that is.
It's gone, isn't it, Clint? The quiet, the calm of the early evening. The peace of mind that seemed to be yours only a few short hours ago. Because now, in one swift movement of unreasoning rage, you've struck down the drugstore proprietor. You've murdered Doc Ainsley. It's all like a nightmare, the way Doc felt about your late wife. And then as the panic subsides, you know what you must do. You turn, quickly remove every picture of her from the walls of the darkroom, wipe your fingerprints from the murder weapon, turn out the lights, and slip out the back way and home. The next morning, it's all there, with the newsboys screaming the grim news.
Extra Sunrise Edition. Local drug is found slain. Extra Sunrise
Hello?
Clint?
Oh, Louise, hello. Well, I've been wondering when you'd get back from San Francisco. Well, the shopping tour successful?
Very. You asked me to dinner, you know. I wasn't going to miss that.
Oh, yes, of course. Tonight. It's fine, Louise. I'll call for you around 8. Is that all right?
Fine, Clint.
You're relieved as you hang up the phone. It could have been a very different call, couldn't it, Clint? But you're safe now, aren't you? Safe in the knowledge that no one saw you anywhere near the drugstore. There would have been some word, you're certain of that, too. But that evening, as you and Louise return to her home after dining out, you receive a surprise.
Well, here we are, Clint. Come in for a nightcap?
Why, a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to unlock my little hacienda again.
Yes, I'll bet you missed it being away all week.
I did. I couldn't decide which I missed more. My house or my fiancé.
Oh, darling.
Clint.
You know, sweetheart, we've never talked about our house. Oh, I'd want to design it very specially. A big one for us.
Big, small. What's the difference? Sit down, darling. I'll get some ice.
All right. Well, I don't know. There could be a great deal of difference, Louise, at that.
Not in the number of newspapers that pile up when you forget to tell them you're going to be away.
I suppose not. Of course, the only news in this town today is about Doc Ainsley, poor devil. Oh, and the curio store fire.
I know. I threw all the newspapers away but that last one. Did you read about the witness?
The witness?
It's right there in the paper at your elbow. Read it while I'm fixing these.
Witness?
O.B. Willis, the man who owned the curio store that was burned. He was hurrying down there when he saw someone rush out of Doc's drugstore. He says he could identify him again if he saw him.
What?
Well, that's what he says. Why, Clint, what's the matter?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing really. I was trying to remember. There's something important. Something I had to do this evening.
Well, you needn't look so stricken about it. Besides, I'm the only thing that's important to you this evening.
Oh, I remember now. A call, Louise. A call I must make tonight. It's quite important.
All right, darling, make a call. The phone's right there, you know.
No. I mean, I can't make the call here, Louise. It's, a little surprise. It has to do with our wedding, darling. It's a secret.
Why, Clint, how romantic.
I really hate running out on you like this, but, well, you do understand it's rather special. After all, it's very important.
It is important, isn't it, Clint? Not a call, but a hurried trip you're forced to make to catch the last edition of the local papers before they hit the streets. Stop your picture from being published, even though it's in conjunction with that glowing account of your skill as an architect. and your approaching marriage to Louise. Yes, you must stop it, Clint. And you pray there's still someone in the copy room as you pound on the door.
Hey, look, I've got to talk to the editor, whoever's in charge.
Well, I'm a man, I reckon, right now. Yes, I'm in charge.
Oh, good. Then I'm not too late. My name's Harwell, Clint Harwell. You're running my picture tomorrow, and I want it stopped. I have a perfectly good reason.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Sorry.
You're sorry? Well, what do you mean?
Nothing can be done about it, mister.
See here, if you're in charge,
I'm your man, all right, but only 'cause everybody else has gone home. Papers all printed up. Been called for in the delivery trucks. It ought to hit the streets any time now.
Well, then why did you tell me...
Mister, I'm the janitor. I got to sweep up. Mind if I get back to my work?
You're too late, aren't you, Clint? And you know what will happen as soon as O.B. Willis sees your picture in tomorrow's paper. And you're certain he will see it. He'll go to the sheriff, identify you as the man he saw running out of the drugstore the night Doc Ainsley was murdered. You hurry out of the newspaper office, and with each step, the panic within you builds. You've got to fight it off, Clint. Get a hold of yourself and think things out. You'd run away tonight. Yes, but you know what that would mean. The end of everything you've worked for, your career. And there's Louise, too. You can't bear to think of losing her, can you? You've made a decision, haven't you, Clint? And 10 minutes later, you arrive at a small cottage near the beach. Push through the gate. You hurry up the path to the front door and ring the bell.
Oh, come on. Come on, answer the door.
Oh, shut up, Queenie. Be quiet, will you?
You look up, peer through the darkness to the second floor window of the house next door.
You looking for Mr. Willis?
Why, yes.
He ain't home. Went out a couple of hours ago. You from the insurance company?
Insurance company? No, I'm not.
O.B.'s been expecting one. That's the reason I asked. His store burned down last night. Suppose you heard about it.
Oh, yes, I did.
Imagine that's where he is now. Down at the store with the workmen boarding up the place. Why don't you try there?
Oh, thanks, but it's not really important. I'll see him in the morning.
It's 8 blocks from Willis's house along a tree-lined street, past Doc Ainsley's drugstore to the curio shop. And when you arrive there, the place is deserted. The workmen have gone. You stare at the charred remains of the building, and then turn and walk across the street to the lunch counter.
Fried too. Over easy, Sam. Evening, sir. Want to see a menu?
No, I'll just have some coffee.
Cream?
Yes, please.
Got some nice blueberry pie.
Coffee.
Okay. Be anything else for you, Sheriff?
Not a thing, Alice.
How about you, Mr. Willis?
Nope.
Willis. Your eyes move quickly along the mirror behind the counter. Settle on the round-faced little man sitting next to the sheriff. O.B. Willis, Clint. The man who says he can identify you as Doc Ainsley's killer. You turn around, your back to them. Pick up the newspaper lying on the counter.
Night, Alice. Night.
So long, fellas. And thanks.
As the door closes behind them, you breathe a sigh of relief, don't you, Clint? That was close. Too close. You look up from your newspaper, glance out the front door. They're standing there, the sheriff and Willis, talking quietly. You watch them out of the corner of your eye, your heart pounding wildly. And finally, they move away.
Your coffee, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here you are.
Ain't you going to drink your coffee?
Sorry. I just remembered a very important appointment.
You step out of the lunchroom, see Willis and the sheriff part company down the street. Moving quickly along the shadows, you hurry after the small, round-faced man, O.B. Willis, the witness, Clint. The man you know you've got to silence. You're only a half block behind him now as he makes his way along the deserted, dimly lighted street. And then he turns into the park, slumps down on a bench, lights his pipe. You circle through the trees until you're standing directly behind him. Then, clenching the heavy rock tightly in your hand, You lift it high in the air. It'll all be over in a moment, won't it, Clint? You're about to step out and smash the rock down on his head when...
Hello?
Quickly, you draw back into the shadows as you see this man approaching.
That you, O.B.?
Huh? Oh, evening, Perry.
Oh, evening.
Thought you were still in San Francisco.
Got back this afternoon. Oh, good to sit down. Been on the go all day. Say, a lot's been going on around here while I was away. Just heard about Doc.
Yeah, it's a shame. A doggone shame.
Hey, tell me you saw the killer.
That's right, Perry. Running out back of the drugstore.
Get a good look at him, did you?
I sure did. I'd recognize him anywhere. I was on my way to the fire when I saw him.
Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear about your fire, O.B. Them protection racket boys, huh?
Yeah.
Dirty skunks.
One of them called me at the house just a little before 11. Said it was too bad I hadn't joined the association, because something was going to happen to my store.
How do you like that?
That's when I ran down to the store, but I got there just a little bit too late.
You insured, ain't you?
Yes, and it's a good thing. I had a lot of money invested in that shop.
You know, O.B., I've been thinking. Maybe there's some connection with Doc's murder and the fire at your place.
How do you mean?
Well, them protection boys again. At the time some of them were setting fire to your place, maybe a couple of strong-arm boys were over at Doc's, putting the pressure on him to sign up. Maybe they pressured too hard, killed Doc accidentally.
Say, I never thought of that.
It could have happened that way, O.B. Sure could have happened. Just like that. Yes, sir.
He's right, isn't he, Clint? The blame for Doc Ainsley's death could very well be placed on the hoodlums who burned down Willis's store. And they could be blamed for killing Willis, too. It's a perfect setup, isn't it? Yes. And it makes it all so much easier for you now to kill him. You hurry to your home, slip your revolver into your pocket, and then drive back toward the home of O.B. Willis. Park in the shadows a block away. Then you walk to a spot directly across the street and wait in the dark behind a palm tree for Willis to return. After what seems hours, Willis finally appears. By the time he reaches his front door, you're right behind him.
Ooh, what are you...
Open the door. Get inside.
Wait a minute, who are you?
You heard me. Open the door. Now, inside.
Who are you? What do you want?
Don't recognize me, do you?
Well, it's so dark in here.
All right. Pull the shades down. Then we'll turn on the light. Oh, yeah, and close the windows, too. All right, now the lights. Well? Recognize me now?
No, I don't know you.
Come on, take a good look.
I'm sorry, but I never saw you before.
You're lying.
No, I swear I've never
Last night on your way to the fire, you saw me run out of the drugstore.
No, please, I didn't. Wait a minute. That gun, what are you going to do?
Can't you guess, Mr. Willis?
No, you can't. Somebody will hear you.
Not with this pillow and the windows down.
But you don't get it. If you'll just let me explain.
Sorry, Mr. Willis, but it's too late for that.
Now, here's a clue toward solving another mystery that's puzzling a lot of you. How to make today's shrinking dollars by full value. When it comes to gasoline dollars, if you want to be sure you're getting all the mileage you're paying for, naturally you want Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. But mileage, mind you, is only one of the benefits you notice when you power your car with today's Signal, the gasoline that's engineered to help your motor run more efficiently. In addition, you'll enjoy flashing pickup, smooth, purring power, the kind of going that gives you more smiles per gallon. Yes, driving pleasure and gasoline mileage are like birds of a feather. They go together. Want proof? Just try a couple of tankfuls of Signal. Let the action of your own car show you why drivers interested in economy, as well as those who insist on peak performance, are both switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's done, isn't it, Clint? O.B. Willis is dead. You've killed him. And you know who they'll blame for the murder. Yes, the same men who set fire to his store because he wouldn't join their protective association. It's as simple as that, isn't it? And you're certain that you're in the clear. You step over the limp form lying in the middle of the room and slip your gun into your pocket. You'll drive to the beach, toss it into the sea. Then the only link connecting you with the killing of O.B. Willis will be missing forever. You turn out the lights, step into the hall, open the front door, and start toward the street. And then you stop, stunned, as a car stops in front of the house. It's the sheriff's car, Clint.
Hello.
Why, Sheriff Carnes.
Who are you?
Clint Harwell. I'm a friend of O.B.'s. Just dropped by to see him. I found the door unlocked and went inside. He isn't home.
Oh?
Sheriff, do you think he could have gone back to the store?
Probably. Oh, Mr. Harwell, this is Johnny Fain, insurance adjuster from San Francisco.
Mr. Harwell, how do you do?
Mr. Fain is here to settle things with Willis.
That's right. You see, we've found the man who set the fire.
You have?
I had an eye on him since Mr. Fain's company tipped me off about him 6 months ago.
The man's a well-known arsonist. Burned down 2 other stores in 2 other cities during the past 8 years.
Wait a minute. You mean...
O.B. Willis. We're convinced he set fire to his store himself.
I don't understand. What about the men who threatened him, the protection racketeers?
Oh, it's just a gag. He's used it before, too.
But he couldn't have set the fire. No, at 11 o'clock last night...
He said he was walking past Ainsley's drugstore, saw Doc's killer. Sure, that was his alibi. That put O.B. half a mile from the fire when it started. So he wanted us to believe.
You mean he lied?
Yeah, that's right. Willis didn't see Doc's killer. He wasn't anywhere near the drugstore at 11. He was setting fire to his own curio shop.
Oh, no. It can't be.
Well, we'll go on inside and wait for Willis to show up. You'd better come in with us, Mr. Harwell. You don't mind, do you?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Many drivers, when buying gasoline, forget what a big part of the price goes for tax. In fact, in the average Western city, for every $1 you pay for gasoline itself, you pay an additional 33 cents in tax. So figure it up. The tax you pay on 3 would buy you another gallon free. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joseph Kearns, and Charlotte Lawrence. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's Strange Story. Returned with the Spray.
It was a quiet wedding in a small church in San Diego, but everyone who counted considered it the most important social event of the season. Elliot Darby, the last surviving member of one of the city's oldest families, was being united with his second cousin, Catherine Peabody. You stand at the altar, Elliot, immaculate in your striped trousers and morning coat, facing the aisle that Catherine will walk to become your bride. Inside, you feel none of the nervousness attributed to bridegrooms, only deep satisfaction with the turns of fortune. You let your eyes roam over your wedding guests, most of them family friends. And suddenly, seated only a few feet away from you, you see her face looking up at you with a mocking smile. No, it can't be. And then you feel your knees buckling.
Somebody get a doctor.
How could she be there, Elliot? Her eyes mocking you, smiling at your shock, reveling in it. It takes you back, doesn't it, Elliot? Just a few weeks ago, really. At a meeting with your lawyer when he gave you the verdict.
That's about the size of it, Elliot. You're broke. Not very pleasant, but, well, there it is.
I didn't dream it was that bad.
Well, you still have clear title on your cabin cruiser. It might bring in...
No, I won't sell the Adventurer. Dad bought that for me when I was graduated from college. All of us have been in love with that boat.
Well, it's up to you.
I don't know what to do exactly.
From where I sit, Elliot, there are only two things you can do.
What's that?
Either find some suitable work or marry, quickly and wisely.
Well, Elliot, work's out of the question. And that leaves only to marry, quickly and wisely. It's obvious, then, that you think of Catherine. Obvious, too, that her father, Thomas Peabody, managed their money far better than you have the Darbys. So you turn to Catherine, arrange dinner with her in her home a few evenings later.
Catherine, this lobster is superb.
You've been very complimentary this evening. My dress, my wine, now my lobster. I just can't help it, but your flattery always makes me suspicious.
It should. You have every reason to believe I'm after your money.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
And let's face it, it's partly true. But that's not the whole story, Kath. No, there's no point in pretending I'm hopelessly in love with you.
I know very well you're not.
But I'm not looking for that in a woman. I want someone I can be fond of and comfortable with. A stable person.
That's more or less my view.
In that case, Well, Kath, why don't we get married?
I should like to very much.
Settle then.
Don't kiss me yet, Elliot. I'd like to say something first.
Yes?
I learned very early in life that I'm not an attractive woman.
Oh, now, Kath, really.
Now, let me finish. The one thing I can always depend on is my wealth. And I intend to keep complete control of it, even after I'm married.
In other words, you're saying you don't trust me.
You nor any other male.
I suppose you plan to give me a small sum for cigarette money every week.
Now, that's unkind. I was going to appoint you manager of the Peabody department store at a good salary.
Yeah.
As for all your other faults, Elliot, you have a very good mind. Special talent for order and detail. A man of habit. Let's see. It's Wednesday evening. That means billiards at your club, promptly at 8:30.
Why, yes, that's right.
And I dare say you still take your boat, the Adventurer, on an afternoon cruise every Sunday?
Yes, I do, religiously. You're a wonder, Kath. You really do know me, don't you?
Later, when you leave her, you go to your club, but only for a while. Then you get in your car, drive around. And the more you think about it, the madder you get. If you marry Catherine, you'll become another of her possessions, her errand boy. You have to think, Elliot. You stop at a bar on the outskirts of town, and you do think and drink for a long time. You ignore the talkative bartender. You ignore everything.
Are you really as far away as you look?
Huh? No. No, not really.
That's good. Come on, let's talk. People call me Yvette.
People are lucky. My name is Edward. Edward Duncan.
Hello, Ed. Now, first we'll talk about you, and then we'll talk about me.
Oh, no. You have to start off first.
Well, there's nothing much to tell about me. I'm just a small-town girl looking for a job, some friends. Nice friends.
Think you found a nice friend?
I think so.
Good. You sold on this bar?
Not particularly.
Well, let's get out of here, huh? There are a lot of other places. We'll do them all. Sound like fun?
Sounds wonderful, darling.
And that's all you remember, Elliot, until the bright midday sun awakes you. It's quite a shock to find yourself sprawled on the deck of your cruiser, the Adventurer, tied to the dock. You shade your eyes from the sun, look about you, and try to remember what happened, how you got here. With effort, you get up, stumble to the rail, and squint out at the dock. And then you see her, and suddenly you remember Yvette.
Hey, wake up. Pipe me aboard.
Of course. Of course.
Well, you don't look so bad. I guess the driver took pretty good care of you after all.
Yes. Driver?
Taxi driver. He could carry you. I couldn't.
Oh. I'm sorry I was so much trouble. How about a cruise? A short one this time.
Fine. That's all you have time for.
The sea air might clear your head, Elliot. You untie the mooring line, start the engine, and guide the Adventurer effortlessly out of the harbor toward the sea. No other craft in sight. It's a beautiful day for a cruise, but you see very little beauty in it.
Sorry I gave you a bad time last night. I didn't mean to get out of hand.
Oh, that's all right. You'll have lots of time to make up for it.
Yes, of course.
You don't remember, do you?
Taxi driver? No, I'm afraid.
No. I mean, you don't remember that we got married, do you?
Married? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I have the marriage certificate here, if you'd care to look at it, darling.
You stare at the marriage certificate Yvette holds out to you. So that's what happened, Elliot. You and Yvette were married last night, and you don't remember, do you? But she proceeds to fill in the details. You were married at 3 o'clock in the morning, a small town over the border. Then on the way back, the taxi Yvette hailed after she made you park the car because you couldn't drive. The driver who took her back to her hotel brought you to the Adventurer. Now you really have something to think about. You followed part of your lawyer's advice. You've married quickly, Elliot. But how wisely. Your eyes wander over the marriage certificate again, and suddenly the name Edward Duncan leaps out at you. You married her under an assumed name, didn't you, Elliot? And Yvette doesn't know who you really are.
Now, look, Yvette, you've got yourself a bad deal, I'm afraid.
Really?
You're married to a man named Edward Duncan.
Oh, that's the name you used, yes, but you're really Elliot Darby.
What?
Your wallet fell out of your pocket in the cab last night.
Oh.
Mrs. Elliot Darby. I like that. I like that much better than Mrs. Edward Duncan.
But the certificate...
The name on the certificate isn't important.
I can round up several witnesses, the justice of the peace, the cab driver. They'll identify you as the man I married. That's all that matters, Elliot, darling.
Now, see here. It can't be, Yvette. I'm broke. Well, it just can't be, that's all. In the long run, it'd be much better for both of us if we got an annulment.
Would it?
I know it would. Since we both want to keep the whole thing quiet,
Who wants to keep the whole thing quiet? I'm not ashamed of anything I did. I've tried to be nice about this, but since you want to brush me
That's
off...
not the way to take it.
That's the way I'm taking it, Mr. Darby. And don't think the newspapers aren't going to hear about this. And don't think my lawyer isn't going to find out just how broke you are.
Now you're in real trouble, Elliot. If this ever hits the papers, you're ruined, and Catherine will never consider marrying you after this. Your ordered, efficient mind goes to work. And after a time, you reach a decision you feel is the only one you can reach. You slow the engine to an idle and go forward to Yvette staring out to sea.
Yvette.
Leave me alone.
No, I've been thinking it over, Yvette. I'm willing to give the marriage a try. If you want to.
I'll bet you are.
No, I mean it. I have a hunch it'll work. Come here.
Oh, Elliot,
We're going to have a wonderful life together, Yvette.
I hope so. Elliot, don't hold me so tight. You're pushing me over. Elliot, stop. Elliot, please.
There wasn't a boat in sight when you pushed her overboard. You turned for the shore and set the engine full speed ahead. It's over, Elliot. All over for Yvette. The next few days, you nervously search every edition of the newspapers, but there's no mention of her death. You feel better. Even if the body is discovered now, you're certain it will be beyond identification. And you're confident there's no way of tracing the death to you. You'd been married to Yvette in Mexico under an assumed name. So you're in the clear, Elliot. You're sure of it. Now you can go ahead with your marriage with Catherine. A quick marriage on her terms. And then at the wedding... The shock of seeing Yvette there in the church was more than you could stand, wasn't it, Elliot? And you fainted. Now, as you return to consciousness, a doctor bends over you. You sit up with a start and quickly look for Yvette's face. The seat where you saw her is empty. Your head clears, and you're sure now it was only a momentary hallucination.
Do you feel better now, Mr. Darby?
Yes, I'm all right, Doctor. I'm sorry, Kath.
Now, don't worry about it, Miss Peabody. Just a case of nervous exhaustion.
Are you sure that's all it is?
Oh, yes. After all, Miss Peabody, you must remember marriage is a nerve-wracking experience for a man.
I don't know. How do you feel, Elliot? Are you well enough to go on with the wedding?
Of course, darling. I'm ready and eager for the wedding.
Coming May 1st. It's just 1 week away, friends. Yes, 1st of May is opening day for the big $10,000 Signal gasoline contest with 200 valuable awards. Imagine you behind the wheel of first prize, a Buick Super, in the dashing new Riviera model, swank as a convertible, safe as a closed car.
Coming May 1st.
Wonderful, wonderful prizes. 6 Packard Bell television sets with latest type black picture tube. Both table models and Packard Bell's unique Telecaster consoles that roll at mere fingertip touch to most convenient viewing angles. Then there's O'Keefe and Merritt's finest gas range with vanishing shelf and Grill-O-Vator broiler. Also 10 vacuum cleaners and 50 pop-up toasters by Westinghouse. And you can be sure if it's Westinghouse. Yes, there are 200 really worthwhile awards in the big Signal contest.
Coming May 1st.
Best of all, in this Signal contest, you don't have to buy anything. There are no box tops to send in, no tickets to save. So be sure to keep tuned to the Whistler for more details about the big, exciting $10,000 Signal gasoline contest coming May 1st.
After the honeymoon, you find married life rather pleasant, don't you, Elliot? Yes, you learn to accept Catherine's domination. Laugh off the occasional digs about it from your friends at the club. What pleases you most is your new job as manager of the Peabody department store. You like to run things with precision and efficiency. Yes. And everything is humming along smoothly until one afternoon several weeks after your marriage. Your secretary informs you there's a visitor in your outer office.
Mrs. Duncan to see you, sir.
Miss Evans, you know I don't accept outside appointments in the afternoon unless I... Who'd you say?
Mrs. Duncan. Mrs. Edward Duncan.
Oh, no, it can't be. Miss Evans, I don't want to see anyone. You tell her
Just
that
a
I...
minute, Mrs. Duncan. Wait, you can't go in. Hello, darling.
Yvette.
Well, here I am, returned with the spray.
How did you get back? There wasn't a ship or a sail in sight.
One thing you didn't notice. There was a buoy floating 200 yards away.
Oh, boy.
I hung on to it for 2 hours before a fishing boat picked me up.
I suppose you got me just where you want me, huh?
What do you think?
What are you going to do?
Besides ruin your name and marriage? Oh, I could have you thrown in jail for bigamy and attempted murder.
These matters might be a little more difficult to prove than you imagine, Yvette.
Not when I know where I can locate a few fishermen, a bartender, and the man who married us.
All right. How much do you want?
25,000.
25,000. I don't have that kind of money.
You married millions, darling. Or did you forget I was at your wedding?
Unfortunately, Catherine makes a careful distinction between her husband and her banker.
With you around, I don't blame her. But you'll get it for me, won't you, Elliot?
How?
That, I'm afraid, is your problem. I get the money or the satisfaction of seeing you thrown into jail.
Now, Yvette, if you listen to reason, I'm sure we can work something out.
Make it good, darling.
I'll give you a position here at the store. It'll be money coming in, just like an annuity.
A job?
The best in the store. I'll make you a buyer. Women's ready to wear.
Oh, a buyer. Well, you know, I think I'd like that. How much does it pay?
100 a week?
Make it 2.
All right.
50.
Now, look, Yvette, you can't...
250 a week.
All right.
Then it's settled. You can put me on the payroll as of right now. Hubby, dear.
It was a way out, wasn't it, Elliot? A way to buy off Yvette, the girl you thought you'd murdered after your marriage to her in Mexico. Now you're going to be very careful to conceal your new employee from your wife, Catherine. Catherine is always rather finicky about checking into new people at the store, particularly those in important positions. And so you bury Yvette's name in the company books, and no one pays any attention to it. And then one afternoon, Catherine decides to make a routine inspection of the store.
You're doing a very good job, Elliot. Those new window displays are in excellent taste.
Well, thank you, my dear.
By the way, Elliot, I was speaking with Mrs. Cunningham on the second floor a while ago.
Mrs. Cunningham. Oh, women's ready to wear. Huh?
Yeah, she tells me that one of our new buyers sent us 50 suits that are just not saleable. Not to our clientele.
A new buyer?
Yes, Mrs. Edward Duncan. Who is she? What's her background, and why didn't you tell me you'd hired her?
Well, I'm sure I mentioned it, Catherine.
I'm sure you did not.
Well, it must have slipped my mind then. Come along, dear. We'd better step lively if we're going to get to that color television demonstration.
Mrs. Darby.
What? Oh, Miss Evans, yes, what is it?
Mrs. Cunningham wanted me to tell you. She's waiting for you in the office. Mrs. Duncan is with her.
Thank you.
Catherine, what's this all about?
Well, I've arranged a little meeting, Elliot. You run along to the demonstration. I want to have a little talk with this Mrs. Duncan.
Well, Elliot, I finally met your other wife. That was quite a session we had in Mrs. Cunningham's office.
Yes.
Talk about third degree. That wife of yours is an expert. Well, that's that.
She fired you?
That's right. What are you going to do about it?
Well, what can I do? Nothing.
I want $25,000, Elliot.
How do you expect me to get it? I told you I
don't
haven't done
care.
it.
You can tell your wife the truth. Maybe she thinks you're worth your weight in gold, but if I don't hear from you by tomorrow, I'm going to the police.
You spend a nervous, sleepless night, don't you, Elliot? Eliminating plan after plan, until one key idea keeps repeating itself to you: accidental death. Yes. It has to be something the police will consider a cut-and-dried case of accidental death, not worth any serious investigation. Finally, you work out a detailed and foolproof plan. And the next day, Saturday, you phone Yvette from your office.
You'll have the money?
Yes. You meet me at the Beach Cafe tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. It's about 15 miles out of town on the Coast Highway. Left-hand side of the road, and you can't miss.
All right, Elliot, but I don't see why you can't bring the money here to my
Oh,
apartment.
please, Yvette, I don't want to take any chance of Catherine.
Oh, you are frightened to death of her, aren't you? All right. Tomorrow night, Beach Cafe, 8 o'clock.
Sunday. It's a beautiful day for a cruise, isn't it, Elliot? And that afternoon, you board the Adventurer and set out to sea. You carefully follow the coast for 15 miles, anchor and row ashore in the dinghy. A few minutes before 8, you're standing in the shadows not far from the Beach Cafe, waiting patiently for Yvette to drive up. The money you borrowed from the office safe is tucked away in your inside coat pocket. Time is important, isn't it, Elliot? And you're worried. And finally, you see her car drive up. And as the headlights pick you up out of the shadows, you wave to her.
Well, what are you hiding out here for?
Well, I'd rather not be seen, if you don't mind.
All right, get in. You brought the money?
Yes, here it is. You can count it.
I don't have to. I know where I can always find you.
Of course. Well, what do you plan to do with yourself now that you've made a small fortune?
Oh, take a nice vacation. Then I think I'll shed my past. Divorce one Edward Duncan. You won't mind that, will you, Edward?
No. Ah, right on time.
What is?
The train.
So what?
So this.
Your fist catches her on the point of the jaw, and she slumps down in the seat. Quickly, you shove her out of the way and slide in behind the wheel. You turn off the highway into a side road and drive until you come to an unguarded railroad crossing and stop the car on the tracks. You push Yvette back into the driver's seat and then grab the envelope with the $25,000 in it and start running down the road. When you're sure you won't be seen, you stop and turn and watch the train round the curve and bear down on the stalled car.
Goodbye, Yvette. This time, you won't be coming back.
Prizes, prizes, prizes. So many prizes, I could use this whole program just to describe the wonderful things you can win in Signal's thrilling $10,000 contest.
Coming May 1st.
Second prize, for instance, is an Apex complete automatic laundry with 3 work-saving units. Apex automatic washer, Apex automatic dryer, Apex sit-down ironer. Then there's a Frigidaire Deluxe refrigerator with new humid air cold wall cooling. Frigidaire home freezer. Frigidaire electric range with the biggest oven of any household range. 5 solid gold case wristwatches by Helbros with 17 jewel movement. 5 makeup cases from Halliburton's famous line of featherweight aluminum luggage, filled with exquisite cosmetics by Anatole Robbins of Hollywood. 10 Packard Bell radios, and 3 O'Keefe and Merritt gas ranges. These and dozens of other valuable awards mean you simply can't afford to miss the Signal gasoline contest.
Coming May 1st.
So be sure to listen to The Whistler next Sunday for complete details and suggestions to help you win one of the 200 valuable prizes in Signal's big $10,000 contest, coming May 1st.
It's over, isn't it, Elliot? Yvette is out of the way now for good, and you're safe. You row back to the Adventurer, take a leisurely cruise, and the following morning, as you always do on Monday mornings, you dock at precisely 8 o'clock. Now you've only to drive back to the store, replace the $25,000 in the safe, and no one will ever know. You hurry off the boat and head for the parking lot. And as you do, you see a police car parked nearby. A police captain steps out of it as he sees you, and he walks forward.
Mr. Darby?
Why, yes.
I'm Captain Cannon. Your wife told us you'd be out here.
What's the matter?
One of your employees was killed in a train crossing accident last night. A woman named Yvette Duncan.
Oh, terrible.
Your wife told us you had hired Mrs. Duncan. Might be able to give us some information on it.
Well, I'll help in any way I can, of course.
And we'd like to check the personnel records at the store, too.
The record?
Yes. Her application blank for one thing. We have to notify her husband or her parents.
Oh. Well, I think you'll have better luck reaching her parents. She told me her husband had deserted her some time ago. He seems to have disappeared.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, thanks. That'll save us some trouble.
Captain,
Yes?
this accident, where did it happen?
About a mile out of Crescent Cove. Her car was stalled in the train tracks.
Killed instantly, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, this your car?
Yes.
Do you mind if I drive to the store with you, Mr. Darby? You can tell me what you know about Mrs. Duncan on the way.
Of course I don't mind. Just a moment, I'll unlock it. I can't seem to open the door. Oh, these aren't my keys.
Aren't they?
My wife's probably mine here somewhere.
Mind if I see those keys, Mr. Darby?
I know, but
Oh, thanks. The identification tag here shows license number 8Y5361.
So what?
That's the license number of the car Yvette Duncan was killed in. We've been looking for these keys, Darby, ever since we discovered that the ignition was turned off and the keys were missing from Yvette Duncan's wrecked car.
No.
I guess it's almost second nature to turn the motor off and slip the keys in your pocket when you stop a car. Isn't it, Mr. Darby?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. And don't forget, if you'd like to win a new Buick, Apex automatic laundry, Packard Bell television set, Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range, or home freezer, be sure to listen to The Whistler next Sunday for complete details about the big $10,000 Signal gasoline contest coming May 1st.
Coming May 1st. Coming May 1st.
Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Hans Conried, Mary Jane Croft, and Mary Lansing. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Meyer Dolinsky, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Solid Citizens.
Harry Cummings stood at the window of the general store he'd inherited from his father, along with the goodwill the senior Cummings had built in the small fishing village of Bayville. Harry's eyes followed the tiny wisps of fog sweep in before the approaching darkness. He smugly watched the fishing boats as they moved slowly out to sea. Boats that were manned by people who looked up to Harry, respected him. Harry Cummings had used the well-earned reputation of his father to cover up his own lack of character, and gloated secretly that he'd successfully fooled his fellow townsmen, who looked upon him as an up-and-coming man. But he wasn't satisfied. For the one thing he wanted most of all, the one thing he'd plotted, schemed for, was still out of reach, and had been for years. He set his jaw, turned from the window, and walked behind the store counter. It was odd, he thought, that time had not eased his longing for her, that each spring increased this longing, had made him more determined than ever to win the woman he'd lost to another, and he was ready to go to any length to bring this about. Then, as he prepared to close the store for the night, he heard the front door open, and she walked in.
Well. Evening, Sarah.
Hello, Harry.
You're getting to be quite a stranger.
I've been rather busy.
Yeah, sure.
Harry, this bill came this morning. Is it correct? $345?
Must be, Sarah. Nat's been handling my books for years. Hasn't made a mistake yet.
I just thought that Jeff had paid something on it last month. He told me he would.
Oh, don't worry. Jeff will take care of it soon, I'm sure. Well, the tuna runs in. Yeah, heavier than it's been in years. Why, Jeff's probably out there right now.
No, he's been drinking again. He and that Frenchy Tobias. I don't know what's come over him, Harry. He's changed so. What's Frenchy? He's just no good for Jeff.
Oh, no, Sarah.
I'm sorry. Just that I'm so upset with this bill and...
Yeah, I understand. And I don't want you to think about it anymore. I can wait, Sarah. I'm used to it.
You've been very kind, Harry.
You know how I feel, Sarah. How I've always felt about you. Maybe I've just been kidding myself, but somehow I know there's a chance for us yet.
No, Harry, no. I belong to Jeff. He loves me, and I've got to...
But you don't love him.
Don't say things like that, Harry, please.
All right. All right, Sarah.
I think I'd better go now. I have to stop by the cafe and see Mr. Loomis. You could put in a good word for me there, Harry.
What?
I've been thinking I want to earn some money. I've never done anything but keep house, but I know I could learn to wait on tables.
Well, that's pretty tiring work, Sarah. Now, look, I could use some help here at the store.
Oh, no. I don't think that would be right, Harry.
Well, I'll tell you what, then. I'll talk to Jeff about the bill tonight, right away.
Oh, no, you mustn't. He'd be angry if he knew I came to
Oh,
him.
no, he won't, believe me. Hey, maybe I can do something to straighten him out. After all, Jeff and I used to be pretty good friends.
Very kind of you, but I don't think it would do.
Well, let me give it a try. If it doesn't work, then we'll talk about a job.
All right. Good night, Harry.
Yes, Harry. You're going to have a talk with Jeff for her sake, and for his, too. That's what Sarah thinks. A noble gesture, isn't it? But you meant every word when you said you'd do anything for her. Yes, anything. Even though the law says she belongs to another man. You know you're smart enough to change all that. And it will happen sooner or later. And one day she'll be Mrs. Harry Cummings. Moments after she's gone, you close the store, throw on your top coat against the chill of the wetting fog, walk 2 sand-gritted blocks to the wooden dock. You can hear the easy slap of the bay against Jeff's fissure, the throaty blast of a steamer beyond the bay's mouth. You climb aboard the small boat and make your way along the cluttered deck, and then stop before the cabin door. Frenchy Tobias stands before you. Over his shoulder, you can see Jeff Lancaster sitting at the table, a whiskey bottle within easy reach. He looks at you sullenly over a deck of cards he's shuffling.
Well, Mr. Cummings, huh? Glad to have you aboard.
Evening, Jeff.
Frenchie, a chair for Mr. Cummings.
Yeah, sure.
So what brings you around?
Your bill, Jeff. It's getting pretty steep. I was wondering if you'd be able to pay something on it before long.
Don't get impatient. Pay off as soon as I get a good haul.
You'll never get it anchored here in port.
Now, look, solid citizen, I don't need you telling me when to fish. Get lost. Pull up anchor.
We aren't going out tonight, are we, Jeff? The boys are expecting you at Joe's place.
Fog's so thick now you wouldn't get out anyway.
Fog don't stop me. Never has yet. Well, I can send this boat 3 miles out without even touching the wheel.
Taking quite a chance, aren't you?
Not me. I know this channel like my hand. Come here, I'll show you. I set the wheel like this and jam it with this chunk of wood. With it tied the way it is, she's headed seaward. I could start her up, put her in gear. I've done it too, haven't I, Frankie?
Yeah, sure, Jeff, but the boys are expecting you.
Go on over and tell the boys I can't make it. I'll warm her up.
Okay, I'm going.
And hurry back, we're sailing out.
You're alone with Jeff now, Harry. Watch him as he staggers back to the table, drops into the chair. He picks up the cards, shuffles them, then looks up at you and grins. His eyes are half closed, fighting off sleep.
Sit down, Harry. Oh, come on, sit down. Let me buy you a drink. Huh?
Thanks, Jeff.
That's right. You don't taste, do you?
Hey, look, Jeff, you're out on your feet. Better turn off that motor and get to bed.
I'm all right. I'll just grab a few winks until Frenchie gets back. And then we're pulling off.
Jeff, you're in no condition.
Get lost. Will you get lost? I'm going to take a nap.
You watch him slump face down on the table. Your eyes swing around the cabin to the controls. You stare at the wheel jammed with a block of wood. And then suddenly the thought hits you. The sound of the motor begins to pound into your brain, and Jeff's words come back to you.
I set the wheel like this. Jam it with this block of wood. I was just tied the way it is. She's headed seaward. I could start her up, put her in gear.
You look back at Jeff, sound asleep. Then slowly you walk over to him and stand there for a moment. Then you reach over to the shelf behind him, and your hand closes around a heavy monkey wrench.
No use hurrying, Frenchie.
Oh, it's you.
You're too late.
What?
Well, you know how Jeff is when he's drunk. I couldn't talk him out of going. He decided not to wait. He sailed without you.
He's just gone.
That's right. He's gone.
With the prologue of Solid Citizen, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Of course, you carry a road map in your car, but how old is it? When was it printed? Does it have all the latest road changes and conditions in it? You can be sure that yours has if you'll stop by the nearest Signal service station and replace your antiquated model with one of Signal's brand new road maps. They're just off the press. So, of course, these new Signal maps have the very latest road information. But in addition, they include many more helpful extras to make motoring more fun. A radio log, for instance, to tell you where to tune in your favorite programs while you're traveling. Plus a guide to interesting places to visit, a Western States mileage chart, and enlarged sections of metropolitan areas. What's more,
Although these new signal maps are large in size for easy reading, they have the improved accordion fold, so they'll be equally easy to handle. Get one, and you'll agree Signal really goes all out to give you the best. That goes for a free Signal map, as well as for a tank full of Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
You've schemed, plotted many things, but the thought of murder had never occurred to you before, had it, Harry? Then suddenly it was there, as you stood over the sleeping Jeff Lancaster in the cabin of his small fishing boat. In a moment of swift decision, you found the solution to your problem, and it was all so simple. As you watched Jeff's boat move smoothly into the fog, disappear, you knew exactly what would happen. It would move straight out to sea for several miles. Then, caught in the racing current, it would swerve, drift into the Devil's Grotto 5 miles down the coast. And then it would crack to pieces on the rocks lining the shore. With Jeff dead, nothing could stand between you and Sarah. You wait anxiously in the days that follow for news of the tragedy to reach the village. On the street, in your store, in the Starfish Cafe, the talk is all about Jeff.
Say, Mr. Cummings, I understand you were the last one to see Jeff that night.
That's right. Yes, I was. Tried to talk him out of sailing, but he'd been drinking. Wouldn't listen.
You find yourself repeating the lie over and over. And they believe you, don't they, Harry? Yes, you're Harry Cummings. Solid citizen, well-liked, respected. Why shouldn't they believe you? And then early on the morning of the 4th day, the news finally comes. Jeff's boat has been found, and you phoned Sarah.
Yes, Harry, I heard about it a few minutes ago. The sheriff came by. He and some of his men were headed for the grotto. I wanted to go, but...
Oh, no, it's too much for you, Sarah.
But if Jeff's alive, hurt...
Look, let me go for you. I'll start right now. You stay home and rest. I'll do all I can.
Three-quarters of an hour later, you park your car high on the cliffs overlooking the treacherous grotto. Below you, a rock-torn gash in her hull, Jeff's boat lies on a spot of sand beached by low tide. There are several men standing around the battered fissure, among them Sheriff Tanner. You make your way down over the jagged rocks and approach the sober-faced group.
Hello, Sheriff. Boys.
Oh, morning, Mr. Cummings. Morning, Harry. Well, you came down the hard way. Easier path just north of here.
Well, Sarah, Mrs. Lancaster asked me to check. Naturally, she's not feeling well.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, did you find...
No, he's not around. Washed overboard, I guess.
Oh, I see.
Funny thing, though, the way the wheel is set in place with a block of wood.
Oh, quite a few fishermen use that trick, Sheriff. Holds the rudder in place while they work with their line.
That's right. Jeff used to set it that way. Let the boat steer itself through the bay. Made sort of a game of it.
Well, looks like he played his last game.
I wouldn't be too sure about that. After all, the rubber life raft is missing. You know, Jeff could be on that.
What?
No, I don't think so. Coast Guard's been on the lookout. They'd have found him.
Maybe. But he could have been picked up by another boat, you know.
It's days later, and they still haven't found the body, have they, Harry? It bothers you, doesn't it? But you have other things to think of. Yes. Things like the accusations made by Frenchie Tobias to the sheriff.
Frenchie here has been doing some crazy talking, Harry. I figured he ought to say it straight out to you. We could clear it up quick.
Certainly, Sheriff.
Go ahead, Frenchie.
Well, when I left the boat that night, Jeff was awfully drunk. He set the wheel with that chunk of wood, just like it was when the boat was wrecked. Mr. Cummings here heard him say that the boat could go out all by itself.
Yes, I believe I did.
The way the boat headed straight back for the Devil's Grotto, it looks just like it bore out and drifted back. Exactly how it'd be if no one touched the wheel.
So?
So I think that you put the boat in gear, Mr. Cummings. Cut her loose and let her go. I think maybe Jeff passed out. Or you hit him on the head with something.
I see.
Now, you understand, Harry. Frenchie has lost his best friend. He's not thinking straight.
Yes, I understand, Sheriff. Look, Frenchie, you realize, of course, I had no reason to murder Jeff Lancaster?
You used to be in love with his wife.
What? Yes, that's true. But everyone knows that. I still think a great deal of Sarah. But to say I murdered her husband, well, it's simply fantastic, that's all.
That's my feelings, too, Harry. Frenchie is going to have to take the loss of his friend like a man. Keep his fancies to himself.
No, I figured no one would even listen to me.
You'd be believed if you had any proof. But you can't just say, I think, or I believe and be heard. Don't you see?
Yes, I see. That ever since I was a kid and kicked around by my people, I never had a chance till Jeff took me in.
Jeff certainly had his good points.
He gave me a job, treated me human. I hate this town. If I had the money, I'd leave.
Now cut that stuff out.
Easy, Sheriff. Like you said, he's lost a friend, a good one. And we must understand. He needs help. And I'm willing to lend a hand. Frenchie, look, I'm buying a fishing boat. You're not only going to work on it, you're running it.
Huh? Oh, you're making fun of me.
No, I mean it.
Harry is making you a most generous offer, Frenchie.
Why, I guess so. Yeah. Oh, why am I always so wrong?
Well, now, how about it? Are we partners?
Well, I guess so. Sure.
Well, you might thank him.
But thanks. Thanks, Mr. Cummings, very much. I'll see you later.
It was uncomfortably close, wasn't it, Harry? And now you have to buy a second-hand fishing boat and turn it over to Frenchie. But it's worth it, isn't it? Because you can stop worrying about him. Your action not only turns his anger into gratitude, it makes you a generous man in the admiring eyes of the town.
Frenchie came in with his third load of tuna today, Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched him unload. Say, he's so proud of himself in that boat that he hasn't even hired a helper. Does all the work himself.
He'll turn out fine, Sheriff. You'll see.
Sure. Thanks to you, Harry.
It's been 3 weeks since Jeff's broken boat was found in Devil's Grotto. You gambled with murder, Harry. And now that Sarah's working for you at the store, you feel that you've won. You decide that it's time to start forming Sarah's thoughts your way. You've been very patient with her up to now, haven't you? Very patient. Then one evening, as you call on her at her house, you notice Sarah seems disturbed.
Oh, it's nothing really, Harry. I'm real jumpy, I guess. Frenchie stopped me on my way home from work.
Oh?
He said, "You're working for Harry Cummings now," and I said yes. And he said, "Don't ever forget Jeff may still be alive, Sarah. He could have been afloat in a life raft and then picked up by a freighter and taken to a far port." And he just walked on. Harry, do you think that might have happened?
That Jeff may still be alive somewhere?
Yes.
It's highly unlikely, Sarah. I wouldn't listen to Frenchie.
Oh, I'll try not to, Harry. I'm so grateful you gave me a job. I'm going to pay all the Lancaster debts. I just won't feel right till I do.
I wish you wouldn't work so hard, though. Well, you work harder than anyone else in the store.
It's good for me. And makes me forget things.
I could make you forget everything, Sarah. If you'd only let me. Look, Sarah,
Oh, I know. Please, Harry. We must wait.
Wait, Harry, wait. The word becomes one that you detest, doesn't it? And as days pass into weeks and weeks into months, it's still the same. Wait.
Wait. Sarah, how long must we wait to start living? It's been 6 months. Oh, why don't you marry me now?
Oh, it's still too soon. People would say that... Oh, really, Harry, there is another reason. It's the thought that Jeff might still be alive somewhere, as Frenchie says.
As Frenchie says. Sarah, you'd have heard from Jeff by now.
Oh, I tell myself that, too, but every time Frenchie sees me, he stops and talks about Jeff. Why, only this evening he said it was Jeff who taught him all he knew about fishing. Frenchie was very fond of Jeff.
I'll tell him to leave you alone.
Please don't scold him. He doesn't mean any harm.
He's harming you. He worries you.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He reminds me of Jeff, yes, but I suppose I think of him anyway. More coffee, Harry?
Frenchie's ruining everything, isn't he, Harry? Jeff's devoted friend. And you can't stand it much longer. The waiting must stop. And walking home that night, you know there's really only one way. It's been the answer before, hasn't it, Harry? You decide that it must serve you again. You walk past your own place that night, thinking it all out, step by step, discarding one method for another. And then, quite suddenly, you have it. And it's simple, isn't it? All you have to do is make sure of one thing. You do the very next day.
Frenchie? Oh, Frenchie.
Yeah? Oh, Mr. Cummings.
Hello there. How was it today?
Oh, fair catch, Mr. Cummings, but I came in early.
Oh? You, going out tonight?
That's right.
You're a hard worker, Frenchie. Best fisherman on the dock. Almost as good as Jeff Lancaster.
Nobody's as good as Jeff Lancaster.
He was a good teacher, wasn't he?
Jeff? He taught me all I know.
Yeah, sure he did. Say, you use the same method, don't you? Even the block of wood on the wheel and all that.
Oh, that's a good idea. A man can run his boat and get some rest, too.
Yeah, I suppose so. And speaking of rest, Frenchie, you better get some for tonight.
Well, I was just going up to my room, Mr. Cummings, making sure the boat was ready, that's all. Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, sure, Frenchie. Sure you will.
The dock is deserted when you return that night. You've timed it so that you'll arrive a little before Frenchie does, because you've something to take care of. It doesn't take long, does it, Harry? A few sturdy blows with a heavy wrench, and you manage to loosen the sea cocks in the forward part of the boat. Not much. Just enough to let the water begin to seep into the hold. In an hour or so, the sea will accomplish the rest, won't it? Frenchie will go down with the boat, and the last threat to your happiness will be removed. Frenchie, the stupid, devoted friend who won't stop reminding Sarah that Jeff may be alive. A few minutes later, he comes onto the dock.
Hello. Hello there. Somebody on board?
Yeah, it's me, Frenchie.
Oh, Mr. Cummings.
I wanted to see you off on your trip.
See me off? Oh, now look, Mr. Cummings, you didn't have to do that. This trip's no different than a dozen others I've made. You didn't have to come down and...
Oh, you're wrong, Frenchie. I did have to come down. This trip is different.
Mr. Cummings, I don't understand.
Well, you will, partner. Come on, come aboard. We'll talk it over.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. But now, for just a moment, suppose this were a quiz program. What would your answer be if you were asked the question, what gasoline is famous as the Go Farther gasoline? Well, of course, everyone knows that Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. But suppose the next question was, what makes Signal gasoline give such good mileage? Well, an engineer might answer that question by saying, other things being equal, gasoline mileage is in direct ratio to the efficiency of engine operation. Or, translated into simpler language, today's Signal gasoline gives you such good mileage because it helps your engine run more efficiently. That's the important answer to remember. Because when your engine runs more efficiently, you also enjoy faster pickup and smoother power, more of the things that make driving more fun. That's why, whether you're a driver who wants economy or one who demands performance, the answer is the same. You find both in Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's almost over, Harry. You have the monkey wrench in readiness, the same one you used to knock the sea cocks loose. And you know that at this moment, water is already seeping into the forward hold. You're both in the cabin now, and you have only to knock Frenchie out and send the little boat out to sea. Anyway, in an hour or less, there will be enough seawater in the hold to sink her deep. And then suddenly Frenchie has something to say, something that surprises you.
I don't know how you found out, Mr. Cummings. You seem to figure these things... Anyway, you're right. This was to be a different trip.
What do you mean, Frenchy?
Well, I plan to run away.
Steal the boat?
Oh, no, I'd have sent it back somehow, but I wanted to leave this town, Mr. Cummings. Get away, go places where I'm not always reminded of Jeff.
You're a good friend.
Yeah. You've been a friend, too. Only I haven't, been very grateful, I guess.
Oh, you've been all right, Frenchy. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. You were trying to help me. And all the time I hated you. Thought things about you.
Well, never mind that now, Frenchy.
But I do mind. Jeff would mind, too. He wants Sarah to be happy with you or somebody. So I'm going away, Mr. Cummings.
Now, wait a minute.
Sure, I know you want to stop me because you're kind and good. Well, you're not going to stop me, Mr. Cummings. Forgive me for this, but I'm not going to ruin your happiness anymore.
Forgive you for what, Frenchy? I
For
don't...
this! I'm sorry, Mr. Cummings. Honest, I am. I didn't want to knock you out, much less tie you up. But I knew you'd talk me out of leaving if I didn't. That's the way you are. Always trying to help somebody. And I'm not worth helping you. You stay here. On the boat! It's really yours anyway. By the time you wake up, I'll be gone and out of your way. Goodbye, Mr. Cummings. I hope you and Sarah will be very happy together.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure. Drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Joseph Kearns, Sarah Selby, and Ross Forrester. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Leona Shirley, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. What makes a murderer?
Murder is a peculiar affair. It's the darkest, most despicable of all crimes. Yet it strikes most frequently among the ranks of people who have never transgressed before. Yes, all it needs in many cases is the right pressure, the right set of circumstances, the right opportunity, and an otherwise respectable member of the community becomes a killer. If you'd tried to explain that to Arthur Winslow, he wouldn't have understood. For Arthur was respectable, solid, exactly like 100 other respectable, solid Jersey commuters. His life was a pretty drab affair. Yes, including the dull days at the office. J.C. Wells and Company, investment brokers.
United Wire, 7 1/8, no change.
7 1/8, no change.
Universal Automatic, 39 1/8, off 1/8.
Universal Automatic, 39 1/8, off 1/8.
Vulcan Steel, 77 up 1.
77 up 1. Oh, we better leave it there, Arthur. 5 o'clock. Got to make that 5:19.
Why?
Why?
Yeah. Why do we have to make the 5:19, Stanley?
Well, why, because we always do.
You think that's a good reason?
What?
I mean, do you think because we've always made the 5:19, we ought to keep on making it the rest of our lives?
Is something wrong, Arthur?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I've been thinking, Stanley. For 10 years now, you and I have been analyzing investment securities 8 hours a day, catching the 5:19 every night, arriving home in East Orange promptly at 6:22, kissing our wives at approximately 6:50, eating dinner at exactly 7, reading the evening paper, and going to bed. It's a little like death, isn't it, Stanley?
What in the world has gotten into you, Arthur?
I've got a book here. Take a look.
A novel.
You got me thinking.
Moon and Sixpence.
Yes, it's about a man like us, Stanley. A man who got fed up with the 5:19 and dished the whole works.
What did he do?
Took a chance, walked out, just picked up his hat and went off to the South Seas.
He just up and left his family?
They preferred the 5:19.
Well, I certainly can't say that I approve.
Oh, I didn't think you would. Well, you'd better hurry along, Stanley, or you'll miss your train.
What about you?
Tonight, just for a change, I believe I'll catch the 5:55.
Just for a change, Arthur, after 10 years, you walk slowly down Broad Street, deliberately casual, noticing the swarms of hurrying commuters objectively, as if for the first time. It's pleasant strolling along like this, taking your time, stopping to look in a window now and then. And finally you find yourself in front of Mac's Bar. It isn't often you have the time to drop in for a short one, is it, Arthur? Why not? Why not, indeed?
Excuse me, just... Well, hello, Mr. Winslow.
Oh, hello,
Benny.
Oh, of course. You run the elevator in the Majestic.
That's right. Here, Mr. Winslow. Sit yourself down right here by your drink.
Well,
come on. Little Benny's in the chips. I'm fat. I finally knocked over Gus in the back room there.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, sure. I guess you ain't interested in bangtails, or you'd know Gus.
Bangtails? Oh, horses.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really pay much attention. You mean that Gus is a bookie?
Yeah. You ain't never seen a spread back there, huh?
No.
Come on, I'll show you.
Sure it's all right?
Sure. Oh, it's okay, Harry. Friend of mine. Come on, Mr. Winslow. Well, there it is, pal. There's the board. Tomorrow morning's line. Take your pick. The current odds in that column there.
Oh. Pink Lady, Mike the Second, Big Bonanza, Moon and Sixpence.
Yeah, that's a horse. I've been watching him. Been thinking about playing him in a parlay.
Parlay? What's a parlay?
You don't know what a parlay is?
No.
Easy. You pick 3 horses, see? For instance, maybe you put your dough on Blue Bonnet in the first. If he comes in, the dough goes on Glowworm in a second. If he comes in...
Oh, yes, I see. Then all the money goes on Moon and Sixpence in the third.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Plenty long shot, of course, but there's a big payoff for the gent who's willing to take a chance.
Take a chance, huh?
Believe me, you never get nowheres if you don't take a chance once in a while.
I'll take $10 worth.
Look, I ain't the bookie, pal. He's over there. You got it. Wait a minute. Give me your dough. I'll lay it on for you. $10 in the parlay, huh?
Yeah, lay it on for me, pal. $10 on Blue Bonnet, Glowworm, and Moon and Sixpence.
Well, Arthur, that was quite a decision for you, wasn't it? You're more than a little pleased with yourself as you saunter onto the 555. A complete change of scenery from the 519. You're 26 minutes behind all that, and 26 minutes later than usual when you open the door and say...
Hello, dear.
Arthur, where in the world have you been? I've been worried sick. Here, wipe your feet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ethel.
Where have you been?
I was tied up.
What do you mean, tied up? You've never been late to dinner in your life. I don't know why in the world you couldn't have phoned. You know, it's Monday night, and Mr. Dinwiddie expects me at the agency at 7:30 sharp. Did you get your check?
What?
Your paycheck, dear. It's payday.
Oh, yes. I cashed it. Here.
25, 30, 50. Well, you're $10 short.
Yes, Employees Association annual dues.
Is that something new?
Yes, Ethel, that's something new.
$10. I don't know how in the world they expect you to exist on the salary they pay you. If you had enough gumption, you'd do as I say and ask for a raise.
You forgot Mr. Dinwiddie, Arthur. That's an important part of the weekly schedule. Ethel hasn't missed a Monday evening at the Children's Agency for years. You should have picked another night to miss the 519. You're used to Ethel now. You've become an artist at appearing attentive while she prattles on and on, nodding at the proper moments, never hearing a word. You're relieved when the door finally closes and she's safely off to Mr. Dinwiddie. You can return to Moon and Sixpence, the South Seas, and escape. The next day at the office, Stanley wonders why you're nervous, impatient, why you dodge him at 5 o'clock. It only takes a minute to hurry over to Mac's bar.
Oh, hello, Benny.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Hey, guys, here he is.
What do you mean?
Nah, don't tell me you ain't heard.
Now, what is it?
The parlay pal. It came in. Blue bonnet, glow worm, Moon and Sixpence. You got yourself $1,800.
$1,800, Arthur. You can't quite grasp it. That's almost a year's salary, and you're holding it right in your hand. You know what's going to happen, don't you? You walk the streets for an hour or two thinking, but you can't help yourself, so you make a beeline for the nearest phone booth. The South Seas. No more figures. No more 519.
Brighton Travel Agency.
Oh, hello. I'd like to inquire about a reservation.
Yes, sir. Where to?
Oh, let's see. Florida.
Very well. And the name, sir?
Oh, yes, the name. The name is Charles White.
With the prologue of What Makes a Murderer, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, may I have a word with you about the prevention of cruelty? Back in the horse and buggy days, you know, there were laws to keep drivers from beating their horses. Too bad there isn't a law today to keep drivers from beating their motors with old-fashioned motor oils that cause excessive carbon wear and corrosion. After all, it's unnecessary today to put up with those old bugaboos that up repair bills and cut down performance, thanks to the improved Signal oil, which combines pure paraffin base with protective compounds, Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. In comparative tests with today's finest regular oils, Signal Premium actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3. And what does this mean to you? Well, less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother. And less cylinder wear means more power. So to keep your car's performance young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, murder can strike anywhere, even among quiet, drab little people like Arthur Winslow. He has no way of knowing it, of course, as he buys a first-class reservation on the train to Florida. His only thought now is that this will be escape at last, New clothes, new luggage, a new name. You're Charles White now, and a new life. No more trading your chance at happiness for a stack of security reports and a bungalow in East Orange. You can see her now, poor, frustrated, stupid Ethel, confiding to Mr. Dinwiddie that you've walked out. No 5:19 tonight, Arthur. It's the 6:22 to Florida.
Last call for dinner. Last call for dinner.
Which way is the dining car, waiter?
3 cars back, sir. You better hurry along.
Oh, thank you.
Last call for dinner.
Oh!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, it isn't either. I wasn't looking.
No, neither was I.
Where is it?
The what?
The book.
Oh, the book, yes.
I knocked it out of your hands. It must be down here on the floor.
Oh, no, here, let me. It's probably under the seat. Now, let me see.
This is all right. Oh!
Have you got it?
Last year's timetable. Wanted one for ages. Oh, here it is.
Oh, let me help you. Oh, it's a fine thing getting yourself all dusty that way. Turn around.
Thanks. Moon and Sixpence.
There, that's a little better anyway.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
What?
Moon and Sixpence. I loved it.
Oh, yes, I haven't quite finished it, of course.
Do you believe it? I mean, do you think it's right?
Oh, you mean to toss everything over and take off at the South Seas?
Uh-huh.
If you don't mind, pal, while you're going to the South Seas, I'll go to dinner.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Excuse me. Come on, Louise.
We seem to be holding up traffic.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I was just going into dinner myself.
So was I.
Oh, would you consider...
Why not?
Yes, why not? You know, I'm glad that you like Moon and Sixpence.
Oh, it was a wonderful story. Of course, I can't say it was very realistic.
What do you mean?
Well, I admit it was convincing, but when you stop to think about it, this running away business...
You don't believe in it?
Well, after all, running away is no solution.
Well, sometimes there's nothing else to do.
He could have stuck it out.
Licked it if it took the rest of his life, Well, all right. He licks it. He's found happiness at last, and he's 70. I think running away is better than that, don't you?
I did once.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I
that's
didn't mean
all
to.
right. You see, I did run away. It was just as you said, a routine, a deadly routine, and when I couldn't stand it any longer, I ran away.
What kind of a routine?
Keeping up with my father. Perhaps you've heard of him. Edgar Brewster.
The Edgar Brewster?
Yes, the Wall Street Edgar Brewster. He's in Miami now, waiting for me.
Oh, I see.
I'd finally decided to go back and face it, but now you've got me confused
Oh,
again.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't misunderstand. You've really helped a lot.
How do you mean?
You seem to know why I did it. It's kind of moral support.
Oh.
You're going to Miami?
Yes. By the way, I'm Charles White.
I'm Vivian Brewster.
Perhaps I'll see you in Miami.
I hope so.
So do I.
The daughter of Edgar Brewster. Edgar Brewster, the millionaire. A big name on Wall Street, isn't it, Arthur? And you talked with his daughter, had dinner with her. She even said she'd hoped you'd meet in Miami. You wait for her call. And then finally it comes, Arthur. You're invited to the Brewster home. You can hardly believe it, can you? A few days ago, an obscure clerk. Tonight, you're sitting with Edgar Brewster drinking his bourbon.
That about right, Mr. White?
Father's a tightwad with his soda.
Oh, that's an outrageous way to treat good bourbon. What about it, White?
Well, that looks about right, Mr. Brewster.
There you are.
Oh, thank you.
What are you doing in Miami, White?
Oh, I got a little tired of New York.
Oh, you've got the right idea. I did the same thing myself 20 years ago, and I never went back. What's your line?
Oh, I was in the market, more or less.
The less, the better these days. Nobody knows where it's going. My broker and I were talking today about Consolidated Plastics. You know anything about it?
Oh, a little.
What do you think of it?
Well, I don't know whether I should say.
What's the matter with it?
Well, after all, it's your business, Mr. Brewster. I wouldn't want to offer an opinion.
All right, I'll put it this way. What would you do if you were into it pretty heavily right now?
Well, I'd sell out.
When?
Right now.
Any particular reason?
Well, only that I happen to know it's a bad investment. I can't tell you why.
Why, that's unbelievable. My broker told
Yes,
me...
I know. It's only my opinion, Mr. Brewster, but I happen to know that company's financial position. You asked me what I'd do, and I told you.
You seem to know what you're talking about.
Well, investments are my hobby, you might say.
I see. Go on, my boy. You interest me.
And so, for the next half hour or so, you go on chatting with Edgar Brewster. And he's impressed with what you have to say. You can see that clearly enough, can't you, Arthur? Hints, tiny scraps of information, tips. You know the market so well, Arthur. And Mr. Brewster listens eagerly. Yes, and that was the beginning, wasn't it, Arthur? That $1,800 was a magic door, opening up a thrilling new life for you. And incidentally, bringing you closer to murder. The next 3 weeks pass like a dream, like the nights at the beach club dancing in the open under the stars, with Vivian in your arms.
Vivian,
Yes?
why is it you've never asked me about myself, my background, and where I came from?
I don't know. Maybe because it doesn't matter.
I wasn't going to tell you, but I think perhaps I'd better.
Will it make any difference?
About us?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it will make a difference. A lot of difference.
Then don't tell me. I don't want to know.
But Vivian,
Please.
Darling, did I ever tell you that I like you very much?
I'm glad, Charles. I'm so glad.
You're in love, Arthur. And for the first time in your life, you know what love really is. Mr. Brewster begins to concern you. He'll never approve in a million years. Or you think so until that evening he drops up to your hotel room with a copy of the Financial Journal in his hand.
Look at that, Charles.
What is it?
Don't ask silly questions. Look at it, man.
Oh, I thought so.
Consolidated Plastics snowed under in selling rush.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brewster.
Well, I'm not.
What do you mean?
I took your advice. Sold out 3 weeks ago. Saved myself $100,000.
Well, congratulations.
Well, don't congratulate me. You're the one who deserves it. Yeah, do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Would you be open to a proposition, wife?
What kind of a proposition?
Oh, I realize you probably have other interests, but I could make this worth your while, I think. There are 2 considerations.
Yes?
The first is the plain fact that my affairs are getting a little beyond me. As you know, I'm retired, haven't time to look after them properly. I think you're the man to take over.
But, Mr. Brewster,
Now, wait till I'm finished. I've watched you pretty closely during the past month or so. I can tell you no investments. You're sure of yourself. And I'm not just being generous, White. I'm a businessman. If it weren't a profitable deal for me, I wouldn't think of it.
I see. What is the other consideration?
I believe you're aware of that already. Vivian.
You approve?
I do.
Oh, well, can I think this over?
Oh, of course. Just let me know in a day or so.
There it is, Arthur, brief and to the point. Everything you ever wanted right in the palm of your hand. Open sesame, he said, and there it was. You go into the bar downstairs to think. There's only one thing in your way now. Your wife, Ethel. You can't run away from that. You've got to make her see your side of it. You've got to go back to New Jersey and face her, make her give you a divorce. You walk out of the bar, through the door into the hotel lobby. And just as you're rounding the corner by the desk, something stops you in your tracks.
Mrs. Ethel Winslow, 5769 Laurel Road, East Orange, New Jersey. Is that all you want?
Yes, thank you, madam.
Could I see the register, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. We
I
don't...
understand there's a Charles White registered here.
Yes, madam. Room 132. Oh, he's a friend?
Yes.
Well, in that case, I could give you room 134 next door. The windows open onto the same balcony.
Very well. 134.
It was too good to last, Arthur. Just a beautiful dream, and you're just waking up. It's all over. You go back in the bar and think. Ethel, your wife, here in Miami, she's found you. And she'll never let you go, will she? You know her too well, Arthur. You're beginning to see now what makes a murderer. There's no other way out, is there, Arthur? You sit in the friendly darkness of the bar all afternoon, late into the evening, thinking. It's almost 11 when you make up your mind. There's a phone booth near the door.
Hello?
Vivian, I have to talk to you. It's important.
Charles, what's the matter?
Vivian, I love you more than I dreamed I could ever love anyone.
What?
Now, listen. I'm a phony. My name is not White. I was running away when you met me. I'm just an investment clerk. No money.
Darling, it
I have a
doesn't make
wife. I've hated her for 10 years, and I'd rather be dead than go back to her, and I'm not
Charles.
going back to her. And now I probably won't ever see you again.
Oh, wait.
Goodbye,
please
Vivian.
Don't.
11 o'clock, Arthur. You've got it all planned. Ethel is asleep in a room. Room 134. A balcony connects it with yours. It's a hot night and the window is probably open. Yes. There she is, and she's asleep. As you slip into the room, you take a firm hold on the heavy brass candlestick you picked up from the mantel in your room. A blunt instrument, the police will say. You can hardly breathe, Arthur. Your stomach is full of ice water. You feel your heart's going to burst. Careful, Arthur. Careful.
I'm sorry, Ethel. I'm sorry, but I've got to kill you. I've got to do it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, I thought you drivers might like to compare your buying habits with those of other automobile owners. Surveys show that more and more motorists today prefer to trade with service stations that are privately owned, but also they want top-quality products. These two reasons, no doubt, account for the amazing growth of Signal Oil Company from a mere handful of stations in Southern California into a coast-wide organization serving 6 western states. You see, since the very beginning, over 16 years ago, Signal Oil products have been sold only through dealer-owned service stations. But each independent Signal dealer is backed by the facilities of the entire Signal Oil organization, which supplies almost 2,000 Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. As a result, you're assured always the very tops in gasoline, lubricants, and automotive accessories at Signal stations. Plus, more conscientious service by men who own their own business and have a personal interest in pleasing you. Because this combination of finer products and personalized service naturally means smoother performance and longer life for your car, it's no wonder that year after year, more and more drivers switch to Signal. And now, back to the Whistler.
So you stand there, Arthur, by your wife's bedside, holding the candlestick high over your head, ready to bring it down. Now you know what makes a murderer. But you can't do it, can you? The wife you've hated for 10 years at your mercy. You can't do it.
No. No, I can't.
What? Arthur! Arthur!
I'm sorry, Ethel. I'm sorry I waked you.
Well, turn the light on. Don't stand there.
Yes, Ethel.
So you thought you could get by with it, didn't you?
No, Ethel, I didn't.
Don't deny it. I know what's been going on, and I can prove it, you philanderer.
Ethel, I tell you... What did you say?
I have a complete report on your activities for the past month. You weren't very clever, Arthur. The detectives say you left a trail a child could follow.
What are you getting at, Ethel?
Charles? Charles? Listen, there's someone knocking on your door. A woman.
Vivian.
Yes, Vivian. I've already had a talk with her, Arthur. Well, she might as well come in. This way, Miss Brewster. Charles.
Oh, Charles, darling.
Vivian.
A pretty picture indeed. And you have the nerve to ask me what I'm getting at. Well, for your information, Arthur, I'm leaving for Reno in the morning. In view of what's happened, I don't think you'll feel it wise to contest the case.
Contest it?
We've waited 5 years for a chance like this.
We?
Mr. Dinwiddie and I.
Dinwiddie? Oh, no.
He's a wonderful man. Goodness, I don't know how I could have put up with you all these years if it hadn't been for Mr. Dinwiddie. He's so understanding.
Dinwiddie?
Arthur, you look so ridiculous. What are you doing holding that silly candlestick in your hand?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Harold Swanton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood. 25 seconds until 9 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova watch time. For a truly lovely timepiece, a truly great watch value, see the 17-jewel Bulova Elizabeth. Only $24.75, federal tax included. Next on KNX, Lowell Thomas and the news.
At this time last week, CBS was broadcasting reports of the Kathy Fiscus tragedy direct from San Marino. Because of improvised emergency conditions, communications between our master control room and the CBS newsmen at the scene were severed at 8:30, and we were unable to immediately continue broadcasting from the scene. Because of these conditions, we decided to return to our normal broadcast schedule with the understanding that if an official announcement should be made during the ensuing program, it would be interrupted for the release of the announcement. We regret that we were unable to continue the San Marino broadcast at that moment. This was a decision of the Columbia Broadcasting System and not that of any sponsor.
The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Sleep, my pretty one.
A few months before, Jean would have dismissed the whole idea of having her fortune told as ridiculous. But with marriage to a handsome young doctor just around the corner, things like tea-room fortune tellers suddenly seemed important and exciting. So she gave in without argument when her friend Betty suggested they leave their table and visit Madame Zorga in her alcove behind the fringed red curtains in the corner. And as the old woman gazed into her crystal and rambled on, Jean found somehow she was taking it all seriously, a little too seriously.
To see. You will be quiet, please. You will concentrate on the crystal with me.
Max would be terribly shocked if he knew I was doing this.
Shh, Jean. Please, Signorina.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is coming. They part now. The clouds part. I see a number. The number 13. And now, the number 3. It is a date. The 13th day of the 3rd month.
March 13th.
I gaze deeper. Again the crystal clears. And I see the letter J. And now the letter V.
Oh, your initials, Jean. J.V. Well, how can
You
she
see, I
possibly...
told you. Go on, Madame Zorga.
I cannot go on.
Oh, but there must be something.
I have told you. The image fades. The clouds close in. The reading is finished.
Is something wrong?
Of course there is. Serves me right for falling for this hocus pocus.
It is not hocus pocus, Signorina. If you must know, I will tell you. There is no future for J.V. after the 13th day of March.
Why, that's this week.
Never mind, Betty. Here you are, Madame Zorga. I better get back to the laboratory. It's late. And, don't mention this to Max, will you, dear? If he ever caught me going to fortune tellers, he'd get himself a new lab assistant and a new fiancée. I'm sorry I'm late, darling. I had lunch with Betty. She insisted on a tea room across town. You know how that is. There. Miss me, Doctor?
That's a silly question. Of course I miss you, dear. Hand me that beaker, will you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been up to my ears around here.
Here you are. Excuse me.
Yeah, gesundheit. Where'd you pick up the cold?
Oh, I don't know.
I have to do something for it.
May I see you a minute, Mitchell?
Oh, yes, Dr. Olson. Be with you in a minute, dear.
All right.
Mitchell, Dr. Davies tells me you want to try your new drug, E37, on one of his encephalitic patients.
Yeah, that's right. The man's been in a coma for 3 weeks. I think E37 can cure him.
You think? As head of this institute, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse you my permission. The fact that you injected a bunch of rats with the virus of sleeping sickness...
But you don't understand, Doctor. Those rats had sleeping sickness with all the symptoms. Double vision, sleepiness, fever. My drug E37 cured every last one.
That doesn't mean it's safe for a human being. I'd hoped you'd remember the last hopeless patient it was tried on. How long did he last, Mitchell? Was it 10 seconds or 20?
But I told you I found what was wrong. I've eliminated the toxic factor.
Oh, you've eliminated the toxic factor. This institute will not experiment with human lives. I absolutely forbid you giving Davies this drug, and that's final.
I couldn't help hearing it, Max. The transom was...
Yeah. It seems, my love, that my work for the past year has been dedicated to a batch of white rats.
There ought to be some way that you...
There is, just one. The drug's got to be proven on a human patient. Olson knows that. For thousands of years, this disease has been killing human beings like dogs. And Olson says we can't afford to take a chance.
Well, darling, he's thinking of the institute.
Well, I'm thinking of humanity. There's always a risk. That's how we learn. That's how we progress. That's science. Jean.
Yes?
Jean, will you help me?
Why, of course, darling.
I'm going to test my formula. I'm going to make the test, and Olson need never know about it.
What kind of a test?
On a human subject.
But who can you...
Darling, listen to me. You love me.
Yes, Max.
You trust me.
Trust you?
You've got to have faith in me, darling. It means everything.
Of course I have faith in you, Max.
I have an aunt living outside Spokane. We can drive up there tonight.
Well, I don't understand, Max. How can you make a test on a human subject? Who can you
Leave that to me,
possibly
darling. I'm going to inject the subject with the virus, then follow it at the peak of the attack with E-37. It's the only way I can show Olson.
But you haven't told me who
You said you trusted me, Jean. Did you mean it?
Yes, Max.
Good. Come on now, let's start packing the equipment. Careful with that vial, Jean. It'd take us days to reproduce that drug.
I'm wrapping it in cotton. Excuse me. There you are, Max.
Well, that ought to do it. And you can close up the bag. Now, hold still a moment, dear.
Why? What are you... Oh!
Just hold still.
Max, what is this?
I'm giving you a shot for that cold of yours.
What?
Can't have you sick at a time like this.
I feel a little faint.
Yeah, I know. It always affects you this way. There. That's why I didn't warn you.
I don't like injections, Max. Why did you...
I told you, dear, it's for your cold. You'd better have faith in the doctor, darling.
Yes, Max, of course.
Good. Feel better now?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, let's go then. It's a 5 or 6 hour drive, and
Well, Max, aren't you going to leave word where we're going?
Of course not. I don't want anyone to know where we are or what we're doing until it's over.
With the prologue of Sleep, My Pretty One, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. I don't have to tell you how automobiles have changed or how driving conditions have changed in recent years. But tonight I want to tell you about an amazing new change in gasoline. A gasoline scientifically engineered to help your car take fullest advantage of today's driving conditions. It's new Signal Ethyl, the new motor fuel that's so vastly improved, so superior in every way, you can actually feel the difference. Because today's traffic is heavier, new Signal Ethyl is engineered to let you inch along smoothly at a snail's pace without bucking. Because stop signs are everywhere today, new Signal Ethyl is engineered to give you eager, flashing pickup when you get the go signal. Because today's highways are broader, smoother, swifter, new Signal Ethyl has wonderful new power that makes the miles fairly fly by. And because many of today's motors have higher compression, new Signal Ethyl has higher anti-knock to make hill climbing a pleasure. To actually feel this difference in your own car, just try a tank full of new Signal Ethyl. See if you don't agree with the delighted drivers who are saying new Signal Ethyl is tops.
The decision is made, isn't it, Jean? And you're on your way now to the little farmhouse near Spokane, where it will be decided, rules or no rules, whether the contents of the cotton-wrapped vial in Max's valise are a life-saving drug or a deadly poison. You want to help Max now when he needs you most. But as you guide the car north through the chill March night, you can't help feeling uneasy as if something is terribly wrong. And in spite of your belief in Max, you wonder how far he'd go to prove his cure. And you find yourself thinking about the shot for your cold that Max gave you. You glance sidewise at him at the solid set of his jaw. Wonder who the human subject is he's so vague about. His almost fanatic zeal for his work. His determination that science must come before all else.
What's the matter, dear?
You're sure you're quite right in this?
Huh?
Well, I mean, if Dr. Olson were to find out, you'd lose your position.
If I succeed, Olson won't matter much. I'll have offers from every institute in the country.
And if you fail?
You'll matter less.
Oh!
Look out!
Max!
Good Lord, Gene, watch the road.
I don't know, Max.
Well, what's the matter?
That car for a moment, I thought I saw two of them.
Careful now, the road's pretty narrow.
I can see, thank you.
Oh, there's the house up ahead. I'm glad the snow held off. We're in for a late blizzard. Oh, there we are. There's the old pump house. The apple tree. Oh, watch it. There's an old stump on the right.
If you don't mind, Max, I've just driven over 200 miles of slippery roads safely. I think I can handle a country lane without advice.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Max. I don't know what's the matter with me. I just don't feel like myself.
Well, this must be Jean.
How do you do?
Come in. I declare, Max, you got mighty good taste.
Well, thank you.
Now, don't bother. She can't hear you, Gene.
What?
She's stone deaf. Best just let her go on her way. She will anyway.
Oh, I see.
Come on to the kitchen. Gotta get this stuff on ice.
I'm glad we're warm together. I'm so drowsy.
You're just tired.
I guess so.
Oh, here we are. Same old icebox. Yeah, have to clear a place here at the back for the vials. You got them there?
Right here. Max, I don't like to keep asking this, but
Yeah? What is it?
where do you expect to find anyone with sleeping sickness around here?
I don't.
What?
Very simple. Since there are no cases of encephalitis at my disposal, there's only one answer. To create one.
Max.
To inject the subject with the virus. Then, after a good case is developed, use E37.
But we're completely isolated here. Where can you find...
I've already found the subject,
Max!
Gene, look what you've done.
It slipped. I'm sorry.
Why did it have to be this one? E37. Gene, the cure, my cure. Every bit of it was in that vial.
Max, listen to me. Maybe it's better this way. Maybe you better forget about E37 and treat the patient in the ordinary way. Must be a hospital somewhere, Max.
Don't be ridiculous. My E37 is our only chance. I injected 20,000 units of sleeping sickness virus.
Fatal dose.
Yes, a fatal dose. We got to start work on another batch of E37 right now. Come on.
You follow Max down the dim old hallway in a daze like a figure in a nightmare. The kind where you run slowly as if through water trying to escape, while nameless shapes come closer and closer. And though you still refuse to believe, to recognize it, one of the shapes is fear. Yes, the fear that Max might be using you as the subject in this dangerous experiment.
What?
Here we are.
Why, it's a laboratory.
Used to be Aunt Agnes's pantry. Turned into a lab for me when I was a boy.
But, Max, this is nothing like your laboratory in town. How can you expect to synthesize?
Sure, it's crude, but it's all we've got. Between what I brought and what's here, we can duplicate E37. With a little luck. How tired are you, Gene?
I'm all right.
Once we start the process, we can't let up for a second. Come on. Let's get to work.
And so it begins, Gene. It's midnight when the two of you have straightened out the dusty laboratory, cleaned the glassware, the retorts, and Bunsen burners. 3 in the morning when the first solution is ready to run. Once more, you're sure your fears are groundless. Max loves you. He wouldn't think of using you, risking your life for this experiment.
Make a note of the time, will you, darling?
Right. March 10th, 5:20 a.m. First dilution completed. 100 C. See? Max,
What's the matter?
my eyes, I can't seem to focus. I'm seeing double.
Sit down. Rest a moment. You'll be all right.
March 11th, 10:15 a.m. Fourth distillate, just coming off.
It's March 12th, dear. You've lost a day somewhere.
Of course. I don't seem to be conscious of time anymore.
If I ever get through this, I'm going to build a monument to black coffee.
Hasn't any effect on me anymore.
And what time is it now?
4 p.m.
26 hours since we ran that solution. Ought to be right by now. Got the beaker ready?
Yes. Here, Max, it's sterilized.
Steady. Oh, your hand's shaking like a leaf.
I can't seem to control it.
Yes, guess I'm pretty tense, too. Yeah, equipment's obsolete. It's a gamble any way you look at it. But we've got a good chance.
You've never been afraid of taking chances, have you, Max?
Why do you say that?
Even if it meant gambling with our happiness, your work would come first. Science comes before everything, doesn't it, Max?
Well, that's not a fair question.
I think it's appropriate right now.
What do you mean?
Max, I love you. I'll always love you no matter what happens. I want you to know that.
Jean, this is no time.
There's still time to drop this crazy business. There's still time to give the patient one of the standard treatments.
What are you talking about?
Max, let me call Dr. Olson, please.
Oh. I see. You're giving up.
It's not that, Max.
Well, I'm
no,
not giving up. We're going through with this. My experiment successful, I want to know my cure alone is responsible. And if not...
Go on, Max. What if it isn't?
Then I'll just have to face the music.
I see.
Where are you going?
To get some more coffee.
You're glad the telephone's at the other end of the house, that you'll have a chance to get the call through to Dr. Olson before Max has a chance to stop you. You wait for the operator to answer, trying to fit the words together in a way that will tell Olson the story without going too hard on Max. There's no other explanation, is there, Jean? The dull pain in the back of your head, the nervous disturbance, the deadly fatigue, the double vision can only mean one thing. There's little doubt in your mind now. Max's Aunt Agnes is obviously all right. So you're almost certain Max has used you as a human guinea pig. His belief in the effectiveness of his drug has won over his love for you.
Why, Jean, good land, you're not trying to make a phone call, are you? The line's been down for hours, count of the storm.
Oh, no.
Oh, you look all worn out, child. No wonder the way you two been working.
Listen to me, Alex.
You better get
Listen
some
to me,
rest,
Alex.
child. I've never seen such dark circles under anybody's eyes.
Listen.
What's the matter, child? Why are you shaking me like that?
I'll write a note. There's paper and pencil by the telephone. Now watch. Aunt Agnes, watch.
Well, what you writing? Huh? Oh. Max trying dangerous experiment. Stop him.
It's life and death.
Stop
My
him,
life and death.
land,
Do you
child.
understand
It's life
that?
and death. I wouldn't dream of such a thing. Ain't ever interfered with his doings, not even after time he and I blew outside the barn.
Please, it means a life.
Rest of the
My
family
life,
was
Aunt
always
Agnes.
at him for one thing or another, but not me. That's science, you know. Max says that's the way we learn. Jean, wait.
Now that you feel sure Max is experimenting with you, you run blindly out of the house, down the snow-covered path to the shed where you left the car. There's only one way now, Jean. You've got to get to a hospital, a doctor. You've got to get away from Max once and for all. And as you fumble for the car keys, the nightmare you've lived through for the past few days comes back in a rush.
I'll inject the subject with the virus, and after a good case is developed, use E37.
How long did the patient last, Mitchell? Was it 10 seconds or 20?
Hold still, dear. I'm giving you a shot for that cold of yours.
That car. I saw two of them.
Double vision, sleepiness, fever.
There is no future for JV after the 13th day of March. No future. No future.
don't you stop. Please.
Jean.
Look.
What on earth are you doing out here? Where do you think you're going?
Thought if I could reach Dr. Olson, I wanted to get some help.
There's no help outside. Only here. Where's the oxalate?
On the top shelf of the cupboard.
Yeah, I looked there. You'd better come and show me.
All right, Max. I'll come.
What time is it, Jean?
About 9.
Is the hypodermic in the sterilizer?
No.
Well, put it in. Put it in. We're almost ready. Now, where are the notes?
Notes? Oh, here.
Now, let's see. Virus injected Monday, March 10th. Disease approaches critical state. Pretty close. Better make the final entry, Jean. Or next to final. While I finish here.
All right.
Ready now?
Yes, Max.
Preparing to administer anti-encephalitic bolt drug E37 to subject. Work commenced on drug at 1 a.m. March 10th. Completed at 9 p.m. March 12th.
Your hand trembles as you write. As you watch Max rise, walk slowly to the sterilizer, lift the lid, and remove the hypodermic.
There is no future for J.V. after the 13th day of March.
You fight it out of your mind. Struggle against the fear that grips you as Max turns, hypodermic in hand. Everything begins to waver before your eyes. You drop the journal.
It'll be over in a minute, Jean. You see, I simply put the needle in the solution. Release the plunger.
No, Max. Please.
Jean!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. In spring, most folks think of house cleaning. But because one can't see the inside of his automobile engine, few drivers realize that they get dirty, too, and may need cleaning. In fact, that's one of the reasons Signal brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, the improved type lubricant that combines 100% pure paraffin base with scientific compounds. While you drive, one of the compounds in Signal Premium actually cleanses the inside of your motor of harmful carbon, gum, and varnish. Meantime, another compound in Signal Premium is on guard against destructive corrosion. And still other compounds are busy doing jobs which regular oil alone cannot do. That's why we call Signal Premium the motor oil that does so much more than just lubricate. And it's why drivers who want to keep their motors young are switching to Signal service stations. Switching to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
It wasn't too much, was it, Jean? The sight of Max standing there before you, the hypodermic in his hand, ready to administer the anti-encephalitic drug to his subject. And as you collapsed, as darkness closed in around you, you realized that what you'd suspected all along was true, that you were the subject in his experiment, that Max was gambling with your life. Gradually, as you regain consciousness, you become aware of the room you're in, a pretty bright room with organdy curtains. The sun is pouring in now, and suddenly you realize it's afternoon sun.
I think she's coming around.
Did you say something, Max?
And never mind that, Agnes. Well, it's about time, young lady.
Max.
You slept the clock around, darling. It's after 3.
Max, it's all over?
Yes, it's all over. You're all right. Oh, there's the doorbell, Aunt Agnes.
What's that?
Doorbell. Doorbell.
Oh, doorbell. I expect it's the judge. I'll sit him down in the parlor.
Good. I told the judge to drop by on his way home from town, dear. Thought we might make an appointment. That is, if you don't mind changing your name on an unlucky day like the 13th.
Change my name? My initials on...
Unless you'd rather...
No, it's... Max, you haven't told me what happened. What did you do?
Well, if you hadn't fainted when you did, you'd have seen. Within an hour after I took that injection, I was feeling better, and 8 hours later, there wasn't a trace of sleeping sickness in my blood.
Max, darling, darling.
Well, that's science, darling. You risk a little to gain a lot.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson and Willard Waterman. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with story by Ruth Bourne, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Terror-Stricken.
Fear can become a terrible thing. Gangrenous, disintegrating, warping, twisting, gnawing at a man's mind until he's conscious of nothing else but its presence. That was the kind of fear that took hold of Benjamin Reynolds. And oddly enough, it was the natural outgrowth of the very thing that started him on the road to success. There was a trial, an important trial. There were big names involved, particularly the name of Andrew Miller, the accused. And at that trial, 10 years ago, young Benny Reynolds, investment clerk, just out of college, became Benjamin Reynolds, star witness for the prosecution. And he was a good witness.
Investment bankers in San Francisco and Wall Street in London glanced at the headlines and commented that this time, because of Benjamin Reynolds, Andrew Miller and his crowd were washed up for good. They were right.
Order, please. Order in the court. Will the prisoner face the bench? Andrew Miller, you have been found guilty of the charge of grand larceny. I therefore sentence you to be confined within the state prison for a term of 10 years. Bailiff, remove the prisoner.
You dirty rat, Reynolds! I'll get you for this!
Yes, Benjamin, that was the big break. Overnight, you became the banker's champion, the man who almost single-handedly broke up the Miller crowd. Today, just 10 years later, you're head of the Reynolds Investment Company, a pillar of the community. It's a nice morning as you sit at the desk in your private office, looking at reports.
Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Joan, will you send Mr. Barton in, please?
Yes, sir.
46,000 Allen account. Well, that can't be right. Gross commissions chargeable. Oh, wait a minute now. I know that's wrong.
You wanted to see me, Ben?
Yes, Ralph. These figures, are you sure they're correct?
Of course. I prepared the statement myself.
Oh, well, things like this don't do my heart any good, Ralph. Sit down, will you?
Oh, sure.
I'm sure there must be a mistake somewhere.
I don't think so. But of course it's possible.
Well, suppose you recheck them, just to be sure?
Well, that's a big job. I'd have to go through all the records for the whole year again.
I wouldn't ask you if I didn't think it was important. Well, perhaps I ought to call in the Monroe Auditing Company.
No, I'll do it, Ben. No use taking on that expense.
Well, all right, if you can have it by next Monday. Otherwise, I'll have to call Monroe. I've got to have those figures for the directors' meeting.
I'll have them for you. By the way, Ben, have you seen the papers?
Yes, I glanced through them at breakfast.
Did you by any chance see this?
Oh, guess I missed that. Among those released from state prison today is Andrew Miller, convicted 10 years ago of grand larceny in a trial that caused worldwide comment in financial circles.
Remember him?
What do you think?
I remember what he said when the judge sentenced him.
Yeah.
Does it make you a little nervous, Ben? I mean, just knowing the man is on the loose again?
I doubt very much if Andy Miller will do anything that'll send him up again. Still, you never know, do you?
No, Benjamin, you never know, do you? Andy Miller wouldn't think of making good on his promise. Or would he? Somehow you can't concentrate. Find yourself thinking about it, wondering, walking to the water cooler in the corner of your office every 5 minutes, wiping perspiration from your forehead until your handkerchief is soggy. And the next morning, it's worse as you answer your morning mail.
Your order for 100 shares of Consolidated Power and Light at the market, thereby acknowledged, and... Say, that was Consolidated, wasn't it?
I think it was Southern California Edison.
Oh, yes. Make it Edison, then. And will be executed immediately. Very truly yours. Now, let's see. We took care of McDonald. And, what's this? You rat. I'll get you, and don't forget it. Why, he had the nerve to sign it.
What's the matter?
Where's the envelope to this thing?
Why, Vera takes them off. And...
Get Vera in here right away.
Well, she's out on an errand for Mr. Barton.
All right, then get Barton.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget it. Andrew Miller. Of all the crust,
You sent for me, Ben?
Yes. Take a look at this.
Same words he used at the trial. That guy must be crazy. He signed it himself.
What do you make of it?
I don't know.
Didn't lose any time, did he?
I think he's trying to bluff you. Or maybe he didn't write it.
Oh, he wrote it all right.
I don't know. It's pretty fantastic after 10 years. But in view of the threatening tone, I'd certainly check to see if it's genuine.
Yes. Yes?
Vera's here, Mr. Reynolds.
Send her in, please. Well, we'll see what she knows about it.
You want to see me, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes. Vera, did you notice this letter in the morning mail?
Well, I don't read the mail, Mr. Reynolds. I just open it and put it on your desk.
I've instructed them not to read company mail, Ben.
Oh, of course.
Well, I might remember it if I saw the envelope. Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Have the wastebasket containing the envelopes from today's mail brought into my office, will you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds. The janitor emptied all the wastebaskets an hour ago.
Oh, very well.
What are you going to do now?
Well, I guess there's nothing I can do but call the police.
With the prologue of Terror Stricken, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you've been reading the new car ads, and who hasn't, you've no doubt noticed the emphasis that's being put on increased mileage. 25 to 30 miles per gallon from some of the new models. Now, why do you suppose this is? Is it because folks today are interested in making dollars go farther? Well, partly. But even more so, they're interested in the increased engineering efficiency which makes that greater mileage possible. Yes, and right there you have the reason why Signal Oil Company is so proud of the fact that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. You see, Signal's improved mileage is the result of increased power, amazing new power. The same power that gives new Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. That's why we say, look to your speedometer for the final measure of gasoline quality. You'll find that the super-powered new gasoline that gives you peak performance is also the gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Benjamin, there was a price tag on that testimony you delivered so efficiently at the trial of Andrew Miller 10 years ago, and you're beginning to pay for it now. The police don't help much. All you can do is swear out a warrant for Miller's arrest and leave the rest up to them. They can't do a thing about that weak heart of yours, stop it from pounding every time someone comes to the door, and they can't bring your appetite back or help you to sleep at night. It's later than usual when you arrive at the office next day. Ralph Barton's busy on the books as you go into your office. Hang up your hat and go over to the water cooler for a drink.
I guess I...
Help! Help! Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Help!
Reynolds. Oh, Mr. Reynolds. Vera, Dr. Crane's in the next office. Get him. Hurry. Oh, yes, sure. Right away.
What's going on here? Mr. Reynolds, what's happened?
We came in when he called for help.
Get a doctor.
Vera's already gone for one.
What's keeping her? There's a doctor right down the hall.
She should be back in a minute.
That isn't soon enough.
Oh, but it takes some time.
Don't you realize every second counts?
Oh, here she comes now. Right in here, Dr. Crane.
Stand back. Stand back, please.
Yes, give him room. Doctor, is it serious?
Can't tell yet. Looks very much like some form of poisoning.
Well, that was a close call, wasn't it, Benjamin? When you leave the hospital that night, you're still weak, positive now that Miller means business. The police report that afternoon. Poison in the water cooler, just enough to knock a man out. No fingerprints. No way of knowing how Miller could have entered the office without being seen. Nothing they can tell you except to carry on as usual. For the next 2 days, you find yourself waiting for it, tense, expectant, but nothing happens. And you begin to relax a little, to believe what the police lieutenant said about Miller being too smart to try it again. Perhaps they're right, Benjamin. Perhaps what you need is a change, a dinner out with your wife, Sally, at a restaurant on 6th Street.
Ben, dear. Ben.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sally. I was thinking.
Oh, please try and forget it, darling. Oh, the whole thing's ridiculous.
The man wouldn't have to take a chance like that. Oh, there must have been a mistake at the bottling company or something.
Of course, dear. Now let's forget it, huh?
But you're as fidgety as a cat.
No, I'm not. But I am hungry.
Ben, do you mean it?
Of course I do. Why?
Oh, because you've hardly touched your meals the last few days.
Oh, well, let's order, huh? I'm starved. Well, what'll we start with?
Well, what about a shrimp cocktail? Hmm?
Wonderful. Then mixed green salad?
And a sirloin for two.
Medium rare.
Oh, Ben, darling. Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm the manager. You hurt?
No, I'm all right. It missed me. See there in the
Good
wall?
Lord. Well, I don't know how.
Who did it?
Oh, I don't know, sir. It came from over there somewhere.
Well, don't stand there with your mouth open. Call the police.
Well, of course, right away.
Come on, Sally. Let's get out of here.
Well, whoever fired that shot meant business, didn't he, Benjamin? Your heart's pounding like a trip hammer again as you walk out of the nightclub. The hole in the wall was 6 inches from your head, and that's awfully close. Your heart almost stopped, didn't it? You're terror-stricken. You jump at every sound. And then you wonder why Miller doesn't come right out and kill you. But you remember he's had 10 long years to plan his revenge. No, sudden death would be too easy. He wants to make you suffer. Of course, sleep is out of the question. Even the powders the doctor gave you have little effect on your frenzied nerves. You imagine all kinds of things as you lie there in bed.
Ben.
Yes?
Ben, why is he trying to kill you?
Please, Sally, let's not talk about
first the poisoned water and the trip to the hospital, then that shot tonight.
it. Yeah.
Oh, but Ben, the police will catch him. Soon he can't talk.
I just hope it's soon enough.
Oh, sure. Oh, that's the door. I wonder who in the world... Oh, no, lie still, darling. I'll get it.
No, I'll get it. Yeah. Hold your horses. I'm coming. Oh. What do you want?
What do I want?
Yes, that's what I said. What do you want?
I'm calling for the remains of the dear departed.
Are you drunk?
No, I don't think so.
Now, look, it's cold here at the door. Hurry and state your business, please.
I did. I was sent to call for the mortal remains of...
Man alive, will you talk sense? I haven't time for foolishness.
This is 1620 Runyon Avenue, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Then it's the right place.
Who sent you, anyway?
The Gold Hills Mortuary. Now, do you understand?
No, I don't. There must be some mistake.
The party on the phone was very explicit. He said 1620 Runyon Avenue. The remains of the late Benjamin Reynolds.
That's not funny, mister. I'm Benjamin Reynolds.
Oh.
Now, get out. Get out of the body of Benjamin Reynolds. Will give you a very black eye. Oh. What's going to happen next?
How much more can you stand, Benjamin, before your heart gives out completely? You can't eat. You can't sleep. You almost jump out of your skin at the slightest sound. Miller is getting his revenge. He must be enjoying it immensely. Sally makes you rest all day Sunday, but you're still befuddled. You can't even talk straight anymore. You stutter. Monday morning, you decide to walk to the office. You want to try to think. Yes, that's it. Walk and try to think.
Look out! Officer! That blue sedan tried to run this man down!
Hey, what's going on?
The guy in the blue sedan tried to run over this man!
Are you hurt, mister?
No. I'm all right.
The devil you say. You're shaking like a leaf.
Soon as my nerves quiet down,
Them that saw it seemed to think it was a deliberate attempt to kill you.
Yes, I think so, too.
Any idea who might be trying to kill you?
Sure. Andy Miller.
Okay. Now I got to make a report of this. What's your name?
Benjamin Reynolds.
Benjamin Reynolds. You better see a doctor, Mr. Reynolds. You're in bad shape.
I'll be all right.
I better send you home in a cab. You're in no condition to walk.
Another close call, and you're scared almost to death, aren't you? You wonder how much longer your heart will be able to stand it. Not much longer now. You tremble so violently you can't even light a cigarette. Even at home, you can't sit still. You pace the floor back and forth all day long until finally night comes. You can't sleep. You toss and turn. Yes, the days are bad, but the nights are filled with terror.
Who's there?
Bendy.
I said, who's there?
Oh, it was nothing, honey.
What's that? What's that?
Oh, stop it.
Who are you? Why don't you answer?
Oh, it's only the shutter. Oh, Ben, don't be so jumpy.
Yes, of course. Oh, only the shutter.
It was only the shutter, wasn't it, Ben? But all the noises in the night have a sinister meaning, haven't they? After what seems like hours, exhaustion finally takes over, and you've just fallen asleep when...
Who's at the door at this hour?
Ben, dear, don't be frightened, darling. It's not the door, it's the phone.
Oh, the phone.
Yes.
Who the devil can that be? I'll give them a piece of my mind. Hello.
Is this Benjamin Reynolds?
Yes, it is. What's the big idea of calling me at this hour of the night?
Don't you know?
No, and I don't care.
Oh, yes, you do. You got a letter the other day, remember?
Andrew Miller.
Why, how'd you guess? I'm going to get you, remember?
Say, wait a minute.
You haven't much time left to live, Reynolds. It's coming tomorrow.
But, hello? Oh, hung up. Oh.
Operator.
Trace that call, quick, please.
What is your number?
Morningside 1024. And hurry, please.
1 moment, please.
Oh, hurry.
What number did you call?
I didn't call any number. They called me.
Do you know the other party's number?
No, I don't. That's why I asked you to trace the call. Please hurry.
There is no one connected with your number now.
I know. They hung up. Can't you hurry? I want to trace the call that was connected with his phone, please.
I'm sorry, but after the other party has hung up, it is impossible to trace the call.
Oh, very well. Say, I wonder if my hunch... I'll see.
Hello?
Hello, Barton. This is Reynolds.
What the deuce makes you call me at this time of the night?
Barton. Andrew Miller called. He said I haven't much time to live.
Is that so?
Yes, and I'm at my wit's end. What can I do? He's coming here, Ralph. Lord knows what he'll do to me.
What do you mean he's coming there?
Well, he just told me.
You can't take this much longer, Ben. Why don't you call the police?
Well, I've called the police a dozen times. I tell you, Miller's too clever for them, Ralph.
Then there's only one thing to do. Get out.
Well, yes, but he'd follow me. He knows where...
He hasn't checked me. Now, look, it's out of the question for you to stay there under the circumstances. I'll be over in the morning, and we'll go up to my cabin for a few days. You've got to get a complete rest.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Ralph. I've simply got to.
And listen, there's someone tipping that guy off on your movements. This time, make sure. Don't tell anyone where you're going.
Well, yes, but what about Sally?
Tell her you're off on a business trip or something. Yeah, that's it. The convention starts tomorrow in Cedar City. If necessary, you can call her later from the cabin.
Yeah. All right, Ralph.
I'll pick you up in front of the signal station at Runyon and Broadmoor tomorrow morning at 8, right?
Right. How much farther, Ralph?
About 14 miles.
Hey, the old heart's banging away again. Doctor said 6,000 feet was my limit, you know.
Well, we'll stay pretty well under that, boy.
Oh, good.
Boy, look at that view. You can see all the way back to...
What's the matter?
So that's strange. There's that car again. You don't suppose he's following us, do you?
Oh, probably one of the natives.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. You don't think Miller...
You're sure you didn't tell anyone where you were going?
Well, positive. I will have to call Sally later, though.
Yeah, sure. Hey, here's the spot where I always stop. You can get a good view clear back to the valley. How about it?
Oh, great.
Up this way.
Yes, kind of steep. I better take it easy.
Now, there's a level spot up here at the top.
Well, you go ahead, Ralph. I gotta watch myself at this altitude. Get that air. You know, this is what I needed. Mountain air, sunshine, quiet. Hey, where are you?
Up here. Come on.
This is a real inspiration, Ralph. How'd you think of it?
You mean this?
Whew. I mean getting away from everything like this. One sniff of that air and a fella forgets he ever had any worries.
Hey, look over here.
Hey, now, take it easy. Kind of close to that edge, you know.
Look, Ben. 1,500 feet, straight down.
Yeah, I'd just as soon stay back here if you don't mind.
What's the matter, Ben? Afraid?
No, just sensible, that's all. You know, funny thing about me in high places, it seems
You ought to be afraid, Ben. That's where you're going. 1,500 feet straight down.
What? Well, that's good. 50. You're serious, aren't you?
I'd hate to have you call in the auditors, Ben.
I was afraid that was it. There was something wrong with those figures.
Yes, there was. But I learned something from Andy Miller. You're not going to be around to testify. You're going to have a dizzy spell. And they're going to find you 1,500 feet down there on those rocks.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's news about one of the first of the new post-war developments to make driving safer and more restful. You know how our bright western sunshine glares off pavements and off the windshields and polished chromium of other cars, causing eye strain that makes you squint and get headaches? Well, during the war, the Army and Navy used a new principle of glare control. It's called Polaroid. And unlike old-fashioned colored filters that darkened everything and changed the colors of flowers and scenery, Polaroid is as clear and colorless as your own windshield. But look through the Polaroid, and presto, all glare is gone. Now, here's the good news. This same Polaroid principle has been made into a visor for your car, and they're for sale for the first time on the Pacific Coast at your Signal dealers. The Polaroid visor snaps onto your present visor in a jiffy. It's smart-looking, and it flips out of the way when you're not using it. If it's sunny tomorrow, drive into your Signal dealers for a demonstration. When you see the wear and tear it saves on your eyes, my bet is you'll want to buy one of these Polaroid visors now to make your summer driving more pleasant. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Benjamin, you seem to be in a tight spot. Just the two of you there, alone at the top of the cliff. Barton staring at you, white-faced and tense, his fists clenched at his sides. And oddly, you find yourself struggling to keep the smile inside you from showing on your face. It's probably only a few seconds, but it seems like an hour that the two of you stand there silent. Then...
Listen, Ralph. You hear that?
The car?
Yes.
They won't stop.
Sure he will. That's what they came for.
What do you mean?
There's a detective and 2 patrolmen in the car, Ralph. They followed us all the way from town.
You're lying.
You'd better restrain yourself for a minute and see. Of course, you could pull it off now if you wanted to, Ralph. But it'd be kind of foolish, wouldn't it? The embezzlement charge will put you away for only 4 or 5 years, with perhaps a few more for attempted murder, but if you go ahead and...
How did you know?
You did it again.
What?
That. It's a habit of yours, Ralph. Every time you're about to say something important, you clear your throat. Like that. That's why it hit me between the eyes last night when you called me and said... I'm going to get you. Remember? Come on, Ralph. Let's walk down to the road. We'll save the policeman a few steps.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Walter Jensen, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, meet Mr. Death.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. "1915 was a big year for a lot of people in New York City. Herman Arnold, for instance. Herman Arnold, the gambler, was murdered. And because of that, it was a big year for Jerry Mason, drugstore clerk. Yes, 1915 was the year Jerry Mason met Mr. Death. You see, just before he died, Herman Arnold persuaded Jerry Mason to embezzle $1,800 from the safe at Thatcher's drugstore where he worked. He was going to double it overnight. That's what Jerry told Laurie Crane, his girlfriend. Only then the news came. Arnold was murdered. The money was gone. And all Laurie could say was,
Jerry, maybe we better run. Leave town.
Are you crazy? They'd catch us sooner or later. I'll think of something now. Let me alone.
yes, if it hadn't been for Herman Arnold and his foolproof scheme for doubling that embezzled money, Jerry Mason might never have met Mr. Death. But the meeting was in the cards that night in April 1915. Everything that happened was in preparation for the meeting. Herman Arnold's death, Mr. Thatcher's coming back from his vacation, and after Laurie's phone call.
Hello? Oh, sorry I kept you waiting. The phone...
Yeah. Got some aspirin?
Yeah, sure. There you are. 25.
Open kind of late tonight, aren't you? Here.
Yeah, I was about to close up when you came in. That's 25 out of... Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, you gave me a $1,000 bill.
Yeah, I know. There's something else I want to buy besides aspirin.
Well, I can't make change for this.
You can keep the change.
Huh?
And there are 4 more just like that one for you.
when you deliver.
I don't get it, mister.
We alone?
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, we're alone.
You're pretty hard up for dough, ain't you? Small matter of $1,800.
Who told you?
Never mind, I know. There's something we want to buy, Mr. Mason. You're the only guy in town who sells it.
Yeah?
This ain't ordinary merchandise, Mr. Mason. I understand you have a regular customer by the name of Ted Townley.
Yeah, the newspaper columnist.
What's he buy here?
Has his prescriptions filled.
What kind of prescription?
Chlorohydrate. He can't sleep at night without it.
Pretty powerful drug, ain't it?
Not in small doses. I put it up for him in capsules.
I see. What about large doses?
What do you mean?
I mean, if he was accidentally to take a capsule, well, it was loaded with maybe 3 times as much as usual.
Oh, well, that wouldn't happen. I'm very careful. 8 grains is all
Suppose you accidentally loaded one of them capsules, Mr. Mason.
Oh.
Get it?
I see. You want to buy a murder?
It's only murder when you get caught. Now, if Mr. Townley was to be found the next morning dead with an overdose of chloral hydrate in him, what would you say? That is, if you was holding the post-mortem.
Well, I'd check the rest of the capsules in the box.
Uh-huh. And suppose you found them all kosher.
Then I'd say he took more than one on purpose.
Is it worth $5,000?
I don't know.
$5,000 just to load one capsule and slip it in his next prescription?
All right, I'll do it.
You're smart, Mr. Mason. I'll have the other $4,000 for you within an hour after Mr. Townley wakes up dead. Good night, Mr. Mason.
$5,000. I'm okay. I better close up now.
Pardon me.
What? How'd you get in here?
I came in through the side door. I've been looking at the magazines over there behind the rack. I'd like to purchase this.
How long
issue.
have you been here?
Oh, half an hour or more. I hope you don't mind.
That man who just left?
Yes, I saw him. I didn't want to interrupt. You both seem to be so interested.
You heard what we were saying?
Oh, I didn't pay much attention. You see, I'm quite excited. I'm going on a trip to Europe. I'll take this issue of Travel, if you don't mind. It has a remarkable article on Syria. Have you ever been to Europe, Mr. Mason?
How'd you know my name?
Well, I happened to hear that gentleman call you Mr. Mason.
Is that all you heard?
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Mason? I'm dreadfully sorry if I eavesdropped, but it was entirely unintentional.
I see. Magazine's 25 cents.
Yes, there you are.
Thanks.
I'm so excited about my trip I can hardly close my eyes at night. It's a good thing I don't do this very often. They say a large proportion of American businessmen die prematurely because they can't sleep at night.
What made you say that?
Why, it's true. You know, Mr. Mason, this will be the first time in my life I've left New York State, except for a trip or two to Jersey City, of course. No wonder I'm excited, eh?
When are you leaving?
May 1st. Oh, say, I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
What?
Well, the next issue of Travel has an article on English inns. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to put one aside for me.
Okay, I'll save you.
Oh, I'll come in for it. Should be a week or so, shouldn't it?
Or just before the 1st of May.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll be going.
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry about being so touchy. You know, that other customer, he kind of had me on edge, kept talking in riddles. You hear what he was telling me?
Oh, just a word now and then. Enough to...
To what?
To know it was none of my business. Good night, Mr. Mason. I'll be back on April 30th for the magazine.
Friends, as you sit listening to The Whistler, you hear only sounds. You hear a certain creaking, and in your mind you picture a slowly opening door. Or the sound of a motor accelerating, and you visualize a car driving off. All right, here's a test for you. See if you can picture in your mind the trademark of the sponsor of this program, your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. I'll give you 2 seconds. Well, you were right. If you visualized a black circle with yellow letters spelling out the words Signal gasoline, and, of course, a traffic signal in the center, which is why we say let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. What's more, that's a mighty good sign to look for these days, because there you'll find not only Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline, but the full line of Signal specialized lubricants. Really conscientious service, too, by experienced Signal dealers. More eager to please you because they're in business for themselves. So let the black and yellow Signal Circle be your insurance of the protection your car needs to last out the duration. And now, back to the Whistler.
So Jerry Mason didn't close the store that night after the little man had left with his travel magazine. He just stood there at the counter thinking for a long time. Then he went back to the pharmacy department and took down a jar of chloral hydrate and a few gelatin capsules. Yes, it could be done easily. Simple as ABC. The easiest $5,000 he'd ever make in his life. Or perhaps the hardest. That little man with the travel book. How much had he heard? You watched him carefully, Jerry. There wasn't a sign he knew anything. Go home and get some sleep. Forget about Laurie waiting for you at her apartment. Forget about the little man. Just go home and get some sleep. $2:00. Forget about the little man, Jerry. Just an innocent old fuddy-duddy who happened to stroll in that side door at the wrong time. Go on, get some sleep. He knows. He must know. He knew your name, didn't he? If he could hear that, he could hear the rest. That is, if he was listening. Wait a minute. Get hold of yourself. Are you going to toss over $5,000 because of a crazy hunch? And go to prison for embezzlement when Thatcher starts looking for that 1800? Are you yellow? Don't be stupid. Get some sleep. Yes, get some sleep.
Jerry, you look like a ghost.
I couldn't sleep all night. I got to decide right now. Townley will be in here for his prescription any minute.
We made a wrong guess, Jerry, about the 1800.
I know.
I love you, Jerry. Don't let them drag you down any farther.
But what about Thatcher's money?
Jerry, it's murder.
If I get caught, it's murder. I just can't get that guy with the magazine out of my mind.
Townley's a big man, Jerry. They won't pass it off without a question. He knows too much about too many people.
Well, there can only be one answer, I tell you. The guy's an addict, and everybody knows that people like that die from overdoses every day. I'm a cinch. If that little guy with the glasses is as dumb as he looks.
Morning, Jerry.
Oh, Mr. Townley. How's newspaper business?
Rotten, thanks.
Oh, this is my fiancée, Miss Crane.
Miss Crane?
How do you do?
A word of advice, Miss Crane. Keep 'em away from the newspaper business. Fate worse than death. How about my chemicals, Jerry?
Yes, sir. If you can wait, I'll have it for you in just a minute.
Okay. I really mean it, Miss Crane.
You do?
Maybe she's right, Jerry. Maybe you'd better forget the whole mess. And yes, throw away $5,000. More money than you'll ever have if you live to be 100. Townley's a nice guy. Be ashamed to bump him off. Maybe Thatcher will listen to reason about the discrepancy. Let you off easy. Yes. Take that capsule out and look at it for a minute.
$5,000. Right in the palm of my hand. 5,000. All right, Mr. Townley. There's one for good measure.
It's done, Jerry. No way of changing it now. And even you're surprised when it pays off only 2 nights later. 2 more nights without sleep, by the way. It's about midnight when you hear someone at the door.
Oh, now, who could that be at this time of night? Yes?
You Jeremiah T. Mason?
That's right.
Sorry to get you out of bed this time of night, Mr. Mason. I'm Hodges.
Homicide Bureau.
Homicide?
Don't be alarmed. Just making a routine investigation. It hasn't come out in the papers yet, but Ted Townley, the columnist, was found dead in his apartment this afternoon. Overdose of sleeping powder.
I see. Well, come in, please.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Yeah. Well, only be a minute. I understand you're employed by the Thatcher Drug Company where Townley got his prescriptions filled.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I usually put them up myself.
What was the drug?
Chloral hydrate.
Mm-hmm. How long had he been taking it?
Oh, I think about 5 years.
I see.
Excuse me for a minute.
Sure, go ahead.
Hello?
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
you did a nice job.
Oh, don't apologize, Laurie. You didn't get me out of bed. Inspector Hodges of the homicide squad is
I
here.
get you.
It seems Townley, the columnist, was found dead in his apartment.
I'll address that dough to general delivery. Name of Charles Henshaw. Got it?
Yes, that's it. He got the drug from us. That's why the inspector's here.
Take it easy, pal. Remember, they ain't got a thing on you. So long.
All right. Good night, dear. I'll see you tomorrow. Sorry, Inspector.
That's okay. Nothing irregular about the case, of course. Stomach contents analyzed as chloral hydrate. Doctor tells me you'd had trouble with Townley. Said the guy was turning into a regular addict.
Well, if there's anything I can do...
Forget it. This'll probably close it up. Don't think you'll even have to testify. Well, thanks a lot, Mason. Sorry I had to disturb you.
Well, that's quite all right, Inspector.
Good night, Mason. Hey, better get back to bed and get some sleep. You look like you've had a hard day.
Yes, try and sleep, Jerry. You're exhausted. Your arms and legs ache with fatigue, and your brain keeps spinning like a top. It's there every time you close your eyes. Black and white circles, like a whirling rifle target, with a little man in glasses grinning at the center. Sleep, Jerry. Sleep. Sleep. Well, what's this, Jerry? Could you be dreaming that you're walking in Central Park alone? There's not a breath of air. The leaves of the trees hang limp and motionless. It's too quiet to be real.
Oh, Mason.
Huh? What? Townley. Mr. Townley, you can't...
Oh, yes, I can. Here, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Why, you're... No.
Oh, yes, we've met before, Mr. Townley. I happened in the drugstore on the night Mr. Mason made arrangements for your departure.
Mason, I want you to meet Mr. Death.
Mr. Death?
Right?
Odd name, isn't it? Death, D-E-A-T-H.
You see, I've retained Mr. Death to handle my case. He specializes in cases of this kind. You know, double crosses, cold-blooded murders, that sort of thing. He's a man of exceptional ability. I was lucky to get him.
What do you mean?
Mr. Death is what you might call a retributionist.
Precisely. A retributionist. Deal in retribution, evening up old scores. Rather uncommon practice. Yes. You see, Mr. Mason, we operate on the premise that it's still murder, even if you don't get caught.
No.
Now, relax, Mr. Mason. You haven't a thing to worry about. Everything is taken care of. All the details can be worked out before I leave on my trip. You've seen this issue of Traveler, Mr. Mason. Remarkable article on Syria.
Oh, you're wrong. I had nothing to do
We're
with
not
it.
angry at you, Mason. For that matter, you did me a favor. I much prefer this to the newspaper business. There's no reason why we can't handle this matter of retribution as a nice, friendly little deal.
Of course we will. Now, let's talk about your trip.
My trip?
My one passion is travel, Mr. Mason, and I suspect you have hidden leanings toward it yourself. So I've arranged for you to take a trip, too.
No.
It'll be a much more interesting trip than mine, I assure you. I don't have the itinerary as yet.
No, go away. Go away! Go away! No, go. Go. It was a dream. It was only a dream. Laurie have no idea what it was like. They both grinned at me and talked about retribution and a long trip.
Well,
What?
I shouldn't say I told you so, I guess.
There was no other way out, Laurie.
I know. I suppose I'm as guilty as you are. You just aren't a murderer, Jerry. You haven't got the right kind of a mind.
This was so real.
You've got to get hold of yourself. It's done, and there's nothing we can do to change it. Now, where's the money?
Here. I picked it up at the post office this morning.
Small bill. Good. I'll return it to the safe. Mr. Thatcher might get in early.
You'll have it all ready for him.
And I'll be back later this afternoon. Now, you've got to get some sleep.
I know, but every time I close my eyes, I see him.
Forget him, will you? I told you, it's only your imagination.
All right. I'll go to sleep. Oh, before you go, fix me another bromide, will you? Who is it?
Hello there, Mr. Mason. I'm sorry to intrude, but there are still a few things we should discuss.
Go away. You're not real.
You're just like all the others.
The others?
Yes, I suppose it's just one of the problems every retributionist has to put up with. Nobody believes he's real. Purely a philosophical problem, of course.
What?
Depends on what you mean by real. But that isn't getting us anywhere, is it? Now, let's see. Mr. Townley left me several instructions here. Oh, by the way, he sends his apologies. He wasn't able to come this afternoon.
What do you mean, instructions?
Oh, of course. I haven't had a chance to explain how retributionists operate, have I? No. Well, we're like architects, Mr. Mason.
Architect?
Precisely. You see, we get a general picture of the client's needs, then we present a plan.
Plan for what?
A blueprint for retribution, of course. You see, I have yours right here. Mr. Townley has approved of it, by the way.
I see. Suppose I don't approve.
Oh, that won't affect it one way or the other. You see, Mr. Mason, once the plan is prepared and approved, the subject has nothing to do but wait. I've taken such an interest in your case, I prepared a rather original plan, if I do say so myself.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Oh, nothing is more certain than retribution, Mr. Mason. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. I wanted to discuss the time element with you. It's been rather important in your case. We usually work over a period of years, but it happens that I want to take advantage of an unusual opportunity. Your date has been set at April 30th.
That's tomorrow.
Yes.
The blueprint. Let me see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. That's out of the question.
Oh, it's not a plan at all. It's a travel magazine. Give it to me.
I said you can't touch it, Mr. Mason.
Oh, no.
All right. Try.
What?
You see, you can't touch the plan, Mr. Mason. All you can do is wait. Just wait.
Jerry?
What?
Jerry, it's me,
What?
Laurie. Open the door. Jerry, Mr. Thatcher's back. About an hour after I put the money in the safe. I told him you were sick.
April 30th, he said. Tomorrow.
Well, what's the matter?
Nothing to do but wait, huh? Tomorrow, he's coming back for that travel magazine, the one I saved for him.
Well, you're out of your mind.
I'm okay. Listen, go back and tell Thatcher I'm going to work all day tomorrow. Tell him to stay home and unpack anything.
What are you going to do?
I got a date, Laurie. A date with Mr. Death.
A date with Mr. Death. But remember, you were dreaming, Jerry. But now the dream's getting all mixed up with reality. That's the way your mind gets, all mixed up. You're going on your nerves now. 5 days without sleep. 5 days on double bromides. Your muscles ache, and there's a throbbing pain at the base of your skull. And though you don't sleep the rest of the night, Mr. Death's still there, grinning at you from the center of the black and white rifle target, waiting for tomorrow. He doesn't know you're not going to take it lying down, that there's something you can do besides wait, something he might not expect when he comes in as he promised he would pick up the new travel magazine. You stagger through the next day, and finally, just as before, the door opens at about closing time.
Hello there, Mr. Mason.
Oh, it's you.
I hope you remembered about the travel magazine.
Yes, I remembered. Here you are.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mason. 25.
Yes. Say, where do you live?
Up on East 78th Street, near the river.
I live up that way. I'm about to close up now. I'll take you home.
Oh, fine. Why are you stopping here by the river, Mr. Mason?
All right, Mr. Death. It's April 30th.
What do you mean?
You heard what we were talking about that night, didn't you? Got the whole works. Lean back and wait, huh? Just sit around and wait for you to spring the works on the cops. Tell them I killed Ted Townley. Did you have that in mind for April 30th, huh? Tonight, maybe?
I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did, Mr. Death. Retribution, huh? Well, maybe this is something you forgot to put in your blueprint.
No, Mr.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, a question. If you could have your gasoline tailored to order, just what characteristic would you consider most important? Well, today, under gasoline rationing, the chances are you'd say mileage, which explains why so many drivers have been changing to the West's most famous longer mileage motor fuel, Signal Go Farther gasoline. You see, for years, drivers who have kept a careful record of gasoline mileage have found they do go farther with Signal gasoline. Now, naturally, with certain gasoline ingredients reserved for war, no gasoline today can give you all the zip and anti-knock quality you found in pre-war Signal gasoline, and which you'll be enjoying again in even further improved Signal post-war gasoline. But this much you can be sure of. Just as they've been doing for the past 14 years, Signal Oil Company is still producing the finest gasoline that can be made today. And the famous Signal formula still places the emphasis on mileage. So to make sure you're getting the most miles from every ration coupon, stop at the station wearing the black and yellow Signal circle and get your best buy today. Signal Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
There's nothing to worry about now, Jerry. Mr. Death is out of your life for good, deep in the river with a 100-pound chain around his neck. And there are no prying friends or relatives to inquire for him. You can sleep now, and it's wonderful, isn't it? No more leering faces, no more blueprints, just the good, solid black velvet of sleep. 24 hours of it, just like a baby. The old bounce is back the next night, and you can smile again.
Jerry, you're sure it was?
Don't worry, baby. They'll never find him. Oh, man, I feel like $1 million. Oh, by the way, I'm going on a trip. Mr. Thatcher told me I needed a vacation.
Trip? Where?
Well, look what I found in Mr. Death's pocket. Complete grand tour, first cabin all the way.
Well, but you can't use that ticket, the name.
No, you don't know me, baby.
But what about passport?
Took care of that, too.
Oh, you're taking a chance, Jerry.
Oh, no. I wouldn't miss this for the world. After all, Laurie, it isn't every day a guy picks up a free ride on a boat like the Lusitania.
Yes, you really got yourself a free ride, Jerry. But perhaps that was part of the blueprint, too. The luxury liner Lusitania and that German torpedo off the coast of Ireland.
next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Blueprint for Suicide.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. The Pagliacci legend of the show must go on, even though the heart is breaking, has been played out many times upon the stages of the world. But sometimes it doesn't come off just right. For instance, take the case of David Dane, the comedian. He's one of the most popular performers in the theater. And as he stands out in the glare of the footlights on the stage of the Regent Theater, you'd think he would be the most carefree man in the world. Everybody loves him. He's got everything: fame, fortune, a pretty wife. There she is, standing in the wings, watching him, smiling at his joke. And anyone who saw you, Martha, greeting David as he comes off the stage would be sure you meant what you say.
How was it, Martha?
Wonderful, darling.
Well, you better take another curtain, Mr. Dane.
Go ahead, David.
Okay. Did you really like it tonight, Martha?
Oh, you were terrific, darling. The audience loved every line.
I think the routine's getting a little worn out. I called my gag writers together for tomorrow. We'll work up some new stuff.
This routine seems all right to me.
Some new gags won't hurt.
Yes, but
But what?
how are you feeling, David?
Me? Fine.
You're not tired, are you? No feeling of strain?
Of course not, Martha. If you don't stop worrying about me, I'll take you to the doctor. Anyone's bound to get a little upset sometime. Don't let the other night worry you.
But it wasn't just the other night.
Well, the time before that, too.
And before that.
Really, darling, we've been married 4 years. I'm entitled to some lapses from perfection and all that time.
Of course, David, of course. I'm sorry I said that I did. You're right. It's just that...
Just what?
Just that... Oh, it's nothing, David. We can't stand here all night. Let's get down to the dressing room.
You wouldn't tell him, Martha. You know very well what you meant, and so does David. You think it's more effective just to leave it at that, for the time being, anyway. You go down to the dressing room with David and keep talking, just anything, just so that you can delay him until everyone else has left the theater. Then the two of you walk through the darkness backstage.
There's nothing so somber and eerie as an empty, dark theater, is there, David? Oh, it frightens me. So empty and dismal. Oh,
What?
I tripped over something.
Well, here, let me help you. After all this time, you should know the place as well as I do.
I'm all right. Now I know my way. Oh, here's the table. What's this on the table? It feels like a knife.
Well, that gives us the murder weapon. Now, at this setting, all we need is the corpse.
David, don't say that.
I'm sorry, darling. Here, give me the knife. Oh, hey, it's pretty sharp. It's not a prop. Let's have a look. Let's see. Oh, it's one of Marvello's knives for a super special knife throwing act. See? Martha, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing.
Well, Martha, why did you scream?
Oh, it's just my nerves. I told you this place was frightening me. Get out of
It's
here.
not your nerves, and you know it. I could see your eyes. You were terror-stricken. You were afraid of me.
No, it was just the way you were holding the match, David. It threw such a strange light on your face.
It wasn't just a match. There's a lot more to it, isn't there, Martha? A great deal more. It's what you started to say before when I finished my act. You wouldn't continue. And I know what you were going to say. You're worried. Worried about me. You think there's something wrong with me, don't you?
Whistler fans, I'm mighty happy to remind you tonight that in just 75 more hours, this Friday, your new gasoline A stamps will become worth 6 gallons each instead of 4. That'll certainly help. But it's still far from enough. You'll still want to stretch those coupons. And more wise Western drivers who keep a careful record of gasoline mileage are finding there's no better coupon stretcher in all the West than Signal Go Farther gasoline. Why does Signal gasoline go farther? Well, for 2 good reasons. One, Signal Oil Company, in keeping with its 14-year tradition of quality, is marketing the very finest gasoline that wartime regulations permit. And 2, the famous Signal formula still places the emphasis on mileage. Now, aren't those 2 mighty good reasons for giving Signal gasoline a try in your car? Just invest your next gas stamps at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign. And then let your own speedometer prove you do go farther with Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martha, your little plan is working very well, isn't it? You started it only a few days ago, and already you have David believing that there's something wrong with him, that you're in terror of him. Now, Martha, what's the next step? You have that figure, too. It's just a little suggestion you've planned for the way home tonight. You get him to walk from the theater. The night air will relax him, you say. And soon you're coming to the river.
We should do this more often. I've always enjoyed this walk home along here. I used to like to stop at the river and stand on the bridge and look down into the water. Tonight.
Martha, listen, it's just that I'm a little nervous. I haven't been myself lately. I'll be okay.
Of course, darling, of course. You just forget about it.
But, Martha, I can't forget. You were frightened. You were afraid of me.
Oh, darling, no, it was just circumstances.
Circumstances, yes.
Now, David, please. Look, we're on the bridge. Let's stop for a minute.
All right.
There. Isn't that beautiful, the moonlight on the water?
Uh-huh. Darling, I ought to be getting home. I have some letters to write before I go to bed.
Now, you're not going to stay up writing letters. You need rest. Besides, you can dictate them to your secretary in the morning.
Oh, I guess I forgot to tell you. Grace resigned last week.
You mean?
Yes, I don't have a secretary at the moment.
But... Oh, no, David, you didn't...
What?
You didn't frighten her, too, did you?
Martha, for heaven's sake, I didn't...
I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry. It's only that... Never mind. Oh, I'm sorry Grace left. She seemed like a very nice girl.
Yeah.
But I'll take your letters until you get another one. But not tonight. You're going to rest tonight.
I guess I am sort of tired.
Of course you are, darling. Just try to relax a minute, and then we'll walk on home. There. I always found that standing here looking down at the water relaxed me. The river looks so cool and inviting.
Inviting?
Yes. David, did you ever look down there and feel like, well, just like ending your troubles?
I don't know.
I did once when I was lonely and discouraged. I guess a lot of people have felt that way standing here. That's why they call this Suicide Bridge.
Very neat, Martha. Just a suggestion, nothing more. But a suggestion that will stick in his mind in the days to come. You can tell that by the look in his eye. But you don't press it. You just walk on home chattering about things. You're pretty satisfied with yourself, aren't you, Martha? You were even able to twist Grace's resignation the way you wanted it. You're happy to have her out of the way, too, aren't you? His pretty secretary might have made your job more difficult. But now you're so contented when you arrive home that you take time off for a phone call.
Hello, darling. Yes, I'm home. No, he can't hear. He's in the shower. I just wanted to hear your voice. Oh, yes, tomorrow, too. Same place. Well, I must hang up now. Oh, I love you, too, darling. Goodbye.
Isn't that romantic? You love him, don't you, Martha? And he loves you. But what about your husband, David? How many times have you vowed never to leave him, and he never to part with you? And you know that he meant it. But you have your own ideas on the subject, a plan that's bound to work. It's dark now. David's asleep. But you're not. You can't sleep. You've got work to do. You've got a lot of work to do.
Martha, what's wrong? What is it? Where's that light? Oh, here.
Oh, David. David, why did you do it? Why?
Martha, get hold of yourself. Stop it.
Oh, I felt hands on my throat. I thought I was having a nightmare, but
Martha.
I couldn't breathe. I opened my eyes, and there you were, leaning over me. Trying to choke me.
Martha, you don't know what you're saying. You were having a nightmare.
No, I wasn't. It was you, David.
No, Martha, it's impossible. I couldn't. It's so incredible.
Oh, there, now, dear, don't excite yourself, please. You couldn't help it. You didn't know what you were doing. You must have been asleep.
It's fine. I'm not responsible for my actions. I tried to... Tonight I tried. One night I succeed. It's horrible, Martha. I can't go on like this.
You just get some rest now, David. Tomorrow you'll be feeling fine again.
Sure, I'll rest, and maybe tomorrow morning you'll be dead. I'm the one who should be dead.
Stop that, David.
Yes, I should be dead, but even dead, I'm worth nothing to you. If I committed suicide, you couldn't even collect my insurance.
You're talking nonsense, David. You know I'm not interested in your money. And I'll leave you right now if you don't stop talking of suicide.
You're much too good for me, Martha. Why did you ever marry me? You've stuck by me through so much trouble.
And I'll never leave you.
Never, Martha?
Of course not. Let's stop talking about it. As long as we can't sleep, would you like for me to read to you?
Anything you say.
Well, then, here's some of Oscar Wilde's poetry. I started reading it last night. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, okay with me.
Nothing. You just lie back and try to get to sleep, David. Let's see. I guess I'll start with this. Doesn't seem familiar. He did not wear his scarlet coat, for blood and wine are red. And blood and wine were on his hands when they found him with the dead. The poor dead woman whom he loved and murdered in her bed.
What are you waiting for? Go ahead.
I don't think this is very good. Here, I guess I'll try something else.
No, I think it's excellent. Go ahead, Martha.
It's awfully long.
I've got time.
Well, I'll skip some. Let's see. Oh, I'll start here. Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each let this be heard.
Martha?
Shall we try a different poem, darling?
No, no.
Some kill their love when they are young, and some when they are old. Some strangle with the hands of lust.
That's quite a bedtime story, Martha. You picked it at random, with great care, and it hit the mark. David lay tensely listening, taking it in. Your schedule is working perfectly, Martha. But aren't you just a little worried? Doesn't it seem too easy, somehow too smooth? There can't be a slip-up, can there? No one knows, not even the man you love. When you meet him the next afternoon, he says...
You look radiant today, Martha. Why so happy?
Oh, it's this beautiful day, darling. And meeting you. I really shouldn't be feeling so happy, though. I was up most of the night.
Oh, again?
Yes, it's David. Just isn't well. I can't imagine what's the matter with him. He acts so strangely.
Martha, darling, you can't go on like this.
Yes, I know, darling. I almost asked him for a divorce last night, but I just couldn't. Oh, he's so ill, and he needs me. It would break his heart.
But, Martha, you've got to think of yourself.
I know, but I just can't. I don't love him anymore, but I just can't hurt him now. Not now.
Well, I admire you for it, Martha, but what about us?
Oh, I don't know, darling. I don't know. Maybe later something will work out, but now I mustn't stay much longer. I have to get back to him.
Why? I thought we were going to spend the afternoon in...
I know, but he's having a conference with his writers, and his secretary quit him last week, so he needs me to take notes. I can't disappoint him. Please understand, darling.
Very clever, Martha. You're going home now, and you're thinking there will be many other pleasant afternoons with Jerry soon. You have no foreboding of disaster when you stand before the door of your house. You think it rather unusual the front door is locked. David must still be out. You take out your key, open the door.
Yes, Doctor.
You hear David's voice.
Well,
That's strange. Who could he be talking to? You stand by the door listening.
I don't sleep very well.
Then you realize the truth.
Yes.
David's on the phone,
No, that's awfully hard to explain.
and he's speaking to Dr.
Yes,
Stevens.
Dr. Stevens, as soon as you can. Well, as I told you, it's hard to explain over the phone. I know it's been a while since I was in. This is very urgent. Tomorrow morning will be fine. Oh, and one thing, Dr. Stevens, this probably won't come up, but I wouldn't want my wife to know about this. I don't want to worry her. Yes. Well, that'll be fine. Thank you, Doctor. Goodbye.
Well, Martha, that's not so good. It wouldn't do to have David go to the doctor and find out the truth that there's nothing at all wrong with him. It wouldn't do to have the doctor know about this either. You'll have to think of some way.
David?
In here.
Oh, where are the boys? I thought you were going to have a conference.
They'll be here soon. Chuck called to say they got held up.
Well, what happened this time?
I don't know. I think he told me I wasn't paying much attention.
What you need is a rest. I know. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, let's pack up and go to the beach.
I'd like to, but I can't. I've got to rehearse.
Well, I can wait. We'll come back in plenty of time for rehearsing.
Well, I'll have to go over to the theater early, see about props for the new routine.
All right, then I'll go along with you. I've got something to do there, too.
Well, there's no reason for you to get up so early.
But I must.
What's so important?
Well, I think your costume is ripped. I meant to check it last
Well,
night.
I can take a look at it. If there's anything wrong, Mrs. Benson will fix it.
But, David,
no,
I must...
And that's settled. Here they are.
David!
Oh, hello, Chuck. Where have you been?
You didn't succeed that time, Martha. And you must stop David from seeing that doctor. You've got to act fast, very fast. But what can you do with all these people here? Except hammer away on the same old theme again.
Of course, I know songs aren't your usual style, David, but think of how this would go over. Now, here's the idea. You pretend you're a jockey, see? And as you sing about, oh, I love to ride the winner down the stretch, dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee, and so on and so forth, why, you go through all the motions. Why, boy, it'll be the funniest thing that's hit the theater in a long time. And you can do it. Not many comedians could, but you could. Well, how does it sound to you?
Sounds pretty good to me. Well, it's not bad at all. With a little polishing, it could work into a terrific showpiece. What do you think, Martha?
It sounds pretty good, but,
But what?
don't you think it's a little strenuous for you?
Strenuous? Oh, now, after all, Martha, he isn't really going to ride a horse over the hurdles, you know.
What do you think, David?
Well, I don't know. That is, I think maybe that...
It's easy to see that David will go places with your help, Martha. His writers are a little bewildered by your behavior, but you don't explain. The conference continues. You do your best to slow things up. You disagree. You suggest changes until everyone's worn out. But still, you won't stop. Because you've decided on a plan, and you're waiting and hoping. Luck is with you, Martha. The phone rings. You hurry over and answer it. You carry on a conversation. No one can hear what you're saying. You just tell the man that David's busy now, can't be disturbed. But you go on talking even after he hangs up. Finally, you hang up. David asks.
What was it, Martha?
Just the wrong number.
That was a long, wrong number.
Well, he was hard to convince.
You feel happy now, Martha. Everything's running just right again. Now you can't wait until they leave. You want to be alone with David. So you rush things. Finally decide the new routine is just right for David. Perfect, in fact. And they leave. You turn to David.
I'm glad that's settled.
I think it's one of the best routines I've ever had.
Would you like to take a nap
A
now?
nap? I feel better than I have in a long
You
time.
ought to rest before tonight's show.
Madam, I beg to differ. In fact, my idea is that we go out and celebrate. There's a cocktail party at the Bennetts. How about surprising them and showing up?
But you'll tire yourself out. You have a show to do tonight.
You know what? I'm going to try out that new routine. I'll prove to you what a great comedian you married. Come on, we'll go right to the theater from the party.
No, David. I wanted to talk to you.
You can talk to me at the party. Come on, a party is just what I need right now.
All right, David. Just as you say.
You gave in rather quickly, Martha. You decided a cocktail party might be just what you needed, too. Not that your spirits need any lift. It's just that a party atmosphere suddenly appealed to you as the very place to strike that final blow.
Well, David and Martha, I must say I feel honored having you here. You two have been behaving like hermits lately.
David's been working so hard.
I'm thinking of you every minute, Pearl. Where's
Oh.
Roy? I haven't had a talk with him in months.
In the kitchen getting more ice.
I'll go and help him. I'm invaluable at that.
I doubt if you even know what ice looks like. You put so little in your glass.
That's my unselfish spirit. I don't want to take the other fellow's share. Excuse me.
David's feeling good. You encourage him, bring him more drinks, laugh and chatter. It's a very gay party. But it's getting late. You still have work to do. That empty balcony will serve very well. You and David can go out there.
Oh, it feels good to get out in the air. I was beginning to get a little dizzy.
The air does feel good. I hate to leave here, though. I'm having such a swell time. We'll have to go in a few minutes or I'll be late.
Are you really going to do the new routine tonight?
Sure, it'll knock 'em over. Tonight I'll show that audience the true David Dane, and by tomorrow night I'll have that act so polished up the shine will hurt their eyes.
You'll have to rest up tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You can sleep all morning.
Yeah. I mean, no. I have to go out.
You can sleep all morning, David.
No, I can't.
Yes, you can, David. You don't have to see Dr. Stevens tomorrow.
Martha, what are you saying?
I know about Dr. Stevens.
But how could you? You weren't there.
It was Dr. Stevens who called during the writers' conference this afternoon.
But he promised
I
me.
know, David, I know. He promised not to tell me. But he had to call. He had to talk to me.
I don't understand. He promised me.
He didn't know what to tell you.
Well, if it was just to break the appointment, I don't see why he had to make such a ceremony out of it.
Oh, I wish it were that, dear, but it wasn't. You see, he didn't know what to tell you after he examined you.
Well, how could he until the examination was over? After all, if I wanted my doctor to be psychic, I'd go to some sort of spiritualistic medium.
No, David, please, darling, you don't understand. He realized why you wanted to see him, and after all, he knows you, and... Well, he didn't see any point in examining you, but he was willing to go through the motions. He wanted to talk to me about what to tell you. I mean, how much to tell you. Oh, David, I'm telling this very badly.
On the contrary, you're making it very clear.
No, I'm not. It's just that I can't...
there's nothing any doctor can do but break it to me gently. That's it, isn't it? That's what it amounts to.
Hey, David, you're going to be late for the show.
Yes, by all means. I mustn't be late for the show.
Martha's timing was perfect as usual. She doesn't have much more left to do. You trust her, David, and she trusts you to do the right thing. No pity moves her as you falter out onto the stage. As you stand before the audience, laughter greets you. The audience knows David Dane always puts on a good show, and they're waiting. But you just stand there.
How about it, David? Yeah, come on, David.
In a moment, they're calling to you, David, and you start your routine falteringly. Within a minute, they're laughing. But this time, it's not with you, David, but at you. The audience you usually hold in the palm of your hand has become a fearful thing. And all of Martha's insinuations come up and overwhelm you suddenly. You break. You can't go on. But you try. Even though you know this is the end of David Dane, comic. Martha's leaving the theater now, even though David's still on stage. Yes, Martha, those who see you leave think you can't bear the sight of David's failure. But that's not exactly the reason. You don't want to wait for David. You'd rather drive off in the car and leave David to walk home alone. Walk home alone. And pass by the clear, inviting waters under Suicide Bridge. You go back to the house and wait. The phone call probably won't come for hours. You keep watching the clock, 11:30, midnight. You don't want to be far from the phone. You curl up on the big chair in front of the make-believe fireplace. You're almost wishing this were all make-believe, too. Almost. The phone still doesn't ring. Your eyes won't stay open. It's almost 1 o'clock. You're fast asleep, Martha.
Martha? Martha? Martha?
You don't hear him, Martha.
Martha?
All these days and nights have made you very tired, so tired that you sleep soundly now. And David doesn't see you hidden in that big chair facing the fireplace. It looks as if your plan didn't succeed, Martha. Not the water. No, not for David, the river. There's another way, a surer way. No one can see him and stop him. You'd better wake up, Martha. Can't you hear that sound? It's gas. Gas to take David's life. Gas, Martha. You were right to trust David. He'll always do the honorable thing. He won't burden you with himself anymore, Martha. But it's getting late. You better wake up now, or you won't ever know how your plan succeeded.
David. David. Gas. Gas. Oh, David.
You're awake now, Martha. But you're weak. You're trying hard to move from the chair. You're weak, Martha. Too weak. You can barely stand up. Slowly and painfully you try to reach the kitchen. Then you'll turn off the gas. Then everything will be all right.
No. David.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, because car batteries are still on the list of critical shortages, your Signal gasoline dealer wants to pass along these tips on summer care that will help your battery last longer and give better performance. First of all, batteries need a drink oftener in summer, at least every 2 weeks, to replace water that evaporates. But water isn't the only attention your battery needs. Terminals corrode and cut down the battery's efficiency. If the corrosion isn't stopped, it can spread and ruin the battery cables. Fortunately, your Signal dealer is a trained expert at battery care. He not only has complete equipment for battery testing, cleaning, and recharging, but he also has replacement cables in case yours is too badly corroded. Yes, and if need be, he can supply you with a premium quality, fully guaranteed Signal battery. Although, because of the wartime shortage, he'd rather make your present battery last. So get in the habit of stopping in at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign at least every 2 weeks for a battery checkup. It's part of your Signal dealer's complete service to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martha, you figured it perfectly, up to a point. You hadn't figured on David choosing that way. But when you woke up to find the apartment filled with gas, you tried desperately to reach safety. But you couldn't make it, could you? Too bad, Martha. And the real tragedy of it for you was you figured it all wrong. You needn't have played such a dangerous game at all. If only you could have known the things that David put into the suicide note he wrote just before he turned on the gas. They found it beside your 2 bodies next day. It read,
Dearest Grace, please forgive me for this. I couldn't help myself. You were right when you resigned as my secretary. Our love was doing terrible things to us both. It made me subconsciously hate Martha enough to try to kill her in my sleep. I should have left her, but I couldn't. She was so tender and understanding, and she kept telling me how she'd never leave me. I couldn't tell her that I really loved you. Goodbye, Grace. David.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Geraldine Merkin, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking and suggesting that you let every traffic signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Dark Room.
Moving around the crowded dance floor, holding Anne close to him, Stephen Lacey discovered that at last he was beginning to relax. The trial, the war of words waged with the district attorney, the final unexpected victory, and the excitement afterwards had been almost too much for him. He was grateful that it was over now and hoped that with Anne's help he could somehow set things right again. Someday be welcome at parties like this.
What is it, Steve? What are you thinking?
About your uncle. How he must feel about me.
Impressed, I'm sure. Everybody else in that courtroom was.
But he was so determined.
What of it? A district attorney can't win every case he prosecutes, even if he is my uncle.
He was so convinced Sean Fenton was guilty.
And you were just as convinced he wasn't. And that's what public defenders are for, and... Oh, please, Counselor. Worry about someone else for a while, will you?
I'm sorry, Anne. Now, if he weren't your uncle...
Oh, Stevie isn't even thinking about the case. Too many other things on his mind. You know why he's giving this party, don't you? He's running for governor.
Governor? I had no idea.
Yes, he's announcing his candidacy tonight. Oh, there he is now. Uncle Frank! Uncle Frank!
Yes? Oh, Anne, everything all right? I was...
Good evening, Mr. Keniston.
Lacey?
Why, everything's wonderful. We just wanted to wish you luck on your speech tonight, Uncle Frank.
Lacey, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
To me? Of course.
Excuse us a minute, Anne.
Do I? Oh, all right. Please don't be too long.
We'll go out on the terrace. Won't be interrupted. Nice night.
Yeah. I'm sorry about today, Mr. Keniston. But I argued that case the way I saw it.
And very neatly, too. I think you proved to the jury that Sean Fenton was quite innocent.
You mean I didn't prove it to you?
Yes, you did.
Oh. Then that's what you want to tell me, that it's all over.
No, Lacey. It's just beginning. I'm far from through with Sean Fenton.
What?
Lacey, you're new to this business. I don't think you've learned that there's often more to a case than just what's being presented.
I don't follow you.
Fenton has a past record. Served time twice for embezzlement and
I know all
forgery.
about that, but it's a past record.
You proved he was clean on this last count. But I know the man's a menace to society, and I'm going to put him behind bars.
I see.
Matter of fact, I got an anonymous call tonight. Somebody who suggested that we look up a man in Seattle, a fellow named Josh Hogue.
What about him?
Well, Hogue wants to talk for some reason. Tell us some things we ought to know about Sean Fenton. Some things that might prove a lot more important than a forgery charge.
Mr. Keniston, are you telling me you'd put any stock in an anonymous telephone call?
Well, I'm telling you things I think you ought to know for your own good and my niece's. I happen to believe this tip. I'm sending a man to Seattle first thing in the morning.
I'll bet you do. To make yourself look good.
And what do you mean by that?
You're right, Mr. Keniston. I am new in this business. But not so new that I can't smell cheap publicity for a political campaign.
Why, you ungrateful.
Must have been a big disappointment. On the night you announced your candidacy, the papers couldn't also say you just won another case.
Why, you'll be sorry you said that.
Because I upset your apple cart? Well, you're not through. You're going to fight the case in the papers. Scrape up a...
Uncle Frank.
Go inside, Ann. We're talking.
No, you're not. You're quarreling. Steve, I want
It's
you to...
all right, Ann. We can settle this if you'll only go in...
No, don't start. Stay, Steve. It won't settle anything.
Ann.
I want you to go, Steve, right now. Please.
But... All right, I'll go. Good night, Ann.
I'll call you tomorrow.
You're trembling as you grab up your coat and leave the house, aren't you, Steve? Shaking and upset as you enter a bar a few blocks away. And instead of your own reflection in the big mirror in front of you, it's Frank Keniston's, smiling that cold, selfish smile. And then you see something that adds to your hatred of Keniston. A man in a worn striped suit. A friendly-looking man whose innocence you proved in a courtroom today. He hurries forward instantly to clasp your hand.
Mr. Lacey, Counselor, I was hoping you'd stop by. Buy you a drink, huh? Buy you a drink?
No, thanks, Sean. I've had a drink. Oh, what's doing?
What's doing? You should ask that, eh, Counselor? I'm celebrating. See, the table there? I've got friends,
Sure,
huh?
sure you have.
Come on, meet them.
No, another time.
No, not another time, Counselor. Now, when the mood is right, huh? When you've just won.
I'm not at all sure I have one.
Huh?
We satisfied a jury today, Sean. We didn't satisfy Frank Keniston. He's going to keep digging, find something else.
But there isn't anything else. I've done nothing. Besides, with you on my
The
side...
facts were on your side, Sean. If they hadn't been, I wouldn't have gone along.
That's right. He's just got it in for me, Counselor, like always.
Sean, how's Josh Hogue?
Who?
You've some friends in Seattle, haven't you?
Seattle? No. What are you getting at, Counselor? I've never been in Seattle.
So I knew it. He's trying to dig up something on you to help his campaign.
Forget it, Counselor.
I'd like to
I'm
get
not
back
afraid.
there and really
now, wait
show
a
him.
minute, Counselor. You can't go anywhere like this. Whatever it is, stop it. Put it out of your mind.
It's not so easy. Keniston claims he got a phone tip from someone in Seattle tonight. He's threatening to use it against you.
But the case is over. He can. Oh, look, Counselor, there's no need to worry. Let's forget it. Come on now, stay with me. Meet my friends, huh?
I don't
Let
know.
me buy you that drink, huh? My privilege. And we'll talk about other things. Bartender, Dave. Yeah. Fix the drinks, huh? Drinks for everyone. Come on, Counselor, drink up.
Drink up. Any friend of Sean's is a friend of mine. I'm buying, Counselor.
Around again, bartender, around again.
Oh. I thought I heard the phone. Where? I'm home. How did I get home?
Yes, Steve. You sink back, surprised to find yourself lying half-dressed in your own bed. For a few moments, you stare up at the ceiling, unable to remember anything. Then, as you doze off, you have a vague impression of walking into a darkened room, of sharp words, a struggle.
Who was it?
But before you can remember anything more...
Oh, the phone again.
You get to your feet, walk painfully across the room to the phone, catching a glimpse of yourself in the mirror. There's a cut over one eye and a red welt across the back of one hand.
Yes.
Steve, it's Anne. I've been trying to get you.
Anne?
I've got to see you right away. Steve, they found Uncle Frank
Found him?
in his study this morning. He was murdered sometime around 3 o'clock.
With the prologue of The Dark Room, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, friends, a question. What gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that Signal is known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's famous mileage. But even more so, we're proud of the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which makes such mileage possible. For when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, the things which make driving more fun. That's why folks who want superior performance, as well as those who insist on mileage, are both switching to Signal. They've discovered that to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's coming back to you, isn't it, Steve? As you stand at the telephone there, listening to Anne. You remember the quarrel with District Attorney Frank Keniston, the party with Sean and his friends, then awakening in your own room. And suddenly the terrible nightmare returns. Again you recall walking into that darkened room, and now it seems to be Frank Keniston's study and the man with whom you struggled.
Steve! Steve, what's wrong, Steve?
You hang up on Anne, abruptly, afraid to talk to her, to see her until you find out for sure. You do your best, taking care of your cut face, the bruised hand, then dress and go downstairs to talk with Mrs. Everett, the apartment house manager. There are a few things you must know, Steve, answers you might have to have for the police.
Why, yes, I heard you come in, Mr. Lacey, a little after midnight.
Midnight. You're sure of the time?
Oh, quite sure.
You see, I'd been to a bar.
Oh, I knew that, Mr. Lacey. You were not exactly quiet coming in.
I'm sorry. There was a little celebration after the
Oh,
trial.
you don't have to apologize, Mr. Lacey. Nice to know you're human. You're so quiet and reserved.
You're certain it was me that you heard, Mrs. Everett?
Oh, yes. You woke me up. My apartment being right under the stairs here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And then when you came down, I opened the door to see if you were all right.
I came back down?
Yes, and went out again.
No.
I didn't hear you come in the second time. You must have been feeling a little better.
Mrs. Everett, did you actually see me going out?
Oh, absolutely. You were wearing that checked overcoat of yours, just going through the front door as I glanced out.
My coat. Where is... I must have left it someplace.
Sorry, Mr. Lacey, your coat's just not here. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you were wearing it when you left.
And I didn't come back.
No, I was on duty right up till closing time.
Look, Dave, you remember I was with some people, Mr. Fenton and some friends of his.
Yeah, I remember. They had quite a party. I wanted you to go with them, but you left. Said there was something you had to attend to.
Did I mention what it was, Dave, or where I had to go?
What's on your mind, Mr. Lacey?
Oh, nothing, really. I've had a few too many. Just wondered if I got out of line or anything.
Why don't you forget it, Mr. Lacey?
Forget it?
You know, I've been in this business a long time. Sometimes when I'm standing back here polishing glasses and filling them, I see and hear quite a few things I shouldn't.
Oh?
I always make it a habit to forget them.
Okay, Dave.
Well, sure is a nice day today, Mr. Lacey.
Dave.
Yes, Mr. Lacey?
Did you know either one of those guys we were drinking with?
Remember the big guy?
Vaguely.
Runs a pool hall over on 17th Street. Name's Al something or other. He's always around.
Thanks, Dave.
Mr. Lacey.
Yeah?
Leave me out of it. You remembered meeting him.
Okay. I remembered meeting him.
By the way, what do you want to see him about?
As you said, nice day today, isn't it?
You want to rack up, buddy?
No, thanks. Al around?
You got business with him?
Yeah, we're old friends.
You see him around?
That's him. Back there, isn't it? Last table?
Yeah. Al, somebody wants to see you.
Send him back.
Go ahead, buddy.
That takes you, Joey. Hey, what can I do for... Oh. Well, how you feeling this morning?
I'm all right, Al. Talk to you a minute?
Well, ain't we talking? Oh. Hey, Joey, get lost, huh? Business. Okay.
Okay. Al, I don't know you very well, but I'm a good friend of Sean Fenton's, and I couldn't reach him.
Oh, you want Sean? Hey, he'll be back. Probably buying some stuff. He's going to take a vacation. Hey, a friend of mine's getting his ticket.
Oh, I don't have to talk to him particularly. Maybe you can help.
Well, sure.
I'm a little mixed up about last night, Al. If anyone was to ask just when I left you guys...
You want us to say you didn't leave us, that it?
No, I was only trying to find out...
We'll say it. That settle your problem?
No, Al, you misunderstand.
Oh, that's so? Well, straighten me out, pal. Straighten me out.
Maybe you can straighten me out. Did I say anything about where I was going when I left you?
Listen, pal, I had a few myself, you know. You were sort of belligerent-like. But if you said anything, well, I'll see that none of us mentions it. That what you want?
Oh, thanks, Al, but no, that won't settle anything for me.
I'm sorry.
Look, will you have Sean get in touch with me at my apartment? Here's a card. My number's on it.
Oh, sure thing. Got your number now. Hey, Counselor?
Yeah, Al. Guess you have.
You find your overcoat, Mr. Lacey?
No, Mrs. Everett. Sorry to trouble you again, but... Well, now I've misplaced my keys. Or left them in the apartment.
Locked out, Mr. Lacey. Well, this is your day. I'll get you another one.
Thanks. Anybody around asking for me?
Your young lady called.
Oh?
Seemed awfully upset. There you are. She tried your number, then she rang me. She wanted you to call her back as soon as you got in.
Yeah, well, thanks, I will.
Say, is she related to the attorney Kinston? You know, the one
Yes,
who was...
that's his niece.
Oh, poor thing. And no wonder. I was just reading about it. Horrible, the things that happened
well,
to these
thanks
girls.
for the key, Mrs. Everett. I'll return it as soon as I find mine.
Oh, and one more thing. I almost forgot. A package came for you.
Package?
Yes, it's right here. You know, come to think of it, perhaps this is your overcoat. Someone could have found it and mailed it.
It's probably a suit I ordered. Mrs. Everett, do you mind if I use your phone a moment?
Oh, not at all. Go right ahead. If you'll excuse me, I left my eye in the
Yes,
car.
of course. Thank you.
Hello?
Anne?
Steve, where have you been? I've been trying to get you.
I know. Anne, I got the package.
Your coat?
Then you did send it.
Darling,
Let me do the talking. There isn't much time. Somebody might hear. I want to meet you in about an hour. Drive your car out to the 27th Avenue entrance of North Park. When I drive by, follow me. We'll find someplace where we can talk.
All right, Steve. I'll leave right away.
No, I've got something to do first, and I might want to get in touch with you. Stay there until I call again.
Yes.
Anne,
Yes, Steve?
don't talk to anyone until I've seen you.
All right, darling. I understand. Bye.
Yes.
hotel.
Has Sean Fenton come in yet?
Fenton? Yeah, he's back. Want him?
No, I'll be right over.
Wait a minute, Counselor. I don't think I get you right. I'd do anything to help you.
I want a passport, Sean. Personal papers. Anything I might need.
But you asking me to do a forgery job?
That's what I'm asking.
But Oh. I get it.
Huh?
You're not sure about me. You're putting me to the test, eh? Well, you've got nothing to worry about.
No.
No more of that for me.
Sean.
No, I won't go back on my word to you, Counselor. You're talking to an honest man.
Sean.
Yes,
This isn't anything like that. This has to be done. I'm in a jam.
You? Counselor? I read in the papers.
Never mind what you read in the papers. I need those passports.
You once told me, Counselor, it does no good to
I'll
run.
decide the points of law. Will you do what I ask?
All right, Counselor. I'll get a name from the old death notices at the library. You'll need some photographs.
All right, I'll get them.
Old prints, not too clear.
Okay. Not a word to anybody, Sean.
Would I dare say anything?
No. When can you have the passports ready?
Tonight, 10 o'clock maybe.
All right, I'll call you.
Oh, one more thing.
What?
Where are you going on this trip?
South America. There's a boat leaving at midnight.
It's a bad idea, Counselor. Bad idea. But I'll do it for you.
Ann, over here.
Steve.
Get in. We're driving.
Oh, Steve.
The coat. What about it?
It was in the study, right close to...
Did you discover the body?
No, one of the servants. They notified me. They hadn't seen the coat. I got it out of the room and hid it.
Ann.
Steve, I've got to know, did you...
I don't remember anything. I did threaten to go back. You found my coat. What other answer is there?
Oh, Steve, what are we going to do?
We're not going to do anything. I'm going to take you back to your car, and you're going to forget this. Forget me. Forget it ever happened.
I can't, Steve. You know that. I can't.
It's bad enough that I'm in it. I can't let you.
Oh, Steve. Steve, darling.
Hello?
It's Steve, Sean.
Oh, yes, Counselor.
The passports. You got them ready?
Yes, everything you need.
Can you bring them over?
Counselor, are you sure about this? Is it the only way?
Yes, Sean. It's the only way.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's another reminder about the free safety service which signal dealers are featuring this month. I'm referring to the checkup without charge of your fan belt and radiator hose. You know, of course, the importance of a sound, properly adjusted fan belt. It keeps your cooling system operating efficiently and helps keep your battery up. Also, I don't have to warn you of the hazards of a leaky or weakened radiator hose. Yet it's a fact. Most people never give a thought to these two little items until they fail completely and more serious trouble develops. That's why Signal service stations are offering this free checkup. As independent businessmen with a personal interest in keeping your goodwill, you'll find that Signal dealers make a habit of going out of their way to give you little extra services like this. If you're not already a Signal customer, a good way to see for yourself what I mean is to stop by your neighborhood Signal service station this week and ask for this free fan belt and radiator hose checkup. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's over now, isn't it, Steve? The wondering, the waiting, the agony of doubt that began with that nightmare of a struggle in a darkened room. You're certain now that you did go back and kill the district attorney, Frank Keniston. And though you've advised 100 clients against it, running away seems to be the only answer. Then, as you wait for Sean Fenton to bring your forged passports, another terrible thought strikes you. Fenton is a witness. The only one who can link you with all that's happened. Your hand trembles as you reach into the desk drawer for your automatic, and then you reach up quickly and switch out the light.
Come in. I can't do it. All right, Sean, you can put the passports on the table there.
It isn't Sean, Steve.
Anne! You little fool.
Steve, since this afternoon I've been thinking. It isn't right.
I know what
couldn't
I'm
let
doing, Anne. Believe me, I know what I'm doing.
Do you?
You've got to get out of here. Someone's coming. I don't
You're
know.
running away, aren't you, Steve? Your suitcase is all packed. Your overcoat on the chair.
Anne, you've got to get...
Steve, someone...
Wait a minute. Who is it?
It's me, Counselor. Open up.
Sean Fenton.
Yes. Just stay where you are. Forget anything you might hear. All right, Sean.
Okay, Counselor. I don't like this coming around. Who's this?
Never mind. Have you got the passports?
The passports, Counselor? Well,
Look, I tell you, she's all right. Where are the papers?
I've got them here. They're pretty good.
All right, let me see them under the light. Move my overcoat. Bring up that chair.
All right, Counselor. What?
Sean. What's the matter? I said to move my coat.
Yeah. I'll move it.
What? Wait. My keys. My missing keys. They fell out of the pocket. They were in my coat all the time.
But, Steve, if they were in your coat, how did you get back in your room last night?
I couldn't have, without breaking down the door. And the landlady didn't hear me come back. Maybe I didn't go out again at all.
Counselor, it's late.
Wait. Wait a minute, Sean.
Yes, Counselor?
Where did you go after I left you last night?
Why, I was with
I mean,
Al.
after you left Al.
Steve, do you think...
You came here, Sean. Followed me home. You knocked me out and took my overcoat. It was you the landlady saw going out the door, not me.
But would I steal your coat?
Yes, you would. If you wanted to frame me. You knew I'd argued with Keniston. It was a perfect setup for a frame, wasn't it? You purposely left my coat in Keniston's study when you went back there to kill him.
Steve!
No, Counselor, you got me wrong. You won my case for me. I had no reason.
You had every reason. That phone call from Seattle about Josh Hogue, it meant something, didn't it? You silenced Keniston before he could start an investigation, and after you had me out of the way, you were probably going after Hogue. What was it up there in Seattle, Sean? Another murder?
No, I don't know anything about this Hogue. You're turning on me, Counselor, just like Keniston.
Steve, shall I get...
No, I'll get it. Yes. Yes, he's here. No, I'll give him the message. Okay, thanks. Yes, I'll tell him. That was your friend, Al, Sean. He wanted me to tell you he managed to get those airplane tickets for your vacation in Seattle. No, don't move. Keniston was right about you from the beginning. He said you belonged behind bars, and that's where you're going. Except that when your murder trial is over, it won't be for long, Sean. Not for very long.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Elliot Lewis and Francis Robinson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
I know John Blake isn't here. I know because he's disappeared. I know you're trying to keep it out of the press because you think he's been kidnapped.
Another Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler. I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of the penalty. Young Alan Harper stands at the window of his small office and stares gloomily out over the city as the lights flicker on in the dusk. Alan has troubles. Perhaps he should have kept his job as a private detective. Perhaps he shouldn't have taken the law course, for he hasn't had a single client since the day he passed the bar examination. Better to give up and go back to the detective agency. Then the door opens and a figure steps into the dimly lighted room.
Are you the attorney?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm Alan Harper.
I have a little business for you.
Business? Oh, what kind of business?
I want you to draw a will and later deliver a letter for me.
A will? Oh, yes, of course.
Do you know who I am?
Well, I've certainly seen you before, but I just can't place you.
I'm John Blake, president of the Plymouth Building and Loan.
Oh, yes, of course. I've seen your picture many times.
Yes.
But why have you come to me? You have a staff of the best attorneys in town.
I know, but because of the peculiar nature of the business at hand, I prefer an unknown, a lawyer who had no previous interest in me or my affairs.
I see.
And also one who was not doing any too well.
Well, I'll have to admit that you picked a good example.
In a few moments, you'll have guessed what I have in mind. You'll know why I can't have my own attorneys handle this.
Why not?
You have no personal interest in me, Harper. This is a cold business proposition, and I'll make it worth your while.
Yes?
When I walk out of here, I want you to forget the whole thing for a few days. Agreed?
Very well.
Then take down what I say, and I'll sign it. To my daughter, Anita Blake, I leave all my property, personal and real, including the painting of her mother, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments of this nature previously drawn.
Yes.
That's all.
Oh?
Yes. I'll sign it now. Now, here is a letter addressed to my brother, Hilary, in this city. He's recently returned after 25 years in Australia. Though he has written me several times lately, we've been estranged all these years over a situation which this letter will clear up.
Very well, Mr. Blake, but just what...
No questions, Mr. Harper, please. I want you to keep the will and letter. You'll know what to do with them when the time arrives.
Are you... I mean... Mr. Blake, are you afraid of being murdered?
No, Harper, there was a time... Oh, but not now.
Sounds a little crazy to me.
Here you are, young man. Your fee.
What?
$1,000.
Oh, but that's most unusual. Why all that?
I'm paying you that much because I know you need it badly, and your need will make you keep our agreement that you'll forget all this for a few days and say nothing to anyone.
You're planning to commit suicide, Mr. Blake.
And what if I were?
Then it's my duty to stop you.
What would my death matter to you? People die every day, commit suicide, or murdered. It means nothing to you.
Yes, but this is different.
Mr. Harper, I'm not planning to commit suicide.
You're sure?
Yes, I assure you. So if you don't care to go through with the agreement, I'll take the money back and find someone else.
No. No, I believe you, Mr. Blake. I'll keep the agreement. I've got to.
Very well. Goodbye, Harper, and good luck.
Goodbye, Mr. Blake.
Young Alan Harper sits pondering over the strange events. The will, the letter. He drops the role of attorney, and his mind works from the angle of the detective. What a strange situation. Another day has passed, and toward noon, Anita Blake talks to her fiancé, Wilbur Martin.
I'm sorry to call you out here, Wilbur, but I just had to talk to you.
What is it, Anita? What's wrong?
It's about Father.
Your father?
He left the office late yesterday afternoon, but he didn't come home.
Well, maybe he went to his club.
No, Wilbur. I mean, he didn't come home at all. He still hasn't come. I called his club. I've called every place. Oh, Wilbur, I'm terribly worried.
Why?
Well, Father's been acting strangely of late. He's so morose. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I'm afraid something's happened to him.
Anita, maybe he's been kidnapped.
Wilbur, kidnapped? But if that had happened, wouldn't someone contact us by this time?
Maybe not. Have you called every place that he might be?
Oh, yes.
Have you called the police?
No, I wanted to wait till I talked to you.
Have you called his brother, Hillary?
No, I haven't, but I don't think he'd be there. You know about that situation. They haven't been on good terms for years and years. They've only seen each other once since Uncle Hillary came back from Australia.
Yes, I know. He's a strange sort of person, that Hillary. I've only seen him once, the time I went to his apartment with you, but he's certainly strange.
I know, but perhaps that's only natural.
What was it that caused them to become so bitter towards each other?
Well, I really don't know. Father never told me. But I think it had something to do with a girl they were both in love with.
Did your father know Hillary was coming back to the States?
Of course. Hillary wrote him several times, but Father didn't answer him.
Is your Uncle Hillary well fixed?
Certainly. He became wealthy in Australia. What are you trying to say?
Are you sure he made money over there?
Of course. Father told me that many times.
Well, your father could have been misled about Hillary being well off.
Wilbur, I don't know what you mean. I think Uncle Hillary is all right. I rather like him. And I don't care what the differences were between them. Are you inferring that Uncle Hillary...
No, I'm not inferring anything. I'm just asking. Why not call Hillary and ask him to come over here?
All right.
Don't tell him about your father. Just ask him to come over here as soon as possible.
You're all wrong about this, Wilbur. I know now what you're thinking. But I'm sure you're wrong.
You call him, Anita. And let him think your father is here. Then, after we talk to him, we can call the police.
Wilbur is very clever. He may be right about Hillary. Maybe Hillary knows something about his brother's strange disappearance. But then Hillary is clever, too. Quite clever. A half hour later, Hillary arrives.
What on earth is this all about?
I'm awfully glad you could come so soon, Uncle Hillary.
John Needle?
Oh, you remember Wilbur Martin, Uncle, my fiancé.
Yes, of course. What's wrong with you two? What's happened?
Mr. Blake, how long since you've seen your brother?
Why, it's been about 4 or 5 months, shortly after I came here from Australia.
Wilbur,
Would you like to have a few words with him?
Why, certainly. What's happened?
Wilbur, stop this nonsense. Uncle Hillary, Father is... Well, he isn't here. He's disappeared.
What? Disappeared?
Yes, and Wilbur thought maybe you knew where he was.
Oh, I see. Well, Wilbur, I don't know.
I know that now, but, well, I just wanted to make sure.
Don't let your imagination run away with you, Wilbur.
Father didn't come home last night from the office, and I've called every place. Every place.
Well, what do you think's become of him?
Well, he's been acting very strangely. I'm afraid that he's committed suicide.
Suicide?
But Wilbur thinks that somebody may have kidnapped him for ransom. We could both be right.
He could have been murdered.
I suggest that you call the police at once and check the hospitals, the morgue, every place.
Yes, of course. You call them, Wilbur, please. I can't.
Yes, yes, darling. I'll attend to it.
Wilbur calls the police, and the hospital, and the morgue. But he learns nothing of value. 2 days pass by, and still not a sign of John Blake or his body. Then Alan Harper, the attorney, visits the John Blake home.
Come in, Mr. Harper.
Thank you, Miss Blake.
This is my fiancé, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
What is it, Mr. Harper?
Is your father here, Miss Blake?
My father? Why, no.
What did you want to see him about, Harper?
Why, I wanted to see him on some personal business.
Well, why don't you try to find him at his office?
I did, but he isn't there. He hasn't been there for several days.
Just what is your business, Mr. Harper? Why do you want to see Mr. Blake?
I don't want to see Mr. Blake because I don't think he's here. I came to see Miss Blake.
What do you want, Mr. Harper? Who are you?
I'm a detective.
Detective?
Yes.
Go on, Mr. Harper.
I know John Blake isn't here. I know because he's disappeared. I know you're trying to keep it out of the press because you think he's been kidnapped.
We called the police. We asked them to keep it quiet.
Yes, I know that. But I'm working in the background.
Well, if you don't think he's here, then where do you think he is?
I think he's dead.
Dead? Why do you think that?
Just what do you know, Mr. Harper?
Oh, here you are, Anita. I wanted to talk to you and...
Mr. Blake.
What? And who is this?
Mr. Blake. Well, sir.
You seem startled, young man. What's wrong?
Oh, yes, I am, sir. I thought
What did you think?
Well, I thought you were dead, sir. That is...
He's a detective.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Blake, but... Well, I guess curiosity got the better of me.
What are you talking about?
Well, you remember. The agreement.
What agreement?
Wait a minute. Do you know who you're talking to?
Yes, of course. John Blake.
No, Mr. Harper. This is my uncle, my father's brother, Hillary.
Hillary? Hillary Blake?
Yes, my father's twin brother.
Twins? John and Hillary were twins?
Of course.
Well, I didn't know that.
Then apparently you know my father, John Blake.
Yes. What did you know about him? You know where he is?
Well, excuse me just a moment. I've never been so startled in all my life. Yes. Yes, now that I look at him, now that I recall his speech, there's a difference.
And why do you think John Blake is dead, Mr. Harper?
I've just come from police headquarters.
You mean he's been murdered?
No. No, not murdered. From all indications, he's committed suicide.
Suicide? Are you sure?
Oh, Father, I was afraid of this.
This morning, a hat and coat and overcoat were found on the river docks. In the coat was a typewritten copy of a will made the day before yesterday. The hat bears the initials J.B.
There was a will, you say?
Yes. Could you identify the hat and coat, Miss Blake?
Of course.
Very well. Come in, Sergeant. This is Sergeant Hanlon. Do you recognize this coat and hat, Miss Blake?
Yes. Yes, I do. They were father's. Oh, Wilbur.
Suicide? I can't understand it.
But the hat and coat are not conclusive evidence. What about the will found in the pocket?
Show them the will, Sergeant.
You read it, Wilbur.
Yes, of course. To my daughter, Anita Blake, I leave all my property, personal and real, including the painting of her mother, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments of this nature previously drawn. But no signature.
I have the original. Here you are.
It's the original and signed. Where did you get this, Harper?
Look at the signature of the witness.
Alan Harper. You witnessed the signature?
I did.
And how do you explain that, Mr. Harper?
Because I typed the will for John Blake the night he disappeared. He signed it, and I witnessed the signature.
But why should he come to you, a detective?
It's true that I'm a detective, but I'm also an attorney at law.
But Mr. Blake has his own attorney.
Nevertheless, he came to me to draw this will. And if I hadn't recognized him from his pictures, I wouldn't have witnessed the signature.
You recognize your father's signature, Anita?
Yes. Yes, it's his, all right.
I still can't understand the reason for his doing such a thing. He had everything in the world, everything to live for, money, position. He must have been out of his mind.
Well, I'll admit he did act very strangely, but he seemed to be rational enough.
But this still isn't proof that he's dead. There's no body, no proof that he committed suicide.
The body may not be found for days, but this evidence at hand certainly indicates that a body will be found eventually.
Maybe not, Mr. Harper. It's possible they could have...
What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Miss Blake, in a way, I blame myself for your father's death.
How do you mean?
While he was dictating the will, I had a premonition that he was planning to kill himself. When I confronted him with my suspicion, he was able to convince me that he had no such intention. It's obvious now why he came to me.
Why?
He wanted someone who didn't know him personally. His own attorneys would have been able to see through his plan and prevent his carrying it out.
But why did he make this new will if he'd already made one?
Yes, that's what I'd like to know.
Well, I'm still not convinced that he committed suicide.
No? Well, maybe this will help. Here's the letter he asked me to deliver to Hillary Blake.
A letter? To me?
Yes. He said it would clear up a few things.
Well,
What does it say, Uncle?
it says several things. Things he'd never have said unless he were going to die. Suppose you read it, Wilbur.
Yes. Hillary, for 25 years now, jealousy and bitterness have kept us apart. I know why you stayed over there in Australia all these years. I know you loved Marcia, that she was rightfully yours. But I loved her too, and I couldn't go on without her. I know you despised us both all these years, and I pretended to despise you. I had to pretend because I lied to Marcia. I told her you were engaged to a woman in Australia. Marcia is innocent. I was to blame. When Marcia died last year, you wrote that you were coming back. I knew that your resentment had faded, but I didn't answer you. And I've kept away from you because I just couldn't face it. I told you all this because things have happened, which you will learn soon enough, that have decided me to close my book and write finite. I have made a new will, leaving everything I possess to Anita. Anita is young, Hillary. I beg of you to watch after her as though she were your own, which, but for my selfishness, she might well have been. Forgive me, Hillary. John. Well, this certainly indicates suicide.
But what does he mean by things have happened?
That, Miss Blake, is the motive for which we'll just have to wait.
Yes. For that and the body.
Everyone seems to be convinced that John Blake has committed suicide. That is, everyone except Wilbur Martin. But still, the body has not been found. Then, one morning 4 days later, Alan Harper calls Anita and Hillary to police headquarters.
Morning, Miss Blake. Mr. Blake?
What is it, Mr. Harper?
Have you found John?
I hope you don't mind my coming along, Mr. Harper.
No. No, not at all, Mr. Martin.
What's happened?
They found a body this morning on the rocks at the mouth of the river. It's rather badly bruised and cut, and, well, it's in a bad condition, but I think you should look at it.
Oh,
I know how you feel, Miss Blake, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
Very well. I'll be all right.
May I come too?
Please do, Wilbur.
This way, please. Here we are.
Wilbur. Oh.
What do you say, Miss Blake?
Oh, it's awful.
Now, get hold of yourself, Anita. Please, you must.
Yes, that's Father.
And you, Mr. Blake?
Well, it's certainly hard to say. It looks like it might be John, but was there no means of identification on this body? No jewelry?
Father never wore any jewelry.
There was nothing but this suit here. Nothing in the pockets.
Oh, Wilbur, that's Father's suit, all right. It's Father, I know. But why? Why did he do it?
Come along, Miss Blake. You needn't stay here any longer.
Now, darling. Well, I still can't understand.
I'd like to have a word with you, Martin.
Yes? Oh, all right.
Oh, would you and your uncle wait here for a moment?
Of course.
This way, Martin. All right, Martin. Why did you phone me?
I wanted permission to see the body.
Do you think it was John Blake?
Oh, I can't tell, but they certainly should know.
Wilbur, from the start, you've been skeptical about the suicide theory. Why?
Why? Well,
Who were you trying to frame?
You're crazy. I'm not trying to frame anybody.
You think he was murdered?
Yes, I do.
But not by you, of course.
Certainly not.
But how do you account for the fact that John came to my office, signed the will he dictated, and gave me the letter to Hillary? He must have contemplated suicide.
Are you sure it was John Blake who made the will?
You think it was Hillary?
It could have been.
But John's temples were quite gray, and he had no trace of an accent.
Hillary could have dropped the accent and grayed his temples.
Go on.
He could have gotten hold of John's clothes and hat. And after he left you, he could have killed John and thrown him in the river and left the evidence at the riverfront.
And why would Hillary kill John?
Well, there have been several reasons. Maybe because of Marcia. Several reasons.
Did John Blake object to your engagement to Anita?
No. Why should he?
Anita Blake identified her father's handwriting on the will and the letter to Hillary. She identified the body, but you keep harping about murder.
Maybe she only thought it was his handwriting.
You'd better be careful, Wilbur. If you're trying to make a murder out of this, you may hang yourself.
What? How?
False accusation. I've still got the will and the letter to Hillary. I checked with papers at John's office. The writing is the same.
Maybe Hillary is clever at forgery.
Maybe.
Did you have the experts check the writing?
Not yet.
Well, then how can you tell unless you had a sample of Hillary's writing?
I take it you have a sample of Hillary's writing. You found the letters from Hillary to John?
Yes. Found a packet of them. It's on his desk.
Good. Good. That will be what I was waiting for.
Well, there they are. Several of them tied together.
Now, I'll tell you something. I never thought John committed suicide. I think he was murdered.
You do?
Yes. And before you go, Wilbur, I'd like to have a sample of your handwriting. Here on this pad.
Very well.
Thank you, Wilbur. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, Sergeant, have you finished checking?
Yes, Harper, I've finished.
And what's the verdict?
Well, this is the cleverest bit of forgery I've ever come across. This would have passed any place if the question hadn't come up.
So?
This will and the letter to Hillary would certainly get by anyone as having been written by John Blake.
Yes?
When comparing the suicide letter from John to Hillary with this letter Hillary wrote from Australia, we notice a difference, but a basic similarity.
Would the fact that they're twins be the reason for that?
No, on closer examination, we find characteristics which couldn't appear in both letters if they were twins.
Then you agree with me that Hillary must have written the suicide letter and signed the will.
I certainly do. It's a tough thing to prove. I think you're on the right track, but, well,
all I can do is bluff it through, eh?
I'm afraid you'll have to work on forcing a confession on this case.
Did you check all these letters from Hillary?
No, just those on top.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you checked them all.
Well, just as you say.
Now, what about young Wilbur Martin?
Well, so far I can't see much in him to worry about. But then you never can tell.
I think Hillary's the man, all right. I thought that for some time. But I'll just phone out to the house and tell Wilbur Martin that we've uncovered the whole thing, and if Wilbur's in on it, he'll be gone when I get there. He can be picked up later.
Okay, I'll check the rest of Hillary's letter.
Go ahead. I won't phone out there till you've finished.
10 minutes later, a startling piece of news breaks. The headlines are screamed by newsboys. Extras flood the streets. And Wilbur Martin rushes to the Blake home and faces Anita and Hillary Blake.
What is it, Wilbur? What's wrong with you?
Yes, for heaven's sake, what's happened?
You haven't heard? You don't know, Anita?
No, what do you mean?
Well, look at these headlines.
Plymouth building and loan crashes. Wilbur, what does it mean?
I'll tell you. John Blake embezzled the company funds, and they've gone to the wall.
What?
Yes, close the doors.
Wilbur, no, I can't believe such...
I'm sorry, Anita. There it is, in black and white.
Then that's the motive for his suicide.
Why?
Why? Because he knew he was caught. What else?
He could have put the money back, couldn't he?
Yes, but maybe he lost it by trying to make more to cover up the shortage.
I don't think he lost it.
You don't?
No.
Nonsense. He must have. Why would he kill himself?
Maybe he didn't kill himself.
Oh, no, please, Anita. You mustn't worry. I know this is very embarrassing for you, but it isn't your fault. Let me take you away for a while. We can run down to Mexico till this blows over.
You won't take her to Mexico. You won't take her anyplace.
Just what do you mean?
What's wrong with you, Wilbur? You're acting stupid.
Do you want to go to Mexico with a murderer?
What?
Your father may have built the company, but I don't believe he lost the money.
Wilbur.
He hid it. And your Uncle Hillary found out where he hid it, and he set up the suicide to cover your father's murder.
Crazy. Out of your mind.
This doesn't make sense. I have all the money I need.
Yes, you have now.
You're a fool. Pack your things, Anita. I'll phone the airport for a reservation.
You won't leave this room.
Do you know what can be done to you for threatening people with firearms? I'll call the police.
You don't need to call the police. They're on the way here now. I just talked to that detective, Mr. Harper. They've proved that you wrote the John's will and the suicide letter. You killed John, and you have the money.
Wilbur, you're crazy. You're out of your mind.
I know what I'm talking about.
Get out of here. Get out. Get out!
No, I won't leave. No one will leave till they come. Well, you got here just in time, Mr. Harper. Hillary was going to Mexico on the next plane and taking Anita with him.
Mexico?
Yes, he knows everything. I just told him about the handwriting discovery. John Blake stole the money from the loan company. Hillary here found out about it and learned where it was hidden and killed John.
He's talking nonsense.
Mr. Blake, Sergeant Evans here is the police handwriting expert. He's examined the will and the suicide letter from John. He's also checked them with your recent letters from Australia.
What?
And your letters from Australia show a definite resemblance, the same characteristics which appear in the will and the suicide letter.
You wrote the suicide letter?
Definitely.
And we can get a conviction on it.
Ridiculous.
But there's something else. The will mentions a painting of Marcia Blake, Anita's mother. Where's that painting?
Well, there it is on the wall.
Just a moment.
I hope you don't mind, Miss Blake.
You're tearing off the back.
Yes. Yes. And there you are. There's the reason why.
Bonds. Thousands in negotiable bonds. Then Hillary did know about the money. He did kill John for all this.
I did no such thing.
No. No, that's right. You didn't kill John Blake.
Well, then who did?
Look at these two letters from Hillary Blake to John. What are the dates?
September and November 1940.
Those were Hillary's last letters to John. Now look at these. June and July 1920. You notice any difference?
All are signed by Hillary. But the ones dated 1920 are not at all like the ones written in 1940.
Not the least similarity. We just discovered these old letters. The ones dated 1920 were written by Hillary. But the ones dated 1940 were written by John.
John? What do you mean?
You're under arrest, Mr. Blake. Not for murder, because there's been no murder. You're under arrest on a charge of embezzlement.
Embezzlement?
And you, Miss Blake, are under arrest as an accomplice.
Oh, but what are you saying?
At first, we overlooked the earlier letters of Hillary Blake. But when we saw them, we knew they were not the same hand. We knew John forged the recent ones. Furthermore, I checked with Australia. Hillary Blake died in Sydney 10 years ago. This man is John Blake, posing as Hillary to escape the penalty for looting the company.
Nita, you...
And Nita knew all about it. She's in on the plan. Oh, it was a clever one. And they might have gotten away with the phony suicide, but he picked the wrong attorney. Oh, here's your $1,000, Blake. But I'm afraid it won't do either of you much good now.
Well, that's the story. John had gone to great lengths in laying his plan, but he made a mistake by failing to destroy the early letters from Hillary, and he underestimated Wilbur's intelligence. John had covered every point. He had even established residence in an apartment as Hillary, had used the story of estrangement as an excuse for not associating with Hillary. And what of the body in the morgue? That's where they slipped again. The police knew the identity of the body. That was merely a trap laid by Alan Harper. Anita was too quick in identifying the first body she saw, too anxious. It was obviously not her father, but the finding of an unidentified body seemed so convenient that she jumped at the chance to declare it was John Blake. Yes, there's many a slip twixt, but you know the rest.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Now rated by independent research, the most popular radio program on the West Coast. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. 6-letter word for death.
Thursday night was the climax. Every element in the marriage of George and Priscilla Haynes came to a sharp focus on that foggy Thursday night. 5 years of it, 60 months, 1,826 days, each adding a little pressure, each day contributing a little more water behind the dam that was destined to give way on that Thursday night, when the fog hung like a blanket over the campus of State College. George Haynes had known the marriage wouldn't work from the first. Yes, George, as far back as a month after your wedding, when you first felt the cold, sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach. And these 5 years have proven it. But no one but you seems to recognize it. No, George, not even Priscilla.
George. George, I'm talking to you.
Why, I'm sorry, Priscilla.
George, what's a 4-letter word meaning former?
Please, dear, I'm awfully busy and...
Just this one.
You say 4-letter word meaning former?
Yes.
Let's see, try Erst.
What?
Erst, E-R-S-T.
That's a silly word. You sure?
You might try it and see.
E-R-S-T. Looks funny.
Now, I've got to get to this lecture for tomorrow, dear. Let's see. Better open with Page's work on Cambodia. There's Angkor Wat, of course. Fundamentals first, general aspects.
George.
Distinction from South Chinese. Yes, of
George.
course. Yes, dear.
I'm stuck again. There's a 6-letter word.
Priscilla, darling, I've really got to get at this. Would you mind, please?
Oh, don't be a stuffed shirt, George. Just this one.
All right, Priscilla. Just this one.
No, George. No one seemed to recognize the real trouble. The president of State College, Dr. Dawes, didn't get it either, did he, George? There was no way to explain it to anybody.
Tell me, George, what's wrong?
I'm afraid I don't understand, Dr. Dawes.
I'm afraid I don't either. As you know, the Regions have been considering you and Larry Price as possibilities for the chairmanship of the History Department. I'd put a lot of faith in you, George. Now I'm beginning to wonder.
I know. I know my work has fallen off.
What's the matter, George?
I guess it's nerves or something.
Maybe you need a rest. Why don't you take Priscilla and go
No.
on?
I'm sorry, Dr. Dawes. I'd better go.
Darling, I'm glad you're home.
Hello, dear.
Larry tells me you've declined the faculty dinner. I told him there must be a mistake, George. Surely we're not
It's not a mistake, Priscilla. My work is in such bad shape that I've got to get down to business.
But everyone will be there, dear. Larry and Anne and all the rest. They'll think something's the matter.
But don't you see, Priscilla, my work is more important.
Oh, so that's it. Your work is more important than my happiness. You don't care, do you? You just as soon wrap yourself up in those stuffy
All
old
right, we'll go.
I can't understand why we have to go
Priscilla,
through this.
please, please.
Larry and Anne and all the rest. They didn't get it either, did they, George? They can't understand the terror you feel when you realize Dr. Dawes is right. Your work is slipping. George Haynes, full professor of history, candidate for chairman of the department, is slipping. You feel as if you're standing at the edge of a cliff, and Priscilla, with her inane remarks, her perpetual round of afternoon teas, faculty dinners, and 1,000 other distractions, is easing you over the brink. 5 years of it, George, 5 long years, and each day, each hour, building like a tower of blocks designed to topple into ruins on that foggy Thursday night, the night Priscilla invited Larry and Anne to the house for an evening of bridge.
George, of all the stupid plays, that one takes the prize. First you double them into game, and then you...
Well, he wouldn't have doubled if you hadn't bid clubs, Priscilla.
Oh, that had nothing to do with it. He was
I'm
simply...
sorry, Priscilla. I guess I wasn't paying much attention to the game.
Lucky for you, we're not playing for a quarter of a cent, George.
That's enough, Larry.
Huh? What's the matter, Anne?
George is tired. Maybe we'd better go.
Go? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Anne, dear. The evening's just started.
I really have got to admit that I am a bit bushed.
Nonsense. Let's see, that's 120 below the line. Where's a pencil?
Here, take mine.
Oh, thanks. 120. 700 rubber.
You are tired, aren't you, George?
Would you think I was awfully rude if I...
Don't be silly. Of course you're being rude. George just wants an excuse to get at those dusty old books of his.
I don't mean that at all. I'm very tired
And terribly stupid, according to the score here.
Priscilla.
Larry, that makes your total score 2,700.
I'm talking to you, Priscilla.
George, dear, let's not have another one of your scenes, shall we?
That's just the trouble. There haven't been enough of them.
Why, George, dear.
I've kept quiet too long. That's the trouble. You can't keep quiet too long or it gets inside of you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take your hands off of me.
George, you're making a fool of yourself.
I ought to wring your neck.
You know, I believe he meant that.
I suppose I ought to feel embarrassed.
We'd better go, Larry.
Yeah, I guess we better.
So the blocks toppled, didn't they, George? You've spoken your piece, told Priscilla you could wring her neck, and you almost feel as if you could, don't you? She won't speak to you now, and for the first time in 5 years, the house is silent. Larry and Anne have gone home to the house next to yours on Faculty Row. Outside, the fog is cool and clean, and you suddenly want to lose yourself in it, to feel it press around you and clear some of the haze out of your mind. 15 minutes later, you find yourself near the bell tower on the campus.
Here, boy. Here, come on. That's a fella. Well, where'd you come from, fella, huh? Say, looks like you ran away. Well, you're a nice dog. Yes, you are.
Here, Senator. Where'd that pup go? Come here, Senator.
Oh, hi. Hello, I see his name's Cinder.
Oh, thanks. He slipped his leash in the fog.
Well, Cinder's a good name for him. Black as ink.
Haven't had a chance to do much with him. Only had him a couple of weeks.
Well, I'm quite fond of cockers, particularly black ones. May I ask you where you got him?
Certainly, at the Coldwater Kennels, about 3 miles from here. There you are, boy. Well, we better run along, Senator. Thanks for catching him.
Not at all. Night.
Good night.
Cute cocker. Cinder. Oh, 11 o'clock. That air's good. Well, better be getting back. important. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you in the fog. Here, let me help. Anne! Anne, wait a minute. Huh. That's strange.
Yes, George, that was strange, wasn't it? You're sure it was Anne, as sure as you could be of anything in that fog. But why should she run from you? Why should she scream when you reached out to help her? You're puzzled as you turn and start for home, and worried. The fog takes on an ominous quality, closing in on you, causing you to hurry faster and faster as you get closer and closer to home. It's been a strange evening. The quarrel with Priscilla, Anne's terror when she ran into you. Then, 10 minutes later, as you arrive back at the house and open the door, it suddenly takes on a horrible meaning.
Priscilla? Priscilla!
Priscilla. Priscilla. Dead. Strangled.
With the prologue of tonight's story, 6-letter word for death, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. A friend of mine, who was never too keen about babies, recently became a papa himself. When I dropped in the other night and found him, of all things, bathing the baby, he grinningly remarked, "Well, it's different when it's your own." Well, friends, right there you have the reason why you just naturally get a different brand of service, more conscientious and more thorough, from a man who has his own money in his own business, such as your Signal gasoline dealer. It's why, for instance, when a Signal dealer lubricates your car, he takes no chance of forgetting some hidden part. Instead, he uses the famous Signal check chart that specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized lubricants each point should have. And he checks each point against the chart not just once, but twice, so not one part can be missed. Incidentally, while you're having your Signal man lubricate your car, don't forget what engineers of the American Petroleum Institute have proved, that every 1,000 miles is also time for clean motor oil. To get the best performance and longest life from your motor, be sure you get today's super quality pure paraffin base oil, Signal 4-star motor oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, George, Priscilla is dead, strangled, lying on the floor by the window, a crossword puzzle and pencil beside her. For 15 seconds, all you can do is stand there staring at her. Then, terrified, you pick up the phone.
Operator, get the police. Hurry.
Police station, Sergeant Holland. Hello. Hello. Police station, Sergeant Holland.
Wait a minute. Good Lord.
I've kept quiet too long. That's the trouble. You can't keep quiet too long or it gets inside
George, you're making a fool of yourself.
I ought to wring your neck.
Gotta get away. Get some air. Get out of here.
Well, Professor, what's the hurry?
Officer Gavin.
What's up?
Well, nothing, officer.
Well, what's the matter? You look pretty worked up.
There's
Anything
nothing
I can
wrong. Nothing at all, officer. Good night, Gavin.
Hey, wait a minute, Professor. Huh. That's funny.
The fog, George. All you can think of is losing yourself in it, trying to erase the horrible picture of Priscilla from your mind. Gavin, the campus policeman, saw you rush blindly from the house, saw the terror on your face that came with the realization that less than an hour after your exasperated statement at the bridge table, your wife Priscilla lies dead on the living room floor, strangled. You walk aimlessly in the fog for several minutes, trying to get a grip on yourself. Then finally you realize you can't go on this way, and you force yourself to go back to the house, back to the living room and the chair by the window.
She's gone.
It's like a nightmare, isn't it, George? The body's gone from its place by the living room window. Frantically, you search the house and finally discover it in the bedroom, stretched out on the floor. And something new has been added, George. One of your silk neckties is tightly knotted around her neck. Well, George, it's clear now. You're being framed. The minute it takes your fumbling fingers to take off the necktie seems a year. And you can almost hear the police outside as you burn it in the stove. And then you dash next door to Larry's.
Larry.
Well, George.
Larry, you've got to help me. I don't know what's behind it, but...
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
What's that in your pocket, Larry?
Huh? Oh, this?
Yes.
My pencil. Why?
Your pencil?
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Say, what's happened, George? Tell me.
Nothing, Larry. Nothing.
Hey, you need another cup of coffee, Prof. Here, let me get it.
Why did he do it? What reason could he have for
Don't get
killing...
ahead of yourself, Professor. You're not sure?
I'm positive, Charlie. The pencil was right next to her body when I first went in. When I went back, she'd been moved, and the pencil was in Larry Price's pocket.
That's pretty serious stuff.
Charlie, you believe me, don't you? You don't think
Yeah,
I'm...
I know. Almost makes me sick to think of it.
I came here because I had to go somewhere. I thought that you'd...
Sure, I believe you, Prof.
Thanks.
Brother, you're in a tough spot.
Yes, I know.
What are you going to do?
You mean I have a choice?
Well, I don't know. You sure that campus cop recognized you when you ran out of the house?
Oh, of course he did. I talked to him.
Yeah, that's where you made your mistake. You should have spilled it then.
I didn't know what I was doing. All I could think of was to get away from
I know.
here.
What about an alibi? What happened after you left the house the first time?
I just took a walk, that's all.
Alone?
Yes.
No one saw you, huh?
Well, there was Anne, of course, Larry's wife. She was...
Oh, you can write that one off.
Well, you think she'd deny seeing me?
If it met her husband's neck, she would.
Oh, but she's not the kind who...
You're wasting your time, I tell you. They're all the same. Wouldn't steal second in a Sunday school baseball game, but put them on the stand when their husband's in a jackpot and... no, Professor, that one's out.
But there's no one else. There's... Wait a minute. That dog.
Huh?
I saw a black cocker and talked to his owner by the bell tower. He'd remember me.
Well, who is he?
I don't know his name.
Oh, great.
But the dog came from the cold water kennels.
Oh. Did you see anyone else?
No. After that, I started back. I didn't see anyone until I ran into Gavin when I left the house again.
Oh. Well, that's a pretty important dog, isn't it?
I guess it is. I'm awfully sorry. I would have telephoned, but the telephone...
But the telephone was disconnected. Now, look. It's 1 a.m. in the morning, and I have no intention...
Wait a minute, will you? I told you this was a matter of life and death, or we wouldn't have come.
My good man, the cold water kennels deal exclusive in Cocker Spaniels. Over 100 dogs we have. More than half of them are black. How in thunder do you expect
But
me
he
to...
said he bought in 2 weeks ago.
Look, we've sold 30 dogs in the last 2 weeks. You don't know the man's name, don't even know what he looks like. You come here and get me out of bed at 1 a.m. in the morning and expect me to make miracles with a sales record. It don't make sense.
All right, Mr. Coldwater. Come on, Professor.
Believe me, I'm sorry, but if you only had something else to go on...
Wait a minute. The dog's name was Cinder. Does that help?
Yeah, there was a man. Wait. Called him Cinder. I remember now. Uh-huh.
Who is it?
Got it here. A man by the name of Morgenstern. He's new here. Staying at the Penn Hotel.
Morgenstern? Let me check the register.
Morgenstern. Where have I heard that name?
Morgenstern.
We had him here a couple of weeks ago. Kendrick P. Morgenstern. Yeah, I remember him now. He came in one night with a dog, and we had to tell him it wouldn't go here against the house rules.
I've seen that name. I know it.
You've got a forwarding address?
No, he just moved out. He was kind of sore.
It's 3 o'clock, Charlie.
Yeah. Kendrick P. Morgenstern. I remember seeing the name. It's such a funny handle.
Well, try and picture it. You sure you saw it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, was it printed or written? Maybe a sign on a store window?
It was written. I remember the K was funny.
Well, it was a signature then. You saw him sign his name.
Sure. It was a check. That's right. He came here to cash a check this morning.
Wait a minute. You sent the deposits?
No, I didn't.
Where is it?
In the safe. And it's got his name and an address on it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Brendan. I know it's late, but we've got to find him. You say he was staying here?
Well, it was funny. A nice man, Mr. Morgenstern, but odd. He come here from the hotel with his dog about 2 weeks back. Thought the world and all of that.
But
dog.
you said he's gone now. Where is he?
Well, I'm getting to that. He only took the room for 2 weeks, being he's due to go east tonight on the plane.
East where?
Well, I don't know.
When? What plane?
Left at midnight. But come 11 o'clock, he decides to take his dog walking. Well, I don't see him for over an hour. 12:30 it was, but then the plane's gone.
Well, then he's here.
Oh, no. Left in an awful hurry. Think he was going to catch the next plane at 2 a.m.
But I've called all the other lines. Haven't you a record of a canceled reservation on the midnight flight? Very well. Thank you.
Something's haywire somewhere, Prof.
Oh, it's useless, Charlie. Nothing else I can do.
What time is it?
4:30. You better go home and get some sleep, Charlie.
All right, it's okay. Gosh, Prof, I hate to give up.
Well, there's one chance left.
What's that?
Ann Price.
It's a slim chance, George, but it's the only one you have. After you leave Charlie, as you walk slowly through the campus toward Faculty Row, you try for the first time to think it through, to reason it out somehow. Larry's motive for killing Priscilla, Ann's terror when she ran into you, the brutal, heartless frame-up that hit you between the eyes when you went back the second time. It doesn't make sense, and you're too tired to think. Too tired to play with an impossible jigsaw puzzle.
Professor Haynes?
Why, yes,
Schultz, Homicide Squad. You know Mrs. Price, I believe.
Hello, Ann.
Hello, George.
And Gavin, the campus policeman?
I saw Professor Haynes earlier this evening.
Nice of you to come back, Haynes. There are 9 squad cars out looking for you right now.
All right, I'm here now. What do you want?
Why did you burn that necktie?
Well, I didn't know that...
It was used to kill your wife, Haynes. We found some of the ashes. Some of the threads were left on her neck. You tossed it in the stove, didn't you?
Well, I'd rather...
Did you burn that tie?
Yes. Yes, I did.
All right, Haynes, that's all we want to know.
No, wait a minute. You can't. I can explain. Listen, Lieutenant, please. Ann, you're my last chance. You've got to help me. Tell them. Tell them you saw me on the campus. You know, Ann, by the clock. You've got to help me, Ann. Tell them, will you?
Oh, George, I don't know what you're talking about.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But now, in honor of the Boy Scouts of America, our sponsor, the Signal Oil Company, has asked me to bring you a special message. What is a Boy Scout? Well, a Boy Scout is a boy who keeps himself physically fit. He avoids alcohol and tobacco. He guards his tongue from loose speech or boasting or a sacrilege. When he speaks of anyone, he tries to speak well of him. His scout good turns to someone each day make him many friends, for the way to have friends is to first be one. He always tries to be a useful citizen. He helps his community. Another big thing a scout enjoys is camping. There he finds fun in games or swimming, finds new friends in woods and other fellows. And there among the trees or under the silent stars or by the campfire's ruddy embers, he dreams out his great tomorrow. Those excerpts from the Scout Handbook tell you better than any words of mine why the Boy Scouts deserve your wholehearted cooperation. Tell you why. If there's a boy in your family nearing the age of 12, you could do him no better turn than to encourage his joining the Boy Scouts of America. And now, back to the Whistler.
So that's it, George. Anne denies it. She didn't see you. Charlie was right, wasn't he? Women are wide-eyed and righteous until the chips are down, until something close to them is at stake. Then it doesn't seem to matter. You stand there quietly, looking at her for a minute. Then your knees begin to get weak and you sit down. You wonder for a moment where Larry is and decide he's probably somewhere rehearsing the testimony he's going to use against you at the trial. Then suddenly you're too tired to wonder anything.
George.
Please, Anne. You don't need to say any more.
Oh, I know it sounds ridiculous for me to say I'm sorry at a time like this. I should have known it was coming. It's been written all over his face for the past month.
What? Who are you talking about?
Larry.
Perhaps I'd better explain, Mrs. Price. You see, Haynes Price was in love with your wife.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Oh, it's true, George.
It came to a climax yesterday afternoon. She refused to go away with him.
That's fantastic.
It's true, George. Oh, don't you see? That's why Priscilla was so unreasonable last night.
But how long?
Oh, months. I thought Larry was acting strangely last night after we got home. And then when I saw him leave the house, I followed him and...
She saw the whole thing, Haynes.
Good Lord.
Oh, all I could think of was running. He knew I saw him and followed me across the campus. I ran into him at the bell tower, but he was so surprised.
Oh, Anne, that was I.
What? Why, I thought it was Larry. That's why
Of course. You were frightened.
Well, anyway, I went to the police, and Lieutenant Schultz came right out.
Apparently, Price returned after she gave him the slip and realized his only out was to incriminate you. He moved the body, planted the necktie, and so on.
But how could he expect to get away with it?
He wasn't thinking very rationally, Haynes.
Oh.
And that's another thing. When Price knew the jig was up, he ran for it. Took off across the campus in the fog. We had every available man out looking for him. But it was pretty much of a needle in a haystack proposition in the fog for a while, until we got that big break.
What was that?
A little black dog. Apparently, the dog got excited when Price ran by his master and broke away and ran after Price. One of our men was attracted by the barking. All he had to do was follow the dog, and there was Price. Forgot to introduce our star witness, Professor.
How do you do?
This is the dog's owner, Mr. Morgenstern.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Reif, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal gasoline. Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, the man who died twice. I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. It wasn't until a year or more after his second death that the public learned the facts in the case of Stash Wilk and made him famous posthumously as the man who died twice. That was an interesting story in itself, but it was really only a prologue to a bigger story, one which the public never knew in full. 4 people were involved: Stash, his brother John, his lawyer Ben Maddow, and his girl Edie Shelby. But the real central character in the story was an oil drum containing $400,000 in currency, buried near a lonely highway. Yes, Stash Wilk, if you hadn't been stupid, if you hadn't killed that bank guard, you might have made it. But there's no use crying over spilt milk, is there? You're in the state penitentiary now, in the death cell, 48 hours from the gas chamber. And all you can think of is the $400,000 buried in the oil drum near the highway, safe. Only you know where it is, Stash. Maybe that's why Ben Maddow, your lawyer, is trying so desperately to get you a reprieve.
But listen to reason, Stash. I tell you, we saw the governor. They all turned us down.
There must be some other way. Where's Edie? I gotta see her.
She's coming with John.
And my brother? What's he doing here?
Trying to help.
You mean he's money hungry, too, like the rest of you?
Please, Stash, don't you see? You've got to tell us where that dough is so we can put it to work for you.
Oh, you low down...
Let me go, you crazy idiot. That guy's coming.
Nobody gets a smell of that dough till I'm out, see?
Yeah, Stash. Yeah. Let me go.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Right, straighten your tie. They're coming.
Miss Shelby and your brother to see you, Wilk. 10 minutes.
Stash.
Oh, Edie. Oh, I missed you, baby. Hope you miss me, too.
I have, Stash. I have.
It's getting so I figure everyone's got his eye on the dough. Even you.
Oh, please.
Okay. What's on your mind, Johnny?
Ben, did you ask him about...
I just told Ben exactly how I feel about the dough, Johnny. Just so there won't be no mistakes. You see, there's one thing worse than walking to that little green room tomorrow. That's walking there knowing someone else is making free with that $400,000.
In other words, John, he doesn't trust us.
Right. Once I'm out, it's a different story, of course.
Of course. Well, that leaves us just one alternative.
What's that?
It's a long shot, Stash, but that's about the only kind we have left. It'll take money.
Now or later?
I think you'll be satisfied with later.
Who?
The doctor.
Are you kidding? What good can a doc do me?
Let him talk, Stash.
It's this way, Stash. With the right injections, a man who's been gassed to death can be brought back to life.
Brought back? What are you giving me? What kind of a double cross is this? Or you all crazy or something?
Relax before you have the guard here. I'm telling you a plain fact. A man who's been gassed and pronounced dead can be revived, providing you get him to the right doctor fast enough. Now, cigarette, anyone?
Yeah, I'll have one. Thanks.
A little less noise now, huh?
Yeah. Well, Stash, you ready to listen to details?
Don't have much choice, do I? Okay, Johnny, I'm listening. But get this straight, the 3 of you. I don't do no talking about the $400,000 till I'm out of this pen. And you can figure how much talking I'll do if I come out dead.
Yes, Stash, it's enough to make a man think, isn't it, with death staring him in the face. The guards at the prison noticed the change right away.
And the report goes to the warden that with a little more than a day of life left you, you've changed from a surly, scowling brute into a model prisoner. Meanwhile, Ben Meadow and your brother John are making preparations. And finally, on the morning of the execution.
What time is it, John?
Almost 5.
That doctor was
Don't worry, I told you. He's got the schedule.
You're sure of him?
Positive. He's done it before.
We have exactly an hour. He goes into the gas chamber at 6 sharp. Where's that laundry van?
Outside.
Well, get him.
Hey, come here in a minute, will you?
Yeah.
You got everything straight?
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Meadow.
He goes into the chamber at 6. Ought to be out at 6:10. They'll take the body direct to the prison crematory. You meet the wagon at the southeast at exactly 6:13. You exchange that body in the sack in your truck for stash.
Yeah, I know.
Now, there can't be any slip-ups. A delay of a minute might make the difference between life and death. It's got to be split-second timing. You understand?
Yeah.
All right, get out and check your truck. And don't let the prison guard suspect this is anything but your usual laundry pickup.
Right, boss. I'll be back at 6:20 sharp with the body. Laundryman.
Good, I'll give you a hand. Right through here.
Okay. All right.
Right here.
On the table?
Yeah. Yeah, here's your money.
Thanks.
Remember what I told you. Keep your mouth shut.
Don't worry.
All right, Doctor. Let's go.
Methylene blue.
Here it is.
Needle?
Right.
There. Oxygen on.
It's on, Doctor.
Heart?
Not yet.
More methylene. Heart?
I don't know yet. I can hardly tell.
Give me that stethoscope.
Here you are.
Let's see. Wait a minute. Give him more oxygen.
He's starting to breathe, Doctor.
How's his heart?
Easy. Now down on the oxygen a little. Steady.
He's really breathing.
All right. We'll keep the oxygen on a little longer.
Doctor, is he...
Yeah, he's out of the woods.
He'll live?
He has an excellent chance. Cover him with a couple of blankets.
How long before he'll wake?
There's no way of telling yet. The main thing now is that he's alive. If his constitution is as strong as I think it is, he'll come through.
Ping. Remember that word? Ping. That's what cars used to do going up hills and on the getaway before the days of New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. But ping is a lost word now, on its way clear out of the motoring vocabulary. For with New Signal gasoline, tired old motors purr with pleasure, even when they're working hard. Ah, but higher anti-knock isn't the only improvement you'll notice when you try Signal's new super fuel. No, indeed. In addition, you'll enjoy quicker starting the moment you touch the button, faster pickup that you can really feel. And because you'll be shifting less, you'll get more of those pleasurable high-gear miles, actually go farther than ever with New Signal. Because all these advantages are things you can see, feel, hear right in your own car, we call New Signal the gasoline you can prove is superior. Why not make your next gas stop a stop at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign? Fill up with New Signal gasoline and see for yourself the surprising performance there's still left in your car. And now, back to the Whistler.
$400,000 is a lot of money, isn't it, Stash? It brought you back from the dead, paid for the split-second timing, the calculated accuracy, the medical exactness that turned a one-way journey into a round trip. You remember nothing from the time the paralyzing fumes surrounded you as you sat strapped in the gas chamber. Nothing except a feeling of strangulation the sudden stabbing of a million knives at your chest. And then darkness, a limitless ocean of darkness, in which you lost all sense of time and space and being. Then all of a sudden, there's reality again. There's light coming in windows without bars on them. And Edie's here beside you.
I can't believe it, Stash.
Yeah, why not? I'm here, ain't I?
Oh, I was scared.
You were scared. And help me up, baby. Try out these pins of mine.
Yeah. There. Think you can walk?
Walk? Baby, I can fly. Watch.
Oh, take it easy.
I'm okay.
Boys, he's walking.
Huh? Hey, well, look at that. Not bad for a corpse,
But
huh?
it's great, Stash.
Hiya, fellas. Now, when we getting out of here?
We're not getting out of here until we make sure there won't be a slip-up.
What do you mean?
We're going to find you a new face.
Huh?
A plastic surgeon, Stash.
Now, wait a minute.
It's the only way. Your picture's been in every paper in the country. You'd be spotted in 2 minutes if you left this house.
Will it be much of a job?
$30,000 worth.
He must be good.
He is.
Okay, pay him. Let's get it over with.
He wants it in advance.
Well, lay it out. What's the matter? Ain't my credit good for 30 grand?
Hey, take it easy. We worked hard to get you this far, and we want to finish it, but we're broke.
What are you giving me?
What do you want? An itemized statement of how much it costs to buy your skin? All right, here it is. $5,000 each for the 2 attendants. $1,000 for the other stiff. $1,500.
You'll get it back with interest. You know that.
Sure. We trust you, Stash.
Then what are you after?
It isn't what we're after. It's what we've got to have. That $400,000, or enough of it to buy the plastic surgeon and then get us all out of here.
But it ain't safe for me to go after it. You said so yourself.
That's right, I did, but what about one of us? Or don't you trust us yet?
Oh, I don't know. Let me think.
And you don't trust them, do you, Stash? Because you know there's no honor among thieves. Still, you're not quite yourself today, are you? There's a new feeling inside you. The dictionary calls it gratitude. You don't recognize it, but it makes you feel a little like a heel doubting these people after they saved your life. But perhaps you can squirm out of it gracefully. Perhaps your brother...
Johnny, how about you? Can't you raise 30 grand for me?
Right now, I couldn't raise yeast. I'm already out on a limb for part of the expenses.
There's nothing we can do, Stash. We've gone through every cent we have.
You said that. What about raising it? I tell you, my credit's good.
It won't work.
Who is this Doc?
Martin, he's a friend of mine.
Why won't he work in the cuff?
He wouldn't believe me when I told him about the money you buried.
Wouldn't believe you. Why not?
I had nothing to show him. Why should he?
You still don't trust us, do you, Stash?
Wait a minute. You think you could convince this Doc if I drew you a map?
Now you're talking.
I ain't finished. There's strings on this. Nobody does any digging till I'm ready to go with you. After the operation.
But what about paying the doctor?
I think I can sell him on it if I've got a map. He's afraid Stash will walk out on him. He's taking quite a chance, you know.
It's all right with me, Stash.
What about you, Ben? Nobody goes till I go with you, right?
Okay.
All right. Give me a paper and pencil. Then right at this point, on the left side of the highway, there's an Auto Club road sign. 20 yards from there, right on the line with this rock, you'll find an oil drum buried. See? Right there. You can't miss it.
Thanks, Stash.
Now, you better run out and wrestle up that Doc. I want to get... Ben.
Get your hands up, Stash. Over against the wall.
Hey, what's
you
going
too,
on?
John.
Edie, you're not going to let him do... Oh. So that's how it is, huh?
That's how it is, Stash.
I'll kill you, you little double-crosser.
Get back to the wall, you... There. That's better. You always were hot-headed, Stash.
She'll double-cross you, too, the little...
I don't think so.
He wouldn't understand.
Edie and I were patient, Stash. We knew what we were waiting for, and now that we've got it, there's no need to tolerate you or your brother any longer.
Ben, listen. You got $100 grand coming to you. Knock me and Johnny off, you just wind up with a murder rap.
And 300,000 more. Don't forget that.
Yeah, a lot of good that'll do you when you're walking the last mile. That's right, ain't it, Johnny?
Not exactly. There's no crime in killing a man who's already been executed.
Oh, no, Johnny. Not you, too.
Look, Maddo, you're the boss now. I'm only suggesting you haven't much to gain by rubbing me out.
Vanny's right.
We don't want to spend the future ducking the cops.
That's no worse than ducking Johnny Wilk.
For what? I'm not sore. All I want is my $100,000, and you'll never see me again.
Ben, it's the best way for us.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is smarter. Step out of the way, John.
Ben, don't. Ben, for
So Stash Wilk died twice, reducing membership in the corporation to 3. Ben Maddow, John Wilk, and Edie Shelby, each with one eye on the 400,000 and the other on their partners. They're all jittery that night on the way to the spot Stash marked on the map.
What are you trying to do, Edie? Kill us all?
Don't jump at me. I saw the car.
Well, don't drive so fast.
You want to get there, don't you?
Exactly. I want to get there. I can wait until tomorrow if I have to.
Look. Why don't we just take it easy, huh? We can stop at a roadside hotel.
I think it's crazy.
You're outvoted. May as well slow down.
All right. That better? You know, it's funny, Ben. Someday you'll probably fall and break your neck in a bathtub.
There's a place ahead. Pull in there, and I'll see if they have any rooms. Be right back.
He knows better than to leave it.
Leave what?
Oh, don't give me those sheep eyes, Edie. You had your eyes on his inside coat pocket ever since we left. And don't tell me you're in love with the old goat, neither.
You're pretty sure of yourself.
I know women.
You know me?
Yeah?
That's nice.
Could be a lot nicer with old Graybeard out of the way.
Any ideas?
A few.
For example?
Mighty nice layout here. All these second-story rooms with balconies.
I don't get it.
Just watch me.
That's all I've been doing since we met. Sort of like it, Johnny. Watching you.
Wait a minute. Here he comes. Hey, what's the dope, Ben?
Just talk to the maitre d'. We can get dinner and rooms.
Did you reserve the rooms?
Not yet. I wanted to check with you first.
That's great with me. Come on, Edie.
Yeah, I was thinking we could pick up a couple of those view rooms on the second floor.
With the balconies?
Mhm.
Just what I had in mind.
Look at that sky, will you?
Oh, what about it?
Nothing. Except it is going to be a beautiful night, isn't it?
Shall I serve some more wine?
You, John?
No, thanks.
Mr. Maddow and I'll have some more.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now you're talking to me.
There you are.
Hey.
Will that be all?
Yeah, that's all. Hey, wait. Just leave the bottle, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. If you want anything else brought up, just ring.
Yeah. How's about another glass, everybody? We got lots to celebrate tonight.
Edie will keep you company. I'm going to stretch my legs.
Okay, Johnny. Just careful, Ben. You're spilling.
Yeah, it's a pretty elegant suite. Venetian blinds, French windows,
Pretty fancy, huh?
Yeah.
a private balcony. Yeah. Nice and private. Well, I'll see you two later.
Sure you won't have another drink?
No, thanks. Oh, by the way, Edie, you were right about it being a beautiful night. You two really ought to have a look outside.
I don't know why, but that guy gives me the woolies, Edie. I'm beginning to think I shouldn't have listened to you.
Oh, forget it, Ben. Tonight we celebrate, remember?
Sure, that's right.
What do you say we walk out on the balcony, huh?
I'm comfortable here. I'm just... Oh. Knocked my glass over. It's all right, though. I emptied it first.
Come on, Ben. A little fresh air will do us both good. Here, I'll take your arm.
No. I feel fine.
It is pretty out here, isn't it?
You're pretty, Edie. You and me. We're going to have a great time, aren't we, huh?
Why not?
We'll have $300,000 to keep us warm, Edie. Anywhere we want to go, we go there. Anything we want to do, we do it, huh? I've been waiting a long time for a setup like this.
So have I.
Here.
Oh, Ben, look. Right in our backyard, a deer.
Yeah? Oh, that's nice.
Oh, look at him, Ben. He's cute.
Huh? I don't see anything.
Here, get where I'm standing. Right by the rail.
Huh? I still don't see anything.
He's down under our balcony. You'll have to lean over to see him.
You sure it's not an elephant? A little pink one? You're seeing things, Edie. Maybe we'd better go. Hey, God! What are you? Ah!
Too bad, Ben. You turned your back once too often, let your guard drop for one fatal instant, forgot for a second that you were dealing with big leaguers, members of the 400 Grand Association. Of course, John and Edie testified the next morning before the coroner's jury. And of course, the verdict was...
The deceased, Benjamin Maddow, met his death from an accidental fall while under the influence of alcohol.
And, of course, the other guests of the hotel understood when Ben's fiancée and his best friend left immediately after the inquest. Of course. After all, Edie, you couldn't bear to remain around the scene, could you? Not with Stash's $400,000 buried 50 miles away.
We're going to have to be back there tomorrow.
Huh? Why?
We're not acting like a couple of grief-stricken friends. Somebody's got to claim the body.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you got something. How much farther?
About a mile.
Oh. We'll be there soon.
Not at the rate you're driving. Oh, nice, isn't it? Two of us alone.
Yeah.
There's a lot ahead of us with that 400 grand.
There's a lot behind us, too.
We can forget it.
You think so?
It'll be easy with you. You're a pretty interesting character, John Wilk.
Yeah?
Yeah. You've been in the racket, same as the rest of us, but you've never gotten your fingers dirty. How come?
I used my head, I guess. For example, see this road?
What about it?
That's where we're going. I'm using my head.
I don't get it.
You will?
Why are you turning off the highway? This isn't the place. Johnny, what are you doing? Answer me, Johnny. There's nothing here at all. Stop, Johnny. You'll drive us over the edge.
See what I mean about using my head, baby?
Johnny, why are you getting out?
Release the brake.
Johnny, you can't.
You heard me. Release the brake.
All right.
You know what he's doing, Edie. He's too smart to shoot you with that .38 he's holding. The shoulder of the road slopes down for about 10 feet. Then the cliff. They'll find you in the wrecked automobile, and there'll be no telltale bullet holes. You're thinking fast. You've got one chance, haven't you? There, he's behind the car now to start it rolling down the slope. That's it. Into reverse, quickly. Run him over.
Ah! I got him.
You're going to have to turn around. It's narrow, but you've got to make it, Edie. That's right. Now into reverse. You have to back close to that edge. You have to watch where you're going. Better take your eyes off John for a minute as he lies on the other side of the road.
Johnny! No!
Keep right on going, baby. Right on. Over.
The Whistler will return with the strange ending of tonight's story in just a moment. Meantime, let's take a quick look inside the refineries where new Signal gasoline is made. It looks like the movie version of a chemist's dream. For here are some of the most amazing devices ever known to science, where the atoms in gasoline molecules are actually separated, then put together in an entirely new way, creating an entirely new type superfuel. That's why new Signal isn't just a pre-war quality gasoline, not just an improved old-style gasoline, but a completely new post-war motor fuel. And that's also why new Signal is packed with amazing new power and performance that's so immediately apparent you can feel it, see it, hear it. Whether you're driving a 1932 Ford or a 1942 Cadillac, you'll know New Signal is the gasoline for your car the moment you step on the accelerator and feel that old motor get young again. That's why we urge you to let just one tankful of New Signal gasoline talk for itself. Let its quicker starting, faster pickup, higher anti-knock, and longer mileage demonstrate in your car why New Signal is actually the new post-war gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
So the corporation is finally cut down to one. And you're it, aren't you, Johnny? It's been a hard struggle. Your chest is crushed, your right foot mangled. But there's something more important than that. You're just like Stash and Ben. Money comes before anything else. It's the thought of the 400,000 in the oil drum that gives you the strength to half walk, half crawl that last mile to the roadside. Yes, there it is.
16.
And there's the rock.
17. 18. 19. 20. Here. Right here.
Yes, John. This is the spot you've lied and betrayed and killed to reach. You don't care whether you live or die now. All you want is the sight of those greenbacks, isn't it? You look for something to dig with, a stick or a sharp stone. There's nothing. So you dig with your fingers, claw at the dirt, forget the pain in your hands, every breath feeling as if you've inhaled a load of razor blade. But at last you reach it. The oil drum, just as Stash had said. The top comes off easily.
There. Now. Can't feel it. Light a match. Now. What's this? Where's the... Empty. No. No, I'm wrong. It can't be. Ah, here. A piece of paper. Just like Stash. Must be another map. The dollar bill. Map, it must be a map. Sure, he's written directions. Whoever's double-crossed me, keep this buck for your trouble. The rest of the 400 grand, I leave to the worm. Stash. Oh, no.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The curious story, Death Wears a White Robe. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Stanley Rubin, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you try New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal. Signal gasoline. Yes, Signal gasoline is the new gasoline you can prove is superior. The The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, The House on Sycamore Road.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Sometimes weakness results only in failure and disillusionment. Sometimes it's much more serious than that. It can take a sinister turn, sending its victim down the spiral that ends only in death. That's the way it was with Harold Phillips on the day he and his wife, Muriel, rented the house on Sycamore Road from old Sabina Fielding. It wasn't much of a house, but it was destined to be the most important element in Harold's life. Like Sabina, it was old, but there was a kind of majesty about it, veiled as it was behind a mat of unkempt shrubbery and a pair of magnificent elms in the front yard. Muriel had objected to it, of course, but there was no other alternative. Rents were sky high, and the house on Sycamore Road was the only answer. As they stand talking with Sabina in the front hallway, Muriel is a little impatient.
Well, that just about covers everything, Mrs. Fielding.
Yes, I think we'll make out very comfortably here.
It's hard to leave. Never thought I'd mind it this much.
Of course.
It's been in the Fielding family for now. Let me see. Well, there was Rodney and Lisa. Yes, 5 generations.
5 generations?
Yes.
Oh.
I do hope you young people will be happy in it. A fine house in its time, you know. A proud house, just like the Fieldings. Yes, we're a proud family. None of us ever had money, excepting Richard, of course. That's my grandson. Richard had money, but it didn't do him any good. Well, even he's gone now. I'm the last now, the last Fielding. And I'm afraid I haven't much longer.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Mrs. Fielding.
Oh, no. I'm an old woman, Mr. Phillips. Yes, it's hard to leave. Oh, that clock. I can remember when my daddy bought it. Let me see now. Was that 68 or 69?
Mrs. Fielding, Harold will be glad to drive you into town.
68 or 69? Eh? Oh, yes. Well, I'd better be going.
I'll be glad to take you.
Oh, well, it's only 2 blocks to the bus stop. I can still walk that far without any trouble.
I really think it'll be easier for you now, having just one room in town. You'll be closer to everything.
Yes, so I'm told.
Are you sure now you don't want me to drive you?
Oh, you're very kind, and I do like to see that in young people. But I can manage, thank you. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Phillips.
Goodbye.
I know you'll be happy here.
I'm sure of it, Mrs. Fielding. Goodbye.
Goodbye, young man.
Young people, she says. We'll be very happy.
Heaven's sakes, Muriel, she'll hear you.
I could scream my head off in here and she wouldn't hear me. Come to think of it, screaming wouldn't be a bad idea.
Will you quit it?
That old crone is probably laughing herself silly right now after palming off this old barn on us.
But, Muriel, you know as well as I do it's the best we can do right now.
Where have I heard that before? Well, I'm getting sick of it, Harold Phillips. I'm getting fed up with shabby substitutes.
Well, I've got a job. I don't know what else you want.
Classified advertisements on a stupid hometown paper. What kind of a job is that?
Well, it's the best I can do, and this house is the best I can do. You may as well make up your mind to
I
it.
know. I've been through all that before. But I'm not getting reconciled to it. You can make up your mind to that.
Anything else?
Yes, you. I can't say it's very inspiring, living in a moth-eaten shanty with an ink-stained nobody.
Muriel.
And this flock of antiques. That old clock she's so proud of. Listen to it. If you think I'm going to sit here day after day with that thing ticking in my ears...
What's got into you anyway?
I'm fed up, that's what.
Now what are you doing?
I'm going to stop this clock. Any objection?
Will you be reasonable?
Will you shut up? Where's the catch on this thing?
Oh, look out, you'll knock it over.
All right, so I'll knock it over.
Oh, now look what you've done.
Harold.
You hadn't lost your temper again.
Harold, look.
In the world.
Look at all that money. Just look at it.
Stuffed away in back of the clock.
Hundreds. Thousands. Harold. Oh, Harold, darling.
As you sit listening on Monday nights to Signal Oil Company's program, The Whistler, has it ever occurred to you how many millions of persons around the world have never even heard a radio? Missing a lot of pleasure, aren't they? Oh, but wait a minute. Before you start shedding tears for those folks, just consider the pleasure you yourself may be missing if you haven't yet tried new Signal gasoline. No fooling, folks. You'll never know how much driving pleasure there's left in your car till you try Signal's new Super Fuel. For new Signal gasoline is packed with performance that's so apparent you can actually feel it, see it, hear it. Here's what I mean. With new Signal gasoline in your car, when you touch the starter, you feel your motor spring instantly to life. When you step on the accelerator, you see your car step ahead with pickup that makes you proud. And even when your motor's working hard uphill, you hear it purr contentedly, proof of Signal's higher anti-knock. What's more, because you'll be shifting less, and shifting wastes gasoline, you'll enjoy more high-gear miles, actually go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. I know that's the kind of performance you'd like to enjoy from your car. And here's the easy way to get it. Just drive into one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign and say, fill her up with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's almost like a dream, isn't it, Harold? You and Muriel kneeling on the floor of Sabina Fielding's old house, literally surrounded with the money that spilled from the old clock. Muriel's in seventh heaven, as you counted. She even called you darling, didn't she? You work automatically, sorting the bills, 20s, 10s, 5s, into small, neat heaps on the scarred hardwood floor.
How much is it, dear? How much altogether?
Wait, let me finish.
I simply can't believe it.
80,
It's like a dream.
90, 100. There, that's the last 100.
How much altogether?
It hardly seems possible.
How much, Harold? Tell me.
$50,000. Oh. $50,000 in currency, small bills. It's probably been hidden away in this compartment behind the clock for years.
$50,000.
Never thought I'd see this much money all at once.
The things we'll be able to do. All the marvelous things I've always dreamed of. All the clothes. Maybe go abroad. Who in the world? Harold, who can it be?
I don't know.
We can't let them in, all this money. We won't answer it. We won't let them in.
Well, we'll have to. They can see the lights are on.
But all this money.
Well, stay here and hide it. I'll see who it is.
All right, then. All right, but don't let them in. Nobody must see this money. Nobody must know we have it.
Yes?
Huh? Who are you?
Looking for someone?
I figured maybe the old lady fell asleep and couldn't hear me.
Old lady?
Sure. The old girl, Mrs. Fielding.
Oh, well, Mrs. Fielding doesn't live in this house now.
Now, wait a second,
No, she doesn't
Jack.
live here now. She lives in town.
Who are you?
My wife and I are renting the house.
Who are you?
Well, I think you might do well to tell me who you are first.
Okay. I'll come in and we'll talk things over.
No, please, wait a minute.
Now, listen, Jack.
Look, you see, my wife is very ill. We can't have any visitors.
I don't want to talk to your wife.
I can't talk to you now. I'm very busy. Good night.
Okay, mister. But I'll be back. So long.
Who was it, Harold? Harold? Who was it? What did he want?
Wait.
Or why are you snooping from behind those curtains?
Well, I want to make sure Yeah, he's getting in his car. There he goes.
There who goes? Who was it, Harold?
A man. Oh, did you set the clock up against the wall again?
Yes, the glass was broken. I threw the pieces in the fireplace.
Well, where's the money?
I put it back in the clock. Who was it?
Oh, I don't know. A fellow about my age had a red scar on his right cheek. He wanted to see Mrs. Fielding. He wouldn't give me his name.
It's funny.
He said he'd be back.
What are we going to do about the money? We can't leave it there. Maybe we could... Harold, what's the matter?
Hey, I think I know who he is. Muriel, what did Mrs. Fielding say about Richard Fielding? Something about money?
He's dead. She said she was the last, don't you remember?
I'm not so sure. That's the trouble. I'm not sure at all. Muriel, we may as well face it. It's not our money. It belongs to him.
Don't be stupid. He's dead and she doesn't know anything about it. We found it. It's ours. For the first time in our lives, we have a chance to get off the treadmill and get somewhere.
But it isn't ours. Besides, she needs it.
She's going to die. We've got a whole lifetime ahead of us.
I don't know, Muriel. What if it is his? What if he knows about it? We don't know for sure that he's dead.
We can find out for sure.
How?
Mrs. Fielding knows. We're going to call on her the first thing in the morning.
It's quite a problem, isn't it, Harold? You know it's wrong to take this money, but $50,000 is enough to set you staggering. Muriel didn't make that decision, did she? You would have made it all by yourself. Yes, Harold, there's only one thing that keeps you from taking it. The thought that someone else may be in on the secret. The man with a scar on his face, for example. You can't sleep all night thinking about him. And neither you nor Muriel stop for breakfast the next morning. At 9 o'clock, you're both talking to Sabina Fielding in her furnished room in town.
Sorry I can't be a better hostess. Feeling mighty poorly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Fielding. We just thought we'd drop by and see if you were settled yet.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. You're so kind. I'm really very happy you came. I don't get many visitors, you know. No one cares much about an old woman.
Of course, we don't want to tire you.
Oh, fiddlesticks. You're a little like part of the family now, living in my house. You do like my house, don't you?
Oh, we're in love with it, Mrs. Fielding. It's a lovely old place.
Oh, I'm so glad. You see, I didn't want it to go to anyone who wouldn't understand it. Houses are like people, you know. They have to be understood. Not everybody understands my house.
It certainly has atmosphere. That clock is a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Oh, you like it? It's always been my favorite. I'm happy you like it. I guess you understand my clock, too. Richard always wanted it, but he didn't understand it, so I never gave it to him.
Why did he want it, Mrs. Fielding?
I never knew. Richard and I never got on together. Always said he had bad blood in him. Oh, he could have been such a nice boy. Handsome and strong. Until the accident, at least.
Accident?
Yes. He was never the same after the accident. He had it coming, though, Richard had. There was bad blood in him. I don't like to talk about my grandson.
Do you ever hear from him?
I don't want to talk any more about him. No, not anymore. Would you have some tea? It's a little early.
I wish you'd tell us about Richard. Have you any idea?
Muriel, I'm afraid Mrs. Fielding's tired. We'd better be going.
Oh, but I'm sorry to be this way. Now, perhaps some other time, when I'm feeling better.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Come along, Muriel.
That convinced you, didn't it, Harold? It all fits. The scar on the face of the man who called on you last night ties in with Sabina's story of Richard's accident. Her remark about his fondness for the clock. It was too easy, wasn't it? $50,000 isn't hidden in a clock and then forgotten. It's Richard's money, and he's bound to come back for it. There was no reason for tiring Sabina any longer. Muriel would have worn her out with questions. After all, Muriel isn't the kind who gives up easily. After you've arrived back at the house, she keeps it up, never letting down for a minute.
Harold, of all the asinine...
There was nothing else to do.
She would have told us if you hadn't... Sometimes I think you have the mentality of a child.
What more do you want? She practically came right out and said it. He had money. He was in an accident. The scar, you remember? He always wanted the old clock. Could she make it any plainer?
All right. Joe, move. What are you going to do?
We can't do anything. He knows the money's there.
What do you mean we can't do anything? We can leave, can't we?
When?
Right now.
Huh. That's a prize suggestion. Why, he could trace us in 5 minutes. We'd be in jail in a week.
Listen, Harold. You've got a chance. For the first time in your shabby, ordinary little life, you've got a chance at something real. Are you going to throw it away?
Well, I don't know.
Sabina knows nothing about the money, Harold. There are only 3 people in on it. You and I, and Richard Fielding.
And he's coming back here. He said so.
You'll probably never have another chance, Harold.
What are you suggesting?
Think it over, Harold. There isn't much more time.
Yes, think it over, Harold. Is she right? You can see her point, can't you? You will never have another opportunity like this as long as you live. Just more of the same, day after day. Thousands more classified advertisements. Scrimping, pinching pennies, trying to make $5 do the work of 10. And only Richard Fielding stands between you and everything you ever wished for. Only Richard Fielding.
What's that?
Someone's at the door.
It's too late. He's come back.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let him in.
Huh?
He's getting impatient, Harold. Let him in.
But he's come for the money.
Why, Harold, what's the matter? You said it belonged to him.
I don't know, Muriel.
Nothing else we can do, is there? We can't take it. You said so. We'd be traced.
Oh, no, you're right. He can't take it away. It's the only chance we'll ever have.
There's no other way, Harold. Or is there?
Why, what do you mean, Muriel?
He might be difficult, Harold. There's the poker beside the fireplace.
No, I couldn't.
All right. Give the money back to him.
But it's mine. He can't.
Harold, get hold of yourself.
Muriel.
Harold, get the poker.
Yes, Muriel. The poker. Yes?
Hi, I'm back again. You remember me, don't you? I was here the other night.
Sure. I remember. What do you want?
I'd like to come in for a minute. My car's stalled outside.
All right. Come in.
Yeah, I got this far from town, then my jalopy stopped dead on me. I didn't even know it was your house till I found myself on the steps again.
Well, come in the living room. I've been poking up the fire.
Yeah, I noticed.
Who is it, darling? Oh,
Hello.
good evening.
What's the matter? What are you looking at? Didn't you ever see a scar on a man's face before, Mrs. Phillips?
How do you know my name?
I've been in town today asking a few questions.
He's the one, Harold. It's he.
Now, wait, Jack.
Now, Harold. The poker, Harold. Pick it up.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Pick the poker up. Put it back where it belongs.
I've killed him. I've killed a man.
Harold, stop it. Get control of yourself.
I'm going to be sick.
Stop it. I don't feel any better than you do, but it's done now. We've got to go through with it.
I've killed him.
Maybe you haven't. You better see.
Oh, no, I can't.
You've got to, Harold. Think of all that money. He's out of the way now. We don't have to worry. See if he's dead. Well?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Go through his pockets.
Oh, I can't.
You've got to. See if he had a gun, his identification.
There's an automatic and a shoulder holster.
You see, he would have killed us.
A wallet. $15 in it. That's all.
It has to be more than that. His identification.
Oh, there's nothing else in it, Muriel. Handkerchief in this pocket. There's nothing in this. Nothing here.
And that's all. Well, we've got to get rid of him now.
Get rid of him?
We can't leave him here. Take him out to his car.
It's stalled.
That was just an excuse to get in here. Where are those chains?
Chains?
The ones you had in the car, are they still there?
Oh, yes, I think so.
All right. Weight his body down with them, and we'll drop him in the river. We can leave his car somewhere. They'll never trace him. No identification.
And then what?
And then we can take our own sweet time. You can give notice at the Express in the morning, and we'll leave town in a couple of weeks. You can say you've got another job.
But the money.
Don't worry about it. There's no one left to talk, is there?
You've killed a man, Harold. It stopped you for a while, didn't it? But after that first wave of nauseating panic, you can think more clearly. The weighted body goes into the river, the car left on a lonely road. Then during the next few days, you try to appear normal at work while you wait for the news to break. It's hard to concentrate, isn't it? Mr. Gardner, your boss, has to call you on the carpet because of absent-minded errors you make in the daily classified section. The others notice you aren't eating at lunchtime. 5 days, 6 days, a week. Nothing happens. They must have found the car. They couldn't miss it parked down the highway 10 miles. Finally, you deliberately stroll into the city hall and look up Chief of Police Norton.
Well, hello, Harold. Sit down, have a chair.
Thank
Where have
you.
you been keeping yourself? Missed you at the lodge meeting the other night.
Oh, I've been pretty busy. How about you?
Never a dull moment around here. You know, police work's funny.
Yeah?
Sometimes it gets so quiet you can hardly stand it. Have trouble keeping the men in line. I can hardly blame them playing around with traffic violations day after day. Then, all of a sudden, everyone gets so darn busy he wishes he had 6 hands. Yeah, look, like now, for instance.
You got a handful, huh?
Uh-huh. This is a quiet town, Harold. Too quiet sometimes, almost like a snake coiling up ready to strike. Last week, nothing but traffic violations. Well, maybe a bunch of wild kids breaking a store window somewhere. This week, stolen automobiles.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Just gave the story to one of your boys. That isn't all. We got a murderer on our hands.
Huh?
Uh-huh. Somebody right in town, too. Just like I was saying, Harold, it's a quiet old burg, but I suppose as long as people get together, there'll be murder. Hmm?
Yes. Well, what was it? Who?
Just like all those nosy newspaper guys, aren't you? Sorry, Harold. We can't say anything until we get him.
You, got any leads?
Sure. There's always leads. Don't worry. We'll get him. When we do, you'll know about it. Oh, excuse me. Norton speaking. Yeah. Fielding? When'd you find the body? Oh, gosh, that's tough. Huh? Well, yeah, Harold's right here. Just happened in. What's it got to do with him? What? Well, that's a funny one. Wait a minute. I'll get Phillips. Say, Harold, what did... Hello? He just ducked out the door. I'll get hold of him for you.
Muriel!
Harold, what on earth? What's wrong?
Don't ask questions. We've got to get out of here.
What's happened?
Norton's found out about Fielding. They found the body.
What?
Hurry. We've got to get away from here before he comes out here.
Too late to run.
Get the money.
It isn't any use, Harold.
Why not?
If they found the body, they're sure to catch you. You can't hope to get away by running.
Me? What do you mean, me?
I'm not running away, Harold.
You're an accomplice.
You think so?
Well, you're just as guilty as I am. Why, if you hadn't been so...
Oh, no, you don't. It's your word against mine. I had nothing to do with it.
You had everything to do with it.
I told you I was tired of being married to a failure. You failed again, Harold. You even failed at murder.
You won't get away with it. What about the money?
What money?
In the clock, the clock!
I didn't know there was any money in the clock. And I'm sure no one will find any there, even if you tell them to look in it.
You've hidden it. You've hidden that money somewhere else.
Have I, darling?
You're going to take it all for yourself when you're rid of me. That's why you said there was no hurry. You planned it this way, didn't you?
Perhaps.
Well, you won't get away with it, Muriel. You won't.
I don't know how you can stop me at this point, darling. You see? That's Chief Norton at the door now. I watched him drive up outside while we were talking. Better let him in.
Oh, no. Not until I've taken care of you first.
No. Hal, no.
Oh, I didn't get rid of Fielding's gun, you see.
Hal, no. Please. Please, I didn't mean anything I said. Hal!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, let's take a look at a few of the new post-war products we've all been waiting for. According to news releases, the first of the new nylon hosiery will be of pre-war quality. The first new automobiles will be 1942 models with improvements added. But when it comes to gasoline, new Signal gasoline, that's another story. For new Signal is not just pre-war quality gasoline, not just old-style gasoline improved, but an entirely new type of motor fuel with performance features that until recently were reserved for war. You see, science has long known that gasoline is composed of molecules, and each molecule is an arrangement of atoms. The way those atoms are arranged determines how much power you get from the gasoline. Well, in old-style gasolines, the molecules were left just as nature made them. But recently, certain chemists found out how to take gasoline molecules apart, then rearrange the atoms in an entirely new way. The result is New Signal, an entirely new type super fuel with quicker starting, faster pickup, higher anti-knock, and longer mileage. Because these are all features you can actually feel, see, and hear, we urge you to let just one tank full of New Signal gasoline talk for itself. Let its performance in your own car show you why New Signal actually is the new post-war gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
It was too late to do anything else, wasn't it, Harold? Too late to do anything but get even. And you did it very efficiently. Muriel, your wife, she's dead now, lying at your feet as Chief Norton comes into the room.
Harold, what got into you? You killed her deliberately.
It doesn't matter.
Good Lord, man, what are you talking about? You've committed a murder. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
She was as guilty as I am. She was in on it, too, understand? She wanted the money, the $50,000. She wouldn't give me any peace. When Fielding came back for his money...
Fielding? What Fielding?
Richard. It was his money in the clock. She made me kill him, Norton. She made me.
He came to the house for the money?
Yes.
He had a scar on his right cheek?
Yes, of course he did. Oh, will you drop it? I've had enough.
Wait a minute. You've made an awful mistake, Harold.
What?
The man you killed was the murderer I told you we were looking for. He was Richard Fielding's partner in a bank robbery last year.
A murderer?
Yes. They quarreled over the money, and he killed Fielding. When he broke out of the pen last week, they notified us, figuring he'd check in here sooner or later.
Yes, but down at your office, what were you talking about on the telephone?
Sabina Fielding. She died last night.
Sabina?
Yes.
But I thought...
Funny. I've always thought Sabina was a pretty good judge of character. She sure missed the boat this time.
What do you mean?
She must have taken a fancy to you and your wife, left the house and everything in it to the two of you.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Leslie Edgley, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you try New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.